And then when I look at the sky and I see the cycles of the luminaries, that everybody operates under this, because we the seasons, the timing of the year that the farmer puts the seeds on the ground to the timing of putting the seeds on the ground. Have you heard of the farmer's almanac? You know
Hmm.
the
Yes.
season and the position of the sun, and whenever the sun is doing whatever it's doing, so the spring is coming, and they are very precise about the timing of the movement of the luminaries. And these cycles show to me design the container that is in place for you and I to be able to breathe air. I know the antecedent to all that is design, and for design, a designer is required, and for a construct, an architect is required. You see,
Okay.
for the ribeye that I told you, I know there has to be a cow somewhere. There had to be a cow somewhere because there's a ribeye right here, and I cooked it, and it's on my plate. I'm gonna eat it. I know the antecedent to that ribeye. What is it? Maybe a bison, maybe a Wagyu. People call it the Wagyu cow, right? There has to be a cow somewhere for me to have a ribeye right here. So the antecedent to you and I breathing air, it's a container. It's containment. And the globe falls on the curvature because it's nowhere to be found. The spinning of the ground, there's no spinning of the ground. That's just nonsense. And the gas pressure without containment. So these fundamentals of the globe they just fall down. So making a claim of the whole of existence, that I know the shape of the earth and the shape of everything, and I know how it looks. Because I think you need God's perspective, you need God's eye view to be able to look down and to see the whole construct. So you will need an outside perspective to attribute a shape. And I don't think no man here or from the ground, because I mean, from what I know, we all are standing almost at the same level.
Oh, that's great you say that, because then how do you determine it's flat if you don't have this God perspective?
The term is flat. I'm not making that claim. Flat is a description. I can't tell you what is the shape of creation, bro. Well, I mean,
You're not making a claim now? Okay, yeah, proceed not making a claim then.
that you,
No, be
that
nice. Be nice. Be nice. And right now, I'm just trying to hear what he's. I'm trying to hear his thought process and everything. I'm not making any judgments. I am just merely trying to understand where he's coming from. It's not about. It's not about calling names or whatever. Please, thank you.
yeah. Thank you,
I
man.
didn't call anybody a name. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, I was just. I wanted to make sure that that's what not where you were heading. That's all. That's all.
Yeah. No. The what I said. I mean, you want to reply to anything I said? I know I said a lot of stuff, and I jumped hoops from here to the other side. So I
Mm,
put things together. Hopefully, you know where I'm
well,
coming from a little bit.
yeah, yeah, I do. I do. Few questions come up, but um, and just curious. Um, so if everything is on a horizontal plane and it's not a globe, therefore, I mean, or any variation thereof, such as a egg shape, an oval, oval or whatever, there would have to be an edge, correct? Or would it
Well,
just
I would. That's the thing, bro. I was we got to this page that I was trying to talk about to make a shape of creation of the whole of existence. Um, I think that's for me it's impossible because I can go to the ends of the earth. Nobody in here, I think, can. So to have an outside perspective, a God's eye view from outside of this construct, that we don't have that. I don't have it.
well, have you? I mean, I've traveled. I've been everywhere from go in one direction. I've been to England. On the other direction, I've gone to Bahrain and Iraq, and there's not a
Mm-hmm.
whole lot of middle, and it's not a whole lot of between there. And I know that I can get to both places traveling both directions. And
Yeah.
I'm so to me that determines that there's a circle that has to go in there somewhere. But
Yeah, an airplane.
I mean,
I've been on airplanes too. I've been North America, South America to the Caribbean, many of these places, right? So we go from airport to airport. Well, okay, so I'm in my house, a building that it has a foundation. That foundation was put in place based on a horizontal, right? The level is that level, and it's based on a horizontal line, right? And every brick is put in place, brick by brick. It has to be like in that based on that horizontal, right? And that level.
yeah,
And so whenever we're done, we can put a table and put a cup of water on top of the table, or coffee, and it's not like dripping off the table, right? It's not
really?
away
So you're
from the cup.
so you've been to North and South America.
Yes.
So when you were in North America, say during the winter, and you saw the sun not go as high in the sky,
Mm-hmm.
witnessed it. And the days were shorter and all of that. But then at the same time in South America, the sun is high in the sky and the days are longer.
Yeah.
How do you justify that?
The sun moves in cycle across the sky. The sun and the luminaries move in the heavens above, and they actually move around a center point of the sky. So how that works, we remember we are standing on the ground, and we can be at different positions. You just mentioned North America and South America. We can see this movement that is converging and converging towards you and away from you, like gears, right? But how that works, how that mechanism on heavens above work, I don't think no man can tell you exactly how, because no man can go to the heavens above and check and science how is that happening. We do observe the phenomena, and we do see the cycles. We can time it, record it, put it in a piece of paper down, that the sun rises from the east at a certain time of the year, and at a certain time of the year the movement of the sun from east to west takes longer or shorter depending on where you are on the ground and the time of the year, right? Like you were saying, it's shorter during winter time on the northeast, which is October to February, right? In the north,
Right.
what we call the North United States or Canada, or those. And then in the South, they have a longer day. So that movement of the sun and the luminaries above, that doesn't determine the shape of the place that we're standing on, right? Because like I said, it's like they're moving like clockwork, and we can put that in charts and write it down on piece of paper and record that. Our ancestors did that. You and I are the ones that are observing that phenomena, right? Civilizations observe this phenomena of the heavens above moving in cycles, right? The guy that wrote it down on a piece of paper, oh, the sun is rising and setting, it's because it happened yesterday and the day before and the day before that, right? So that guy's not predicting anything. It happened yesterday and it happened today and it's gonna happen tomorrow, and it keeps happening, right? Until the day doesn't happen anymore, but that day hasn't come yet, right? But like I said, the movement of the sun, um, that is a shorter winter or shorter day in one side of the world and a longer day in the other side of the world. It's about the circuit that the sun is doing across the sky. So it's a certain, the constellations that we see, the Cap constellation, and the sun is doing a movement across those constellations in the sky, and that's what it's doing, bro. Like how I'm telling you, you and I can do the observation, but how is that happening? How I can explain you how the sun works and how the heavens above work. We don't know that completely. And the man that is giving you a story that they know exactly how that mechanism works above. Maybe they went up there and did it, right? Maybe they went to the heavens above and came back. But I don't know any man that has done that.
Okay. So in ancient Athens, they believed that mice came from piles of grain. That if you piled grain together, that all of a sudden mice would sprout. So
Some
they
people believe
concluded.
that, right? But not everybody.
So,
'Cause yeah.
so they concluded, based upon observation, that if you put a pile of grain together, that it created mice, because that's what they observed. Now we know that that's not true because
Let me ask you this. Right. That the guy that first wrote that story and told that story to the children around him, and the children believed him.
Mhm.
People maybe believe that, but the world is pretty big, right? And people have seen mice all across the world before that made up that story, right? So no,
Oh yeah.
believe that.
Well, what I'm saying is that sometimes when you observe something from from a single point, that you're not going to get the most accurate.
But that there is an outside reference, and there is the story that guy made and told it to the community, and the community looked him as a priest and say, the priest said something, it has to be true. Why would the priest lie, right? So they believed it, but that doesn't make it true, right? Like you're saying, I agree with you, but that doesn't mean that everyone in the world believed that guy. Not every, no, because many people in the world knew that the papa mice had to go on top or below the mommy mice and do the squishy, and then the mom is gonna carry the seed of the father, and have the babies eventually. People have been knowing this for a long time because they've done it themselves, and not everybody falls for the stories. So you're probably saying that because I told you about the movement of the luminaries.
No. I'm saying that because what I'm talking about is when you're talking about observation versus
Yeah, the observations of the luminaries.
and how certain observation without actual exploration can lead to wrong conclusions.
But that's the thing, though, that you and I, everybody in the ground, are standing to a similar level, right? And then some guys have a bigger telescope than the other guy, right? Because
Hmm.
maybe the Chileans have a big telescope, and maybe 0.01% of Chileans have looked through it, right? And it might be a decent amount of people, but in other positions of the world, people have all sizes of telescopes, and we all have looked through them, right? Whoever has looked through the telescopes, and we
Hmm.
all observe the movement of the luminaries from different positions, and maybe all of us can come to with different stories about how they were created or where do they came from and what they are made of and the distances and the sizes, but none of us have verified that completely. We can see the cycles, and I can agree I can be in South America and you can be in North America, or I could be in you can be in Europe and it's daytime, and I could be in America and it's nighttime, and you're gonna say, "Hey, bro, the sun is going towards you," and I'm gonna say, "I don't believe you," but eventually it will be. It's gonna come across the sky and it's gonna come. So your story was confirmed. Like, hey, the sun was in Europe above your area, and then it came towards America. We can all confirm the movement of the luminaries doing certain things, but there is other stuff that we cannot verify, like the sizes, distances, the makeup of them, that who put them there, what like how exactly they work, because nobody knows. There's people with stories about that. The Big Bang, 13.5 billion, billion years ago. Those are stories, bro. Who was there 13.5 billion years ago? They weren't there. They're just
No,
telling.
nobody. Kind of the point. Nobody was there.
Yeah, but they're saying they know, but they don't. It's a story.
Well,
You see, there's stuff that we know. We're not gonna deny. We know a lot of stuff. You know a bunch of different things that I don't know of. I know a bunch of different things that you don't know of. But we can maybe put that knowledge together, our knowledge, and do the same thing with other people, and a lot of different things that we can verify, and maybe build the structures together. And if you know a little better than I do building the structure, maybe I'll listen to you and I help you do it, and we build a structure and we know how to do it. Perfect. We can accomplish that together. Nobody's denying that reality works. But then there's people telling stories on top of the things that we can do in reality and verify in reality. They're saying if you go away from reality, those stories that we're telling you that you can verify, I cannot verify any of that. They're telling that they know what happened 13.5 billion years ago, and today we live in this solar system that the Earth is spinning around the sun. Those are stories, bro. Not,
well, do
but
you believe that? Do you believe that that Mars spins?
that Mars.
Do you believe it? And that Mars is then therefore a globe? Do you believe that that's? Can you at least concede that much that Mars would be a globe?
Well, Mars, the phenomena that we observe, because remember, we observe the what we call the planets, the wandering stars. We see these wandering stars because they don't do the same cycle of the stars that they do this toroidal circle around celestial north. So the wandering stars are doing these transits between the sun and the moon. And Mars, you can see it moving near the moon or between the sun and the moon, kind of doing this movement across these regions of the sky. Then, when we zoom into it with equipment like telescopes or high zoom cameras, we can observe a phenomena that looks like a globe in the sky, right? We see this circle of light, and it looks we cannot see pole, right? If you look through the monopole, which is the telescope, you can't tell if it's an actual globe because you can only see the side of it. We do see a circle of light, right? That's what people show in the photograph, right? Like kind of like a circle of light. And we can say, hey, it's a globe because we see a circle. But there's all the other things that look like circles that are not globes, right? Like, you can have a bowl, like a concave bowl, that when you look at this bowl that is concave, it's not a globe, but when you look at it from a certain perspective, it looks like a circle, but it's not a globe. You can also look at a half a sphere. A half a sphere, when you look at it from a certain side, it and you can say, hey, it looks like a globe to me. but it's half a sphere. It's not a globe. You know what I'm saying?
So when we look, when we look at the moon, we always see the same side of the moon.
Yeah.
That's a simple thing because it under the globe model, as the Earth spins, and as the moon rotates around the Earth, that one side is always ends up facing us. We can observe that. We understand that. And under a flat earther thing, it would be the same thing. It rotates. It goes around. It's always showing the same side.
Hey, Lunatic, I got you. But you remember, you're saying we observe the phenomena. I wanted to say this, right? The moon is a good example. We observe the phenomena and Mars, right? You first you asked about Mars, and I gave you, hey, it might look like a sphere, but it doesn't have to necessarily be a sphere. It could be a sphere, but then remember, the phenomena that we see of Mars or the moon is what we see in reality. So we look up at the sky, we look with the telescope, and we observe this phenomena. You could be at any position of the world and see it, and I could be in another position of the world and we see the phenomena. That's totally fine. But remember, people are gonna come down, look down to the earth, grab a piece of paper and a pen, and they're gonna draw the moon, the Mars, and they're gonna make you a cartoon and a drawing of a model, right? And they're gonna construct a model for you, drawings. Oh, look, the sun is a sphere around the Earth, which is another sphere, and they're gonna draw the Earth as a sphere. They're gonna draw Mars doing a bigger circle around the sun, right? So they're making drawing and calling it Moon, Earth, Mars, and they're saying, "Hey, bro, you see these depictions that I'm doing right here? These depictions are those things that you're looking with your eyes up in the sky in the heavens above. But those are not the same thing, bro. The depictions are the depictions, and the idea of a man or many multiple men that are drawing something on a piece of paper or on a model in a computer, or maybe they made a furniture model. You know, like when the babies, the baby crib that they make these furry balls, and they make the solar system and they put it above the crib so the baby can look at it when it wake up. So before it goes to sleep, you know what I'm talking about? The solar system, right? Or they put it on the roof. Oh, look, the solar system, right? Those things are not the realist level that we observe, that we observe in the heavens above. Those are man-made ideas. You get the difference. You get the difference, right?
I understand what you're saying. I do, and I'm trying very hard to not make any judgments whatsoever.
Yeah, that's fine.
So,
but this is, let me tell you, this is not like an agree or disagree thing, right? The picture the guy is drawing on the paper, and the stories that is putting behind or under or next to the depictions that he's drawing on the paper. Earth, Sun, Mars, Moon looks like this, and is doing this, and are made of this, and are these sizes. Those depictions and those stories are not what we're looking at in the sky. Those are you're looking towards two different places. And like you know how many the globe furniture, you know, when you probably were in kindergarten and the teacher had the globe on the corner on the table, right? The globe that you could grab and spin it with your hand, right? That globe is not what you're standing on, right? There's a difference between those two things. There is the reality, and then is the concept that you can find many globes with different sizes, different sizes of continents in it, and when you go to reality and check that globe in reality, the globe falls apart. It doesn't add up because first of all, you can't have water attached to the outside of. In reality, if you grab a bowl and you add water to it, you know the bowl is not gonna contain the water. The water is just gonna from it. And then, yeah, a man told us a story. Oh, there is this thing that is holding the water to the ball that you haven't found anywhere in reality. Because remember, all the claims are stacked together, and then the stories of that tell you that the stories are true. The claims stacked together are true because there is these explanations for those.
Okay. Let's go with. Let's say the Earth. Let's say that the Earth is completely flat, right?
I don't know about
Okay.
that. I see
So
hills next to my house.
well, let's say the Earth is flat. Let's just say, as a general rule, it's not a globe. It's a horizontal thing. You would still need gravity to hold you down. Otherwise, why would you not just float away?
Well, there is things that float away.
I mean, like when you sit there and you drop a ball, it goes down.
Give me 1 second. Just hold that question. I got my daughter asking something. Yeah. So that remember, you have a we have a preconceived in the model in the idea that in the globe that we have improved that is holding water that we have improved, there is this thing that is holding everything towards that spinning
Right.
ball.
Yeah,
Right,
gravity.
right. Gravity, right? So
But you would need gravity on a flat Earth also.
No,
Why not? Why do things fall down?
because they are more dense than the air.
So everything below you is more dense.
Everything, everything what is more dense, it will fall down through the air. Everything what is less dense, it will go up.
Okay, it wouldn't that be gravity?
No, that's the density of the medium.
1 second, bro, because this guy is in a listening position and he's trying to get this. And
Yeah, I know.
I know you're bringing the claim of gravity, but you gotta remember that this claim comes with a baggage, right? The baggage that when you say gravity, you're claiming a certain claim that is what mass attracting mass, which is Newtonian, or you might be claiming the other gravity, the warping and bending of space time by Einstein, right? Remember,
Well,
these claims come with a huge.
there's multiple application, but
We,
the
we do
simple.
we
I
do
mean,
see yeah we do see the actual phenomena that you and I are standing on the ground, and that's the way it is, right? We're standing on the ground, but you're saying that if there wasn't this thing gravity, we should be floating. And
well, there would be.
it's dependent on the medium, bro. Because if we go to let's say a very salty sea, what is it, the Mediterranean Sea, you and I can float, right?
Yeah.
Dead Sea.
Yeah, the Dead Sea can flow on that. So it is medium dependent. And like he was saying, the other guy was saying, you can release hot air, helium, hydrogen, other gases that they don't go down, go up. And remember, what you're claiming is gravity. And what is the vector of gravity? It's down, right? The vector of gravity is down. What is the
No,
vector of gases? The vector of gases is omnidirectional. They go up to all directions. So gases have gravity has no effect on gases. At least the gravity that you're claiming has no effect on gases.
well, it does to a lesser extent. That's the whole thing. Is that it would have it would have a pull on based upon mass. But that's no. I'm not like I said. I'm saying that even in that gravity itself is the existence of gravity would not deny a flat Earth a flatter thing, nor does it disprove it. You know what I mean?
No, because remember, if you're gonna claim gravity based on the globe lore, then you gotta, bro. I'm trying. I've been to think to believe what I'm saying, but I'm trying to direct you to think about the claims for the globe to make sense on a globe, right? It makes sense on a globe. The globe is a depiction, a story that was written down. It goes away from what you're experiencing in reality. So to make sense of the globe, you need all of these things put together. The gravity is one of them. It's like a story that needs a language. You know, like when you are watching like a cartoon or an anime, and in that anime there's a lore that comes with it to make sense of the storyline. There is a bunch of terms that are used in the cartoon to make the story go along. So in the globe claim, gravity is one of those things that is added to the lore for you to say, hey, it is a globe because gravity. And you're saying, I'm standing on the ground, therefore gravity, therefore globe.
Well, I mean, I can also. I mean, if I wanted to really attack the view, I would say there. If the Earth is flat, there has to be an edge. And how come? And I want. And why are there
Why?
no pictures of the edge?
Why
Because it
should
can't go.
it be edge?
Why? Because it wouldn't go on forever.
There's, bro, every time you reach the edge of Earth is water. Have you ever, you walk across
Well,
the
if
fish
that was
water,
the case,
then you navigate across the, listen, this is the realist level of strength that everybody has. Nobody can deny this. You are on the earth, you get out of your house, get in a car, drive to the shore, then you get on a boat or you want to swim, you get in on the water, and then you go across the water, and the next thing you might reach, what is it? Earth. And then you do the same thing across the earth, then you reach water. That's all we know.
all right. So then,
Any edges?
but at some point, there has to be an edge. And if there is no land there, according to your model, then the water would spill off over
No,
the edge.
no, bro.
Can I?
Listen. There, I'm not in a model, bro, because reality is reality. Model is a story of man. But they're drawing you a cartoon, and remember
Well,
this flat earth that you're saying. This flat earth that you're, sorry for the background noise. There got people in the house. So this flat earth. What do you see in your mind when you say flat earth? What is the image that you see when you say?
that's the whole thing. Is that I'm wanting to see. I want to see. I want to see this thing that you're saying.
So it's not. Remember, you're saying there
And
is an edge to the flat Earth. So when I write flat Earth in Google, right? Because I could write Earth and I see a globe, right? I see. Do this exercise with me. Earth, globe, and then in Google it shows like the furniture globes, and then it shows the globe floating in nothing. That is like a cartoon.
Yeah, but check it out. It doesn't have to have an edge. You want to know why?
like,
Because it's contained
okay,
and it's
then show me.
motionless,
Well,
stationary. Not moving.
but there's a point where it ends. Yes, and
Well,
that
no one's
whatever is containing it
been
is
able to
containing.
get to. No one's been able to get to the end of the container where the container meets the ground. No one has reported back.
Why
So
not?
my guess is that they can't go that far. It's probably monumentally too far that anyone could possibly get to. So whatever it means,
So
but that's
Can I answer where is the edge? Edge is 60 degrees south.
the edge of a ball.
No, edge of our border. It's 60 degrees south everywhere. That means that's the edge. Behind that, we don't know what it is.
then, so does anybody have a picture of this?
Lunatic, the thing about the edge that you're asking is that when you say the edge of the flat Earth, maybe you're thinking about like a disk in space, and
Well,
in,
yeah.
you're picturing this flat Earth that it was depicted by men, but no man has
Yeah.
a view of reality to give you a depiction of it. So you're just looking at cartoons that men depicted, bro. That's the problem.
Well,
Can I
how?
I can ask you the same question. Where is the edge of the universe?
That we are still looking for because,
Oh.
but and the trick with looking through a telescope is you are also looking backwards in time.
Man, what are you saying?
That when you see
Anyway,
something, when
we
you
don't
see a
have to.
distant,
You don't have to go back in time.
When you look the
No,
stars,
no,
are you watching in the past?
back
technically
in
yes,
time.
you are watching.
Technically, when I'm watching the star, I'm only watching the star in
No,
that moment.
because how that you are seeing the light. That light has to travel. And we know
Man,
that
when I see the light, I see
we
the
know the
light in that
speed of light.
like a human being. I will tell you. When I see the light, I see the light in that moment. I don't see light in the past.
Actually, you are. You even if when you look at the
No
sun,
man, no man.
you're
I
looking
don't
at
see the
7
light in the
minutes in the
past.
past.
I'm not a wizard. I'm the human being.
All
I
right,
see
let's
the
do.
light in the moment when I see the light. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Okay,
so
well,
remember, lunatic,
if you,
that story is part of what I was trying to tell you. That's part of the lore, part of the.
well, okay, the lore is
No,
the
lunatic,
lore.
real quick, bro. Remember, because they added a specific size to the globe, right? It has dimensions, and then they added distances to Venus, right? Then they added distances to the sun, and they added distances to the stars and trillions of miles. And
They've,
or this
what about
lore,
the measuring the speed of light just on Earth?
They didn't.
They have.
They
The other
didn't.
thing is the other
They
thing
didn't.
is that no, hush for a second, please. Stop
go
Can I
ahead.
ask
interrupting.
you
Well,
some question? They measured
Hey,
also
um,
can
93 million.
you relax, bro? Can you relax?
Okay.
Damn.
can I please? Yeah. So the electronics that are in your that you're using to communicate with me right now, one of they only work because of the speed of light actually working. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to develop the software or the hardware to create
Yeah,
a circuit that
technology
would
is
function.
working, bro. Nobody's denying technology working. No one in here is denying that the computer is connected to the
Right.
Ethernet. There is C cables and also towers that communicate the signals. No one is denying.
Right,
But
and so when there's something that's
in
traveling at the speed of light, we're not seeing there is a delay, and we're able to measure that. Correct. So to deny the speed of light is ridiculous. And when I say that when you're looking through a telescope, you're looking back in time. That's just
yeah, but remember, you're adding the speed of light, right? And then to that, you're saying that the distance of these luminaries in the sky are billions or trillions of miles away. But that you don't know that. No man knows that. They're just claiming that. They haven't measured that. So they're saying that the light is it's taking a certain time to reach the sun or the moon and come back, or that the stars are trillions away. So when you're looking at those stars, the light is taking hundreds or thousands of years to reach the Earth. That's just a story, bro. That's not reality.
so. What about Voyager? Did we launch Voyager? Did it send back pictures?
Cartoons.
Not
Look,
cartoons,
look at the
pictures.
look at the bro. Come on. Look, have you seen the solar system ever? Show me. Google search solar system.
What about it?
Tell me what you see.
Nice. I mean,
What do you see when you search solar system?
depends on exactly what you're. I'm seeing pictures of
All of
various.
them.
I can see pictures of various different planets. I see them represented,
Okay, picture. What is the definition of a
but
picture
but because
versus
I can't,
photograph?
but, but because I can't, but because we haven't been able to. We don't have a camera with a wide enough lens. We're not going to be able to picture
You,
all of the
you see how
planets at the same time.
you see how you're using the lack of evidence as evidence. That's a big problem. So the difference between pictures and photographs.
Well, I've seen pictures of all the planets.
So you see the solar system? You see, remember when you said Voyager is being outside of, because Voyager already reached outside of the solar system, right? That's or something like that. So, so the solar system is a visual representation, like an artistic. You could draw like an image, but then the photograph is captured with a camera, right? Like you look in a land field, and then you have an optic, and then you capture the light, and then you print the photograph, and then you have a photo, something that it's real. But the picture that you're looking at the solar system, and you're saying this is what you believe. You look cartoons, bro. Like that's what the solar. Well, remember we have the like I was pointing out to you before. The solar system is a thing. Is we look at the sky, we see the sun, the moon, the stars, the luminaries, the radiance, and we see the system above, the heavens above, doing this movement, and we can see that from reality, from the ground. And then men are giving you the solar system in the cartoon, and they add in the Earth and all of the luminaries revolving around this sun cartoon. So you see, the sun in the cartoon is not the sun that we see in the sky. Those are different things. So the solar system that we see in the sky is not the solar system that you Google in Google and see these cartoons. There is a difference between those. That there is cartoon and then there is reality.
So when Kepler actually plotted out how created the first model of the universe or model of the solar system that was actually and was able to accurately predict all the movements and created a little mechanism to do so. None of the flat Earth theories actually was able to work. How do you justify that?
Bro, okay.
That his
There's
worked and the other
people
one
before
didn't.
Kepler. Listen, people before Kepler already constructed structures thousands of years ago, right? Structures are aligned to the movement of the luminaries that are in place, positioned to the movement of the sun, the moon, the stars, and are aligned before. So years before Kepler.
Yeah, the Mesopotamians did it, and but the Mesopotamians also believed in a globe.
Can I say something? Only so short. Kepler was assumed that sun is 13 million miles away.
Yeah, he was off in the distance.
He assumed 13, and today they are saying it's 93 million miles away.
Right, which is a much more accurate statement.
You have I posted the picture of Copernicus 3 million miles away. Took a break 13, Kepler 13, Newton 28 million miles away, some another guy 54, Martin 80 to 82, Encke 95, Mayer 104, and Ball 92 or 93 million miles away. Which one is accurate?
93.
93. Okay, I will tell you how they reached the 93. They assume the size of the Venus. They say the Venus is the same size like the Earth.
Okay.
How you do that?
How do you measure things?
How you know that Venus is the same size?
How do you measure things?
Yeah, they assume that it's
The
the same
question is
size. They didn't measure.
the question is how do you measure things?
Okay, how you measure?
How do you measure things?
I cannot measure the size of the Venus.
Really? Do you not? If you had a tool that could help you do that, would that help you?
Can you tell me which tool it can measure the things in the sky, like a, let's say, planet? Do you know any instrument measuring the planets?
Well, that's not my job. That's not
That's
my
part of
job.
the
So
lore, Lunatic. Those claims are part of the lore that has been trying to tell you. It's just lore of the story. It's not.
500 years ago, which instrument was used to measure the Venus?
500 years ago.
Uh,
Yeah,
uh,
'cause-
Kepler? Is it Kepler 1970, 1980?
Yeah, that was. There have been other people since him that have verified things and have kind of created more accurate statements.
In the time when Kepler was alive, what instrument he used to measure distance? Not distance, the size of the Venus.
Don't know, man. I'm not. I am not an astronomer. I am not a physicist.
Can you imagine which instrument 500 years ago could be used for measuring the planet?
He was probably eyeballing it. He was probably using a sextant or something of that matter, and then making
Let's
calculations.
eyeball. Let's do it today. Let's take a telescope, the best one,
Mhm.
and let's try to measure the size of the.
Are you talking about this? Are you talking about the telescope that's in orbit?
Any telescope.
Not
Try
in
to-
orbit, from the ground, because the people from the ground realize the size of the Venus, not people in
No,
the
I'm
space.
asking you. I'm asking you. Can I use the Hubble?
No,
telescope?
because you need to use the same thing what Kepler used.
Yeah, use the
Why?
ones in the realist level. The one you were talking about Kepler, and you said that Kepler determined this stuff that was already determined before him. But you're saying that Kepler did this, and he's asking you, can we do what Kepler did and determine the shape of Venus?
Well, can we? Yes, probably.
Let's do it.
Okay. Can I go back to school for this type of thing so that I can learn about about all the instrumentations, or
Yeah.
or can I just continue on through the logic of the fact that somebody else has already done the research and I can build upon that?
What is the logic? I want to also to take a logic to measure that also.
I want you to watch the show Cosmos, and they'll explain it all to you in much better detail than I can.
Everybody
So,
can explain to me, but I want to method how they did it. That means that everybody, if Kepler did it, that means it was easier
well,
than
let's go
today.
before. Let's go
No,
um before.
that's saying that I can build a Viking longboat because people did it in the 1500 years ago, and it must be easier than it must be easy. So I should be able to just go out and build a Viking longboat. Well, no, I can't because I don't understand all of it.
But you said nobody did it before Kepler, but this been done before him, and also
Well,
even the modern even the modern people today, including NASA, they use the Saros cycle to let's say post dict the movement of the luminary during the
well,
solar eclipses, the lunar eclipses.
the Quran also has a model that is pretty accurate for the time.
Well,
So I mean,
you see the Saros cycle was done by Babylonians, right? And Babylonians, they weren't globe earthers.
I think they were.
The people that observed the solar eclipse and the lunar eclipse, they use what the Babylonians use, the Saros cycle.
Yeah. But the Babylonians also believed in a circular in a globe Earth through science because they developed a ship. They saw the ship go over the horizon. Somebody made some observations and they attempted to measure it. So they found out that they discovered that the Earth was round. They were off by a lot as to the size, but yes, they knew it then. I mean,
No one today sees the boat going over the horizon. That's just a
yeah.
claim.
Well, I watched it, so I mean,
That's that's another story.
How
that's
did
true.
they know that it's globe and they didn't even discover America in that time?
Why would they discover? Why would they
So yeah,
discover America?
how did they know that it was a globe and how big the globe was if they didn't
They didn't.
discover? or Antarctica.
Why did they didn't go in? These are people that didn't even go beyond the coast very far
Yeah, and
because
they
the ship,
discovered the size of the globe.
because they didn't have the ships to do so. But they could see a ship going over the horizon. They measured that, and these people were smart.
That doesn't mean they observe the boat going beyond their view, or the water in the medium between the observer and the object blocking the view. But that doesn't mean that there is going behind the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so when you see the ship, when you watch a ship going out to sea, what part disappears first?
Bottom up.
The
Right.
part that is in the water. Remember, the boat is in the water. It's in the water. So the part of the boat that is in the water, you can't see it because it's in the water.
So the thing that is the largest and most easily be able to see, the hull,
Are you looking at the chat?
would be
Lunatic,
now
are you
if
looking at the chat? Look at this? Look at this. Look at this photograph. Do you think that this lady and this guy are behind the curvature of the Earth? Because
I think it's a hill,
not a hill.
but water doesn't bubble. Water isn't convex over great distances like that. If it was a flat Earth, then the water would be flat.
Is that football field that he presented curving like a ball?
That is a hill.
No, that's a football field.
Yes, and that it's not completely
Okay,
flat.
so we can also
Are you telling me? Are you telling?
Sacha,
Sorry.
we can see things going behind hills, right? Yeah, we can see that, but that doesn't mean that it's going behind the curvature of the Earth.
Jamesy, I want to ask a question. Does football fields has a hills?
Well, it's not going to be completely flat.
Yeah,
And from
the
the
question is,
angle from the
look at,
angle of the camera,
okay, great. Look at the GIF. Does football field it's going down 2 feet in 50 yards?
I've played on numerous fields that were not completely flat. Yes, it was easier to play football.
Are you telling me that they're playing the football and on one side it's down and another side it's up?
I've played on fields like that.
You played with the fields where is in 50 yards it's difference 2 feet. It's going down. Oh my God!
Sure.
Good. The real field, football field, not outside. You playing the football.
Well, I'm a flat baller, so I sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but I don't know. That means that do we have any football field what is flat, or every of them is going down, or up in this case?
You know that you can take a camera and put it in various places and create whatever.
You know that
that's not neither of those is proof of a flat Earth or a round Earth. It's just
okay.
proof
Can you try this? Find a flat surface
work.
wherever you want. Find some flat surface, one big long flat surface. Put the camera down and go away from the camera.
Okay.
What is not football field? Try to find some really flat, I don't know, asphalt with the same size like a football field, and do the same thing what this guy did it, and it will show you. It will show the same effect. You can do that with the coin on the table. It will do the same thing every time, and it's called angular resolution.
All right.
You cannot perceive more than. For example, that guy, you can build the, look at where he is. You can build a house there on the end. You know?
Do you believe that World War II happened?
Yeah.
Do you believe that the American Navy used the Iowa to shoot artillery that was 30 miles and to hit targets with precision.
Okay.
You know,
Do you believe?
Sasha,
Do you believe that? Do you believe that
Sasha,
happened?
aren't you like an artillery guy? Aren't you one of those guys?
Yeah, I was in anti-aircraft. Yeah.
Okay, anti-aircraft. But when you when you were shooting the anti-aircraft, you had different azimuths and things like that, correct?
Yeah.
But if you were,
And-
but if you were,
But
but if you were
I want to tell you something in anti-aircrafting, what I never account on.
but if you were shooting at a ground target, say 30 miles away,
I
say
never shoot
19
on that distance, but okay.
okay, but say 19,000 meters or 19,000 yards.
Okay.
Okay, now when you're shooting, yes, you have your angles. You have to account for the curvature of the angle of the shell, correct?
No.
Now, if you don't account for curvature of the Earth, you would be off by 84 yards,
No,
correct?
I never account in military on curvature and rotation, and nobody did.
But you were
Whoever-
anti-air. But you were anti-aircraft.
Yeah, because the Earth
That's
is
different.
rotating and aeroplane is in the air, you know, and I don't account on that.
But that's a false equivalency, please,
Why?
because you don't have to
Does
account for the. You
does
don't have to
aeroplane
account for.
does aeroplane account on curvature and rotation?
You're not. The curve. You're not. But you're talking about if you're talking about the Earth's spin. That's a totally
Yeah.
different. That's a totally different factor,
Yeah,
and it doesn't.
I'm asking,
And it's
does
not.
aeroplane account?
And with artillery, it's not gonna. It's gonna. With artillery, Earth's spin has zero effect.
Okay.
When you're
That
talking,
means-
when you're talking about curvature of the Earth, that is the thing that is. If you don't account for it, it's a physical difference.
Okay, I have an example of black swan. Do you know what is black swan?
Yes, I do. That
If I
but
put
then-
the ship,
and
if I put the ship on 10 miles behind that oil rigs, can I shoot that ship?
not directly, no.
Why?
It's but also that black swan thing has already been debunked
Yeah.
heavily. So that's a
Black
non-argument.
swan black swan. It was not debunked ever.
Yes, it was.
Can you debunk it?
I have the article, but
You
even
have
if I
the
would
article.
post
Do you understand the black swan argument?
if I post the article,
Yeah.
you won't
Do you
believe it.
understand the?
But
do
you won't
understand
believe
the
it.
black swan? Do you understand the black swan argument?
Yes, I do.
That
ahead.
means okay.
Continue.
What is
Understand that-
a black? Wait, what is a black swan argument?
Just continue on your thing. I don't want to have to explain it all, please. You've got a point that you're going to make, but I would rather have you, that I want you to get to.
I
Yeah,
would
what is a black
understand
swan?
if you
the black
understand.
swan-
Again, I'm not trying to convince you that the Earth is a globe, and nor am I asking you to convince me that it is flat. I am merely my purpose here is to understand why you believe what you believe and and the methodology that you're using to get to there, which is fine. And again, because I don't want to be disrespectful to you at
Okay.
all.
There is a, okay. There,
I'm more
I don't want also
I'm-
convince you that Earth is a flat. I want to give you information. This is information. Black swan. There is a there is a horizon behind the oil rigs. That horizon should be on 1.22 miles with given size of the Earth, but it is not. With that observation, that observation tells you that Earth is at least 9 to 10 times bigger than it is. That's my
Let me see.
explanation.
All right, so let me just to show you the alternative. I believe. Let's see. Look at this. See if I can find it. All right. Okay. See if I'm gonna have to see if I can do this. Sorry, I'm on two different. I'm on Discord on two different computers, so gets a little confusing. Pardon me if it takes a minute.
What's that?
Nope, that's not the one. Hang on. That's not the one I was trying to get to. Hang on.
I have also one.
Why did it not? I'm trying to figure out why this didn't.
Can you look mine?
All right, that's the one I wanted to show. Okay, I'm looking at your at the looks like the Straits of Hormuz. No.
Maybe I can help you. I have that.
Yeah, I see. I'm looking at yours.
You want to post this? Is it?
Can you see the one that the last one I
Yeah,
posted?
it's the same. It's the same like in your link. Two pictures. One is showing.
Right, but the second one I posted right above what the Canadian Atheist says.
Okay.
Um,
Do you see that second picture? So that the right one.
right.
Do you see that it's covering the oil rigs, the water?
Oh yes, Mastodon. There you go.
Okay. Now tell me which one of these two it's happening some phenomena.
It's called lensing, or it's called refraction, which
Okay,
is
it's
based
called
upon
refraction.
which when you're talking about especially over
what refraction is doing?
Okay, so you got heat on the water, which then creates a kind of almost like a lens. So the light is light is bending, but if you notice, it's not a perfect picture. There's waves. So because of course you're dealing with that medium that the light is traveling through, not being consistent.
And what is refraction doing on the left picture?
On the left picture, it's not. It's a different. it's a different thing. But if you look at it, that further one, which is not actually that much further from the other one, you're still seeing an effect of distance and curvature.
Effect in which way? How I see effect? I see the flat horizon behind the oil rig.
Okay, if you look at the structure that holds up the main platform, correct, the bottom part, you see less of it. You see less of it on one than the other.
You said that you understand the argument. What are the oil rigs in this argument?
What are they?
Yeah.
They're oil rigs.
And
What, I don't
only
understand.
oil rigs,
I don't.
or there are something else also in this argument.
I'm not understanding the question.
In this argument, oil rigs are marker for the distance.
Okay.
Can you imagine that there are not oil rigs? That it's big screen with the written 9 miles of it, nothing else.
Okay. I'm gonna see
Where is? Do you
the
see the
bottom.
water? Do you see the water behind the oil rigs?
It's irrelevant because of
Do you
refraction.
see the water behind the oil rigs? I am just questioning. Do you see the water behind the oil rigs?
Just look at the article that I posted, and
You can say yes. I see.
we can save ourselves a lot of. You can save ourselves a lot of time if you just look at the article that I posted.
Yeah, I look at the article and they are showing
It explains it quite well.
Yeah, a refraction. Yeah, I'm asking you what refraction is doing there, and now I'm asking you: is it the water behind the oil rigs?
What about it?
Is it the water behind the oil rigs? What you can see, or you cannot see the water behind the oil?
There's, it's fuzzy, but yeah.
Yeah, is that water real?
I'm assuming, yeah.
Okay. That water should not be there on heliocentric.
Why not? Why not?
Because it's real.
What about it? Because of the image that I'm seeing.
Because of the size of the air.
But the image is still it's all of refraction. Okay, the sun when you look at the sun on the setting on the horizon.
That's why I'm asking you, because of that water. If that water is not physical,
hear me out.
If that water, I want to try to
out. Hear me out, please. Okay, when you see the sun setting on the horizon, now you see the shape of the sun changes, correct? It squashes. It turns. It's like it turns kind of oblong as it's going down. Also, you see on the very bottom of it's there, but it's not. It's fuzzy, and the fact is that the sun is actually technically below the horizon, and we're seeing the refraction, that sunset refracting. That's why the sun when it does that, the sun seems to move faster than when it did across the sky.
What that has to do with the horizon?
Well, the horizon that you're seeing in that picture is a refraction of the actual horizon.
And where is the actual horizon?
Much closer.
Where?
I don't know, man. Probably
Can you show me on that picture where is the real horizon?
Probably 10 or 11 miles. Probably somewhere between whatever.
And what heliocentric model saying where should to be horizon?
Why? Okay, I've already explained everything.
Do you know where should to be horizon?
I'm not understanding. Okay, so you tell me where it should be.
1.2 miles.
1.2 miles. Well, that goes against the curvature. That goes against the curvature model, which is 3.1. or
with
3
the
point
6
something.
foot with the 6 foot observer height.
Correct.
This is 1 foot
But
observer height. With the
but at
6
9
foot observer height, it's 3 miles. This is 1 foot observer height.
Correct.
at 1 foot observer, it should be at least 3 point something miles, and that's
No, no, no.
1 foot observer height
No,
is 1.2.
no.
well according to the models.
1.2 is the square root of the observer's height in feet. Observer's height is 1 foot. Square root of 1 is 1. Times that by the distance 1.225, and you get 1.225.
Yeah, one. Correct.
Yeah,
How much is off?
that's not right.
It's not
You
right.
are saying that heliocentric math is not correct.
I'm saying that your interpretation of
Not my
what's being said
interpretation.
from
It's
the
an
principle is not
educational
being
system.
is accurate.
It's a world educational system. It's not mine.
Point out to me where my interpretation is failing.
Well, that's the thing is that right now I'm playing another game, so
Well,
I'm
you
doing
managed
a
to
lot.
tell me that
So
my
we're
So
looking a
you
lot of the
provided
stuff up.
attention, and you can't
maybe you should
even.
be able to back that up by pointing out to
No,
me
what
where
I'm
my
saying,
interpretation
well, I'm not
is
here to
missing
prove.
as well.
I'm not here proving anything to anybody.
No,
I'm
you
here to
just
listen.
thrown out a baseless assertion, so I want you to back it up.
I'm here
Wait,
listening.
let
I'm
them
here
two
listening.
continue. Let Despite Everything and Lunatic continue. They were doing good.
I'm here to listen. I'm here to listen and to understand. I'm
I'm
not here
okay
to.
that Jedi continue because Jedi knows everything and better speak English than me. I'm okay with that.
No, but your conversation was fruitful. I feel like someone was about to realize something.
Whilst
it's
he was
alright.
playing a computer game. Okay.
Oh, the biggest thing you could realize is that my scientific knowledge is not the greatest.
This is geometry.
And well, dude, I'm going to tell you a secret. In high
I don't
school,
want you to tell me a secret.
I didn't finish. I didn't. I think geometry is where I left off because I sucked at math. I did computers instead of math.
No wonder. So when I turn around to you and give you that equation, you tell you, no, you've got a misinterpretation of that equation. You then remind me
Well,
how you failed to geometry. All right.
well, it's just what. But there's also. But if you show me in a practical understanding, I can try to grasp it. So there. But I'm not stupid. But
Sasha's already pointed that out to you.
It's just the area of not my personal expertise.
Sasha's already pointed it out to you, though.
What?
Why this is practical. Because the curve of the Earth should be in a way for an observer standing at altitude above that curved surface.
But
Right.
then at the same point, when that oil rig disappears when that oil rig disappears, say in the second photograph, then I should be able to see the stanchions.
In another day, you have a.
No, I should be able to see the stanchions holding it up. Correct. In
Can
a
I ask
flat
you a
Earth.
question? If you one day you see 2 miles, and another day you see 3 miles, and another day say you see 4 miles, and another day you see 10 miles, do you interested in that days what you see 2, 3, 4 miles, or you are interested only in that what you see 10 miles?
Well, one is I'd probably like to go out and actually see the oil rigs themselves, understand what their size shape is, so that when I see it at a distance, I can actually accurately, see a picture of. I can actually picture what's happening. If you see both in the first and second picture, you see the stanchions you see on the one on the left. You see you see less stanchions than you do on the first one. Correct.
Do you know?
That
Do you know that
which
with
was
more,
that
with more
which.
distortion, with more distortion you see less? Do you know that?
So why would on the second photograph, why would that one be lower
Because
if
because
the Earth was flat?
there is happen in the second picture there is happening something, or waves, or I don't know, something is happening.
Okay,
The first picture is showing you reality. That's why I ask you, do you see the water behind it? Because water it's real, You don't see the phenomenon. You see the real water. Because of that, I told you. That means that other days, if you see less, you are not interesting because you see something what you see in one day. If I see one day 50 miles, and if I really see that 50 miles, if it's real, then I'm not interested in if other days I see 20 miles.
Well, wouldn't we want to watch? So why don't we do the experience of doing stop action long term? Have put it up there for a couple weeks through various different atmospheric conditions, and let's observe this whole thing, this whole phenomena on a longer scale.
You can do it on your own. You can go to the beach, you can find some distances, and you can look for the drop over distance.
Okay, well, when I've seen things like that in my history, in my past, that's why are you? It's I can explain
last
it
year.
easily.
I did that last year.
Okay.
When I have a possibility in to go on the seaside, I do that.
No, so let's move on to a further argument, and I mean, further, not argument. I'm not here to argue. I'm here to listen.
But that's the main argument. That's what there is no curvature measured in reality.
Is the Earth Is the Earth then a finite? Does it have a finite linear distance?
There is no such thing like a finite.
So it just goes on forever and ever and ever and ever.
There is no sorry, I didn't understand finite. There is no such thing like infinite. I thought that you said.
Okay. All right. So there is an edge.
I don't know.
There is an end.
Nobody knows.
Well, somebody would have known.
So it finishes.
No, nobody knows.
Am I right?
Well, somebody would have found out by now.
Well,
why?
maybe they have.
I mean, we've got aircraft that travel very, very quickly. We've got ships that travel places, and so at some point there's going to be something.
Yeah, from distance to distance. Are they flying to distance, or they're flying wherever they want?
I mean, if there was an edge, don't you think that would be a major tourist attraction?
I don't know about edge. You are speaking about edge. I don't know anything about any edge.
I mean, a restaurant at the edge of the Earth would be a huge hit.
The huge hit would be also curvature in reality.
I'm still trying to figure out why you think that you will be able to get to the end of the Earth, and even if people could, why they would turn around and tell you that they had.
Why wouldn't they?
Well, if they're trying to tell you that the Earth is a ball, then they wouldn't want to tell you this, then, would they?
Well, if they wanted to prove that the Earth was flat, they would definitely be showing. They would definitely be showing that.
They're not doing that, though, are they? They're telling us that the Earth is a ball, not that it's flat. So
why? Wait, so you're saying
that are lying to you to turn around and tell the truth?
But why would somebody who wanted to prove that the Earth was flat? Why would they not?
Why show
the absolute proof?
They're not going to prove it. They've probably already proved it. They probably already know it. But the Earth's a ball, according to them, that they tell us. So why would they, being as they're the only people that we would assume would be able to get to the limitation of our environment, turn around to us and say, "Hey, look, we've reached the limitation of the environment of a flat Earth when the Earth's a ball"? Why would they do that?
Because they suck at their job. I don't know.
It's not really an answer.
That's more my question. No, you're evading my question.
No, I'm not. You've asked me about the limitation, or us, sorry, about the limitation or edge, to use your words, and why nobody has reached it yet, and you'd have thought that they would have had, and blah blah blah. Well, maybe they have, but they're not going to turn around and tell you, and they definitely haven't. Otherwise, we'd be talking about that.
Well, I mean, if it would be a major breakthrough, it would be we would have. I mean, it would be huge. It'd be wonderful. It would. I mean, you'd have people all over the place going, "Look, see," and
you're not quite
how people will go around and look and see. How will people go around and look and see? How will you do that?
How do you get to the edge?
Yeah,
Finite distance.
but where you go? Where is starting point? Where to go?
Well, you could technically, if you just pick a direction and go that direction,
And
you'll
who
get
is
there.
doing that? Who is
How
doing
far?
that?
100,000 million miles?
In which
Sure.
direction?
Because, well, if the Earth was flat like that, and you say it keeps going, say 100,000 million miles, in one direction, then we would have a lot of new territory to explore.
We would, but we're not because we're not being told.
But that makes no
So
sense. As to
them, not us. Remember that
why
telling
would
us it's
they?
possible.
See, that turns into an argument of conspiracy, which
Well,
I thought we
people
had
hiding
I thought we had
something.
discussed that. I thought we
That's
had
why
discussed.
I don't understand. Yes, of course. We're talking about something that we can't verify. You brought up the paradigm of, well, somebody must have. So this somebody must have discovered X, Y, Z, and based on that supposition, then you think it's a conspiracy.
Oh, I don't think it's a conspiracy at all. But I'm
Within what you said, stop being slippery with your words, man.
I'm not being slippery.
You are.
I believe. I'm okay. So I'm not I'm not trying to believe in what you believe, and I'm not trying to not.
From the
And I'm not trying to
supposition or the
change.
point of view of the thing
I'm
that
not
you
trying to
brought forward.
change. I'm not trying to change what you believe. I'm merely asking a question.
Yeah, stop being slippery with your words. From the proposition that you brought forward, I obviously understand your personal viewpoint.
Well, but I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm just asking why. If we've got people, if we got Elon Musk going into space, and you say supposedly, and can have a rocket to do that, well, then we would have a rocket to even be able to get to the edge. So we would have
cannot
had
go
the
to
ability to
space.
get there.
We cannot go to the space.
But we could go, say, to the edge of the Earth.
We cannot go to the space, and we cannot go to your edge of the Earth.
Well,
Nobody can.
why not?
Oh, let's go. Where?
You got a couple million?
Okay, let's. I will. Let's say that I have 1 billion, and then what?
Then you talk to a Russian. You talk to the Russians, get on and charter one of their rockets.
I go to the Russian. I go to the Russian. Okay, how I go to the Russian?
You talk to the Russian Space Agency, I would guess, or you talk.
I go to speak with the Russian agents.
If I had $1 billion, I'm pretty sure that somebody would approach me and say, "Hey, do you want to go to space?" I go, "Okay."
Just give Putin a quick phone call and ask him if you can rent one of his rockets. Yeah.
Hey, Sasha, doesn't matter how many billions you got, you can't go to Narnia and Fantasyland. You can't go to a cartoon. Doesn't matter how many billions you got, those.
Then what happened with the rockets? I mean, I saw pictures of the rockets going up there. They've tracked them
in the air. Did you see rockets going into space?
They didn't go to Narnia, that's for sure. They didn't go to Fantasyland, that's for sure, right?
Did you see rockets going to the space?
I've seen lots of rockets go into space.
No, you didn't.
I used to watch space. I used to watch the shuttle launches all the time.
Did you see? Okay, you see the shuttle launch. Did you see that launch? Okay, you see the launch is going into air, and then you see how it's entering into space.
Well, space sort of. You go through different. You go through different layers of atmospheres, and then you get out of it. And then you get out of it.
To a cartoon when you're looking at the screen and it changed into a cartoon, and then you saw the cartoon rocket going to space. Remember that part?
When you
Well,
when you look also,
that's because they don't launch two rockets at the same time.
Yeah,
to-
yeah. So you
to
saw a
photograph each
cartoon.
other.
You saw a cartoon going to space.
No, I
Remember?
didn't see I didn't see a cartoon going to space. I saw they go up. I saw them release
Let's
the
get-
boosters.
And
Can I ask
you
you a
see all
series
that
of questions? That's real fast.
when you when you saw the
Hmm.
launch, did you see all that layers for the Apache?
Can I get in just for a second, Sasha?
Yeah.
I'll be super quick. So this might seem a bit off topic, but I'll tie it back real fast. Okay. Do you know how to check to see if you got like a fake $20 bill, my friend?
Yes. Well,
Right.
I
You
know
have to
a couple of them.
You have to have the original, right, to see if the other one's counterfeit, right?
No. You got a
No.
marker. I got a marker that you use, and that's generally how they choose. How they prove it.
Okay, so what marker do you use to check and see if like the space they show you on TV is counterfeit?
So, huh?
How do you know they're not counterfeiting space? What do you have to compare it to when you see space on TV to make sure that it's the real space, right? Like when you see the hamburgers on TV for commercials, right? You don't realize it, right? Your neurons are telling you that that's all food, but that's not food. It's like artwork, right? So how would
Most
you
of the
tell?
ones. No, on the one the hamburgers I see on TV are indeed not real hamburgers.
Right. So you get what I'm saying?
It's just like I see a model, and I know that that's not how she looks like when she wakes up. I know I'm married to a super hot chick, and there are times that she's woken up and I've gone, oh, that's not the way you looked yesterday.
And it's the same with men, right?
Yeah,
Probably
I'm about
worse.
to get it. By the way, I'm about to get hit.
I don't know what the fuck. Oh, okay, yeah.
No, my wife is my wife is standing right here.
Right, but she got my argument, right? That you know what a counterfeit is when you see the original next to it, right? So how do you know if they're counterfeiting that thing that they call space on TV? Because you said that you saw rockets go to space, but what you actually saw was a television show, and you believed it to represent reality because you have no idea how to verify that, right? Is that correct or incorrect?
I've seen a lot of. I watched the entire show of Vikings, and but I've never actually been to Sweden, but I believe Sweden exists.
Yeah, that's verifiable, bro. I mean, you can talk to Swedish people.
Well, yeah, but I've never been there,
and pretty easily. So I'm asking you,
I could verify I could verify easily that space exists if I had $1 billion, but I don't.
No, you can't because Jeff Bezos and what's his name?
Elon Musk.
Space. Elon Musk, yeah, thanks.
They didn't.
So if they couldn't do it, what makes you think you can?
Well, then where did William Shatner go, and all the other people
didn't go to space?
Not to
high altitude. Go ahead, bro. I'm passing the mic. Go ahead, Jimsy.
Go ahead.
Again, I'm going to keep on reasserting this: I'm not actually here to insult or berate or belittle or anything like that. I am really, I really just am. For me, this is me trying to understand the inner workings of the thought process, the methodology, etc. You know what I mean?
So you're interested in psychoanalyzing flat earthers' thought processes, or you're genuinely interested, in what they have to say in regards to relation to the nature of the earth, that you want to go and look into it yourself?
Not really psychoanalysis. It's more of a when somebody's it's the same as when somebody says that they're devout Christian, or if they say that they're a devout Muslim or Satanist or even atheist. I want to understand why. What's going on in their head? How do they come to those conclusions? Because it's understanding the inner. It's really understanding, people.
What about in
And
like global religion? In the global religion, do you try to understand that as well?
what religion?
The
Oh,
globe, spinning globe, heliocentric, space
the
religion.
the quote unquote the what you would consider the religion of believing in a globe and a cosmos. That would be me trying to analyze myself from the inside. It's hard, so it's easier for me to look at how you believe and why you believe, and then it's easier to analyze because I can do that from an outsider's perspective. You know what I mean? It'd be
Well,
it'd be
just
like it's okay. It would be like me trying to explain to you what it means to be an American while standing in America. Do you know what I mean?
that should be pretty easy.
No, when you don't truly understand it until you're outside of it, until you go somewhere else and observe it from an outsider's point of view.
Okay, so analyze this, right? The only time you see the world as a globe is when you turn on your TV, open a magazine, or see some cartoons, right? The only time you experience the globe is in your mind's eye. Never in reality do you ever experience the Earth as a globe. You only believe what you see because your brain cannot differentiate between what you see on TV and what you see on reality due to decades of brainwashing. The easiest way to brainwash somebody is to repeat the same thing over and over again until they deny their own senses and reality and accept what they've been told.
Like I said, I was in the Navy. The curvature of the Earth was always involved. There were satellites we couldn't get to because the curvature of the Earth, blocked it. So we had to wait until we got within range of that satellite, so that we could reach, so that we could azimuth, so that we could then bounce our satellite phone off of it. Now, that's fact. That is hard science. That's undeniable.
So, what you are saying is true partially, right? Except for the word satellite. They could put a device on some sort of, drone, jet, balloon, etc. And what you would say would still be true. Yeah, you don't have communications until the device
You can't have geosynchronous balloons. It won't maintain its position properly. It had
You're saying that the signals you got came from an orbit, 25,000 to 150,000 miles away, right?
Yeah, we're bouncing satellite. It's off of satellites.
How'd you verify that it was that far away?
What?
How'd you verify the location of the signal source?
I don't have to verify that because that is the Air Force's. That is the Air Force that's in charge of that part. I have to know that they're there. I have to know that they're there, and of course, and then I have to know angles.
I can explain how you could verify it, by the way.
Okay, how?
Latency, right? So how long it takes your signal to get to the and from the satellite based on the speed of light, right?
Right.
Like, so for example,
the delay. The delay.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So, for example, Hughes Satellite, their internet connection, which is old, it's the predecessor to Starlink. You can't actually use it for real-time voice communication because it's too far out. The latency is too high. Where Starlink's much closer, you can use it for real-time streaming.
What do you guys think about Neuralink?
I think it's absolutely the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Neuralink.
But
Fuck Neuralink.
I mean, anybody who's going to let somebody put wires into their brain, That's putting a lot of faith in really
Putting a lot of
untested
faith
shit.
in that faggot Elon Musk, right?
Well, it's not.
You're gonna miss out on a lot of really cool firmware updates, bro.
I don't. No, fuck firmware updates. I smoke weed and I jack off. Those are my firmware updates.
I'm just waiting for. I'm just waiting for the concept of, well, I hacked Susie.
Well, me personally, I think if Neuralink becomes a fucking thing, the government's gonna make us all try and believe us all that the globe is an Earth instead of flat as it should be.
Can't make anybody believe anything.
That's what they want you to think. They're already got you.
So who's they?
The hierarchy enslaving you.
The shadow government.
So who are they?
The fucking Masons.
The banksters.
All right. Have you ever been to a Freemason, or have you met a Freemason?
Yes.
Yeah, my grandpappy was friends with one.
Most of them. My grandfather was a third degree or 33 degree or whatever it was. He was pretty high up there, and I will tell you, if it didn't have to deal with him farming, he had no, he didn't care. They're not in charge of shit.
So let me ask you a question. When you do stuff in secret, is it good things that you're doing, or you trying to hide things that you know that you ought not do from everyone?
There's the secret? Because it's called the secret society?
No, it's not called a secret society. They actually keep secrets. They take a blood oath, and anything that you say that you did in or said or did or heard in the lodge, you say it outside. You basically take an oath saying that they have the right to kill you, hurt you, punish you, whatever, because you broke the valve.
That's not the way the nations work.
Really? So they don't take blood oaths when they join?
They may, but they're not going to kill. They're not going to kill. They're not. Okay, here's the thing about secrets. Do you know how you keep a secret?
You get dirt on somebody.
No, if I
make them do things that they would be ashamed of or illegal. That's the only way you can keep a secret. Is if you both do something illegal. Why do you think Epstein chose? This is on YouTube? I'm hoping. Why do you think Epstein chose human trafficking when dealing with all the politicians? Why do you think that is? Why do you think Ghislaine Maxwell was involved in that? You think it's because they're just really horny old dudes?
All right, I'm going to tell you a fact. The only way a secret stays secret is so you tell me a secret. The only way that ever stays a secret is if one of us is dead.
So that would be the reason why you would kill somebody for breaking their oath.
But no, it's just. But and our government can't keep secrets.
Really?
We fight. Well, yeah.
Like never.
So let's use the UFO thing.
Oh God, here
we know. Why do you think that they released all of this shit? Because the secret can't. That secret can't stay secret. It just can't.
A secret that can't stay secret.
Do you know what happens at Area? Do you know what happens at Area 51?
Weapon design,
you do.
Manufacturing.
Yeah.
Right.
Aircraft. We know what happens there.
Plus, they got like a movie studio too, right?
No.
Yeah, they do.
Because you were there?
No,
how do you know this?
Because we've seen it. It's people leak stuff, like you said, right?
Okay, so now you're telling me that they have a movie studio because that was a secret, but now it's not a secret because somebody leaked it. That is entirely my point.
So are you saying there are no secrets whatsoever, and we know everything that our government does?
A secret, especially as big as this, yeah, we would know.
What do you think cops have been doing for like the past 100 years before the camera phone came out? Do you think maybe there was some cover-ups and people got turned into slaves because they violated their rights and covered it up in secret?
Wait, who?
Ever happens?
Who? I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that.
Are you unaware of government cover-ups? Like when cops like beat the dog shit out of somebody and then say that he reached for the gun or something when he didn't.
Don't, and we knew that when we've known that for, well, ever since there have been cops, we know that shit happened. We know it.
Right.
We've always
and
known it. Proving it in a court of
before
law.
the cameras came out, before everybody had a camera in their pocket, because there's no longer a need for tape.
Right.
Anyway, we're way off topic. I don't want to hog the mic. I'll let Sasha regain the mic if he wants. I was only supposed to ask a few questions.
It's okay, man. It's all right.
Anyway, you see flat Earth, experience of flat Earth. You use the world.
But show me the edge.
What? Show you the edge? That's not what I said.
If it's flat, it has to end somewhere, right?
Who says who?
So you think it would just go on forever and ever?
Why would it not?
On a horizontal plane?
Why would it not?
Then why haven't we ventured there? Why aren't we discovering
in Antarctica before the governments go, hey, you can't come here? There's a thing called the Antarctic Treaty.
So the question is it land forever or is it just nothing forever?
I don't know. I've never been there.
Because if it's land forever, that would be infinite mass, and that just can't exist. Even if you don't allow for gravity, you can't have infinite mass.
I'm never claiming an edge. I said I don't know. You guys are the ones that always bring up the edge and Antarctica and all that stuff.
Well, it's the edges. It's kind of an important thing. If you know what I mean? it's kind of a key factor.
In your mind, because you've been programmed to hear the word flat Earth, and you see the boats going off the edge because you went to public school. But in my mind, the edge is irrelevant. It's like talking about your birthday. That's how irrelevant it is. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about the Earth and how it actually is. And you're saying, well, what about the edge?
Wait, no. Well, that if you're talking about the Earth, it has a shape, correct?
Who says
saying what happened to that edge that Christopher Columbus didn't fell from, right? That's what you're asking.
Yeah, because he learned that in school. Christopher Columbus was looking for India, and they were like, no, bro, don't go. Like, please, don't leave. You'll fall off the edge. And he accidentally discovered the Caribbean. Right?
Well,
like nobody was there, right? Because that's what you learn in school.
And Leif Erikson found Newfoundland.
How come they didn't teach you that in school, bro?
I did learn it in school.
You learned about Leif Erikson in government grade school. And they didn't tell you that Columbus discovered America.
Columbus did not discover America. Columbus discovered the Caribbean.
Would you go to Hebrew school? You didn't learn that Columbus discovered the Americas?
He discovered the Caribbeans.
Okay, that's what I said, right? But
he did not. That's not the Americas. That's
part of the Americas.
That's the Caribbean.
The Americas go all the way from Alaska to Buenos Aires, right?
Right, but
and everything in between.
He discovered the Caribbean. He called them Indians, and to the day he died, he was convinced that he found that the West Indies was the west part of India. Hence the reason that they called it the West Indies.
Okay, I'm just curious. You never heard this phrase uttered. Christopher Columbus discovered America in 1492.
Yeah, and then they told me that that's bullshit.
Who told you that Christopher Columbus discovered America?
My teachers.
I'm old
All
enough
my
to remember them saying that.
My teachers when they covered Christopher Columbus, they were very clear and concise as to what he discovered. It wasn't America. He discovered the West Indies.
The West Indies. Your teachers told you that Christopher Columbus discovered the West Indies.
Yes. Because my teachers were not bad. They were good teachers.
He discovered them after the natives discovered them, but sure.
Well, yeah, he discovered them for the Europeans. Yeah.
Wait, lunatic. You think the United States is America? Only the United States?
I think that America is, you have North America, Central America, and South America. The West Indies is a different thing.
That's not part of
And
the Americas.
no.
Weird.
Heard the
Puerto Rico,
Vikings there.
Puerto Rico.
before.
The Vikings.
I think officially the West Indies are part of North America. Just so you know.
I think that they would. I think they would argue against that, but yeah.
Oh, and they may not like it. I don't know. Whatever.
Either way, it's like, you know.
You do realize the Colombians are Americans, right?
What?
Mexicans are Americans. Canadians are Americans.
Yeah,
people that live in Buenos Aires are Americans. You know that, right?
Yeah. Yes, I told you that. I said North America, South America.
You know that Puerto Ricans are Americans? Do you know that Puerto Ricans are Americans?
No, they're not. They're Mexicans.
Puerto Ricans are quote unquote Americans because they are a protectorate of the United States.
No,
yeah, but they are in the Americas.
In between North and South America.
But we're arguing stupid. We're arguing just dumb shit now.
I know. So let's
yeah,
get
but
back
it is
to,
dumb. But people of the United States, they think the United States is America, and that's it.
Yeah, no.
They don't think about outside of the United States as America. They think the United States that's America.
Yeah.
So it's not. It is dumb, but a lot of people actually believe this.
Yeah. Well, I grew up. I grew up. Part of my childhood. I grew up in England, so my education was a little different than these typical American.
Maybe a little bit better. Let's just admit it.
Are you saying you're better
my
than
education was better? Oh, my education was probably way better than Americans.
Yep.
Most Americans. So I kind of wish I would have stayed there all the way through high school.
So lunatic. The Caribbean is part of North America.
Who cares?
Lunatic, were you talking about not being able to describe what you are because you're part of it?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you ever read de Tocqueville?
Who?
Alexis de Tocqueville. He was a writer. You ever read him?
No, I haven't. No, I have not.
He was a writer. He actually he defined what it was to be an American early on. He toured America. I think he was a French aristocrat, and he toured America and wrote about what it was to be an American early on. I mean, in the 1800s, early 1800s, and he nailed everything about. If you read what he described what it was to be an American, he nailed it. And he was an outsider; he could see it, right? But Americans couldn't see it. So I was thinking about that. If you read his writings, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons that when I watch the news, sometimes I like to go to watch also BBC. I also like to CBC and even Al Jazeera if the topic is really a hot button issue. I want to because I can see other points of view, other perspectives, and try to get. And then usually the truth is somewhere in between all of it. You know what I mean?
Well, they have to tell the truth sometimes.
Well,
Nobody would watch it.
It's like you observe something from a single look. Okay, I'm gonna bring up 9/11 not because I want to discuss 9/11, but when I watched. Okay, so when Building 7 fell, from one angle it looked like a controlled demolition, and I was convinced for the longest time that they dropped that building. It was controlled demolition.
So was Fairbanks, Alaska. They were convinced too. In fact, they.
And then I turned around, and then I saw that somebody had filmed it from the other side, and I saw the immense destruction that had already happened to it before it fell. And I was like, oh, well, that makes perfect sense now as to why it collapsed the way it did. So sometimes it's just being able to look at it from a different angle. Nonsense.
He's describing his experience, and so it's not nonsense. He's describing how he changed his mind based on new evidence. He specifically said he didn't want to talk about.
But he didn't use the senses, right, to come to that determination.
That's not the point. The point is that he changed his mind based on new evidence.
But it's nonsense.
Sure, if you want to say that, go ahead. But we don't want to derail the conversation to a 9/11 discussion.
Correct. That's why I was very clear on why I was stating it. It just seems it was just one more things that popped into my head that was very descriptive. That I thought we could all relate to. There's things that you could experience because you are within it, and there are things and so you can get a really good insight into that. Sometimes though, sometimes you have to see that perspective from an outside. Part of what I'm trying to hear and see is I'm an outsider in this group, obviously, but I want to, so I'm trying to look at it I'm trying to get to understand it from an insider's point of view and from an outsider's point of view.
Well, you're not going to be able to understand it from an insider's point of view until you go out to a large body of water at rest and make some observations over at least 5 or 10 miles.
Well, I was in the Navy, so I mean, I've done this.
Oh, so you know that we can see too far, and that's why globe earthers invoke refraction, because they know that it completely nullifies the radius that was given, right, by NASA.
I know that the refraction exists.
Wait, how do you know that? How do you know for sure that the light is bending down around the curvature of the Earth at the same given rate from NASA at roughly 8 inches per mile squared? How do you know that the light is actually doing that? Can you observe the light making an arc around the Earth?
You know that you can bend a laser beam, right?
How?
You can bend it with a gravitational and magnetic force. They've done it in a lab.
Okay, so
light bends. You do know that
here on
you know
Earth,
that light bends, and you know that you can bend light. You can bend light.
I've seen a fish tank, bro. I'm wearing glasses on my face, right? So I know what you're talking about: Snell's law, refraction. But what are you talking about? Gravity can make light bend in a lab. Can I see that experiment? Can you cite your source for that?
Right now, again, I'm playing a video game, so
I'm playing a video game too. I'd still like to pause it and see your source.
Oh, what are you playing? Well, I'm playing an MMO. I'm playing Star Wars Galaxies. So.
No way. No way.
Yeah.
I gotta add you.
Right, gravity bending light was just demonstrated back in the early 1900s, right?
Do you play Galaxies?
Mm-hmm.
Are you on the SWG EMU?
Guys, get a room. Come on.
Hey, we may get a room. We may be like, we may be getting it on. Party up and go do shit.
Go ahead, Smash Brother.
Go kill some crates, man.
So, do you trust the scientific journals and the medical journals, all that stuff?
Okay, so when you for instance, when somebody comes out with a study that directly affects me, I try to do my due diligence and understand the methodologies and what's going on. But again, I'm not a medical student, so there's really a limitation to how much I can understand without going through school. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, certain things.
So people saying things like, "Oh, I'm not going to put that in my body. I don't know what's in it." Well, you don't know what's in most of the crap that's going on in your life. So, really, is that really an argument? Just say you don't want to. That's fine.
Well, I mean, when certain companies get sued by RFK Jr. and win because a law that was passed in 1986 said that it required that there be safety studies done every other year, and there is none, then what evidence do you have that they're safe? I mean, just, call it like it is.
Well, and the thing is, it's the same thing as the flu shots or any of the other shots or any of the other
We're
medication.
not
I have
supposed to
no
talk
idea.
about that. You can't talk about that.
I have no idea what's in the shit. So
Yeah, you can't talk about that here. I
okay,
think, I don't know, unless somebody
that's
wants to.
I think that if we get too heavy, if we go into what that it's a murky road. So,
Yeah, we get it.
but
You're a big pharma cuck. We get it.
what? No.
Huh?
First, I've never used the word cuck. It is it's right up there with bruh. It automatically degrades. Please don't do it. It's
Okay. Well, please
it's
don't.
based on the word.
Big
It's
pharma.
based on the word. It's based on the world. It's based on the word cuckold, which has to deal with. It has to do with
cuckoo
marital
birds.
relations,
I know.
which is when you call somebody a cuck, it's just poor English.
I gotcha.
That
Don't push
puts it.
big pharma products.
I'm not pushing anything.
Okay, well, I won't push big tobacco products. I think we have a deal, right?
I like tobacco.
I don't care if you like tobacco. You
should
can
not.
put whatever
I
in your
should.
body you want.
If we were in a different channel, that is a thing that I'm a proponent of. But when we're talking about this flat Earth thing, okay, outside of that little argument or that little experiment that you're talking about, what other things do you have?
But to find out about the Earth, you go outside and you look at the Earth, bro.
Okay, can you explain how the seasons happen in a flat Earth model?
Yeah, sure. It's real simple. When the sun gets closer, like during the summer months, like June, July, August, it gets hotter outside. And when the sun gets like further away, like December, January, February, it gets colder outside. Proximity to heat causes it to get warmer.
So how far away is the sun?
Oh, I don't know. Do you know?
Why doesn't it change size as it gets closer and farther?
Well, you've asked me that several times, Matthew.
Then you never have an answer.
That is incorrect, Matthew. I always have an answer for that question. I'll go over it again, if you must. So, does the atmosphere act like a lens, according to you guys?
Sometimes.
Sometimes, right?
Oh, Matthew, don't say that, man. It's never a lens. Can't be.
No, I didn't say it isn't. There's a difference between is and acts like.
No, it doesn't act like it either.
So light doesn't refract.
Refraction is not a lens.
I didn't say refraction is a lens. Did you hear me say that? Is that what you heard? Does light refract in the atmosphere, Globers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering. So if light refracts in the atmosphere, then the atmosphere must be acting like a lens in the sense that it's causing light to refract. Right, Globers?
Just continue.
Okay.
Continue your thing.
So if the light acts like a lens sometimes, then it would cause atmospheric magnification, which is something that happens when you look at buildings like from Michigan, and you're looking at Chicago. Those buildings are, 40, 50, 60 miles away? Now, how could you see something that far away? Wouldn't it shrink as it gets off into the distance? You could see it with your naked eye on the beach. Right?
Continue with your thing without input. I don't need you.
Just trying to make sure that we're on the same page, because at any time I'm wrong, just stop me. How about that? So as the light bounces off of the building and goes through the so-called atmosphere and eventually reaches your eye, the light is going to be diverging and spreading out in all directions, because that's the nature of light. Please view the inverse square law. So as the light attenuates through the atmosphere, it spreads out. So if you were to start out in Chicago on a boat and head away, the buildings or the skyline is going to appear to shrink as you go off in the distance, and at the same time the light is attenuating and spreading out and stretching out in every direction. So the sky's the limit for up. Obviously, left and right, it can stretch out pretty far, but the water is the limit for down, and that will cause things to disappear from the bottom up, but I digress. But the atmosphere acts like a lens, according to you guys, so it would naturally cross-cancel as you get further away, or as the sun gets further away. It's going to appear to stay the same size. Now, that's just a theory. That's not science. I'm not claiming that, this is something you could test out for yourself, but it's a little non-scientific theory that kind of makes sense to me. Let's call it a postulation. How about that?
Okay, so how does
Matthew,
that...
have you ever heard me say that before? Sorry, brother, I'm cutting you off. Matthew, have you ever heard me say that before? About cross-canceling? Seeing how you're a math guy, I'm pretty sure you would, remember that. Right, Matthew? That got your tongue, Matthew? Because you did say that I've never answered that question.
Okay, so my question. So let's go back to my original question of. Okay, so in North America, okay, let's say you're in Fairbanks, Alaska, and it's winter. Where is the sun?
Was it the Tropic of Capricorn? It's over the tropic.
Okay, so is the sun up or is the sun low in the sky?
Lower in the sky, due to perspective.
Okay. All right. Now, in summer, they have days that there are no nights. Correct?
Yeah, Arctic Circle. Yeah.
All right. Now, what's happening in the other end? What's happening it's happening in Buenos Aires at the time.
I'd imagine it's pretty cold.
Where is the sun? When it's winter in Fairbanks, Alaska, what is it in Buenos Aires or Valparaiso, Chile? Right. Now, where's the sun?
Closer to Buenos Aires.
All right. So in your model, the sun would have to be much closer, and it would have to alter its trajectory a lot every during all the seasons. So it's wiggling all over the frickin' place. Now, that seems like a really complicated model, doesn't it?
No, it's much more complicated to think that the sun is going around the galaxy at like hundreds of thousands of miles an hour, and the Earth is spinning like a top and wobbling, which is causing the precession of the equinox, even though Polaris has always been the pole star and always will be the pole star, no matter what Google says. So it's much easier to understand it that way, that the sun is making a circuit around the Earth. You do understand relativity, right? Classical relativity, that all motion is relative. You heard that before? Right, so if all motion is relative, then you can't definitely say that the Earth goes around the sun, right?
Actually, I can say it, but that's
so you don't understand relativity.
That's irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant? If you're saying that all motion is relative, you cannot definitely say that the sun goes around the Earth or the Earth goes around the sun, because there's infinite reference frames, right?
That's misusing and misrepresenting relativity.
So explain to me what it means when I say all motion is relative. Apparently I've misused it, so go ahead and correct me. I'm willing to be corrected. I don't want to say the wrong thing twice.
All right, so you've got So we'll just keep it at a galactic scale, not like the universal scale, because that gets really messy. At a galactic scale, everything is spinning around a central. They believe it's probably a supermassive black hole in the center, right? Everything's got this swirly effect. It looks kind of like a toilet drain if you dump glitter into it, right? Because we observe, and we believe that because we observe other galaxies that are similar. So that's where that comes from. Do we know exactly what our galaxy?
Black holes.
Do we know exactly what our galaxy looks like? No, but we can look at others and observe. So our solar system is spinning around that, right?
Allegedly.
And then we've got, so basically our sun is in motion.
That's true.
Okay, so then around, and then we got planets that spin around the sun in varying different orbits.
Yeah, like Mercury and Venus.
And based upon gravitational fields, etc. We got the moon.
That's not scientifically, theoretically. It's just
we've got the moon. We got the moon that goes around us, and then we're spinning at the same time.
That's another postulation.
Okay, it's been observed, but okay. But
wait a minute. It's been observed that the Earth is in motion?
Mm-hmm.
How can you say that if all motion is relative? Could it not be that the sun is orbiting the Earth?
Absolutely not.
Okay, you don't understand.
It breaks all of the laws.
What law?
Again, I am not an astronomer, so I can't give you absolute detail.
And how do you know it breaks the laws if you don't know which law is being broken? That's like saying, hey, it's illegal to record, and you say, what law is that? Is that legal advice? And I go, I just feel like it's illegal, right? It's illegal to record in public.
Do I say it's, did I?
You said it breaks laws. What do you mean by that?
Okay, so when laws aren't the same as like actual municipal laws, dude, it's way different.
I never said they're the same.
Well, but
I just said, what law does it break? Like the first law of dynamics.
I'm not a scientist. I'm not
I can help you out a little bit with that if you want.
Yeah,
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
please.
Help him out. He's struggling.
Sure. Right. So there's two ways to look at it. There's Newtonian reference or Newtonian physics, and there's Einsteinian physics. We talk about orbits. That's really Newtonian, right? And with Newtonian, there is an absolute reference frame. It's not all relative. With Einsteinian, it is all relative. But in Einsteinian physics, you really aren't orbiting, so to speak, but you're falling towards the gravity well that is the sun, right? So it's not exactly an orbit, but you are falling towards it, right? But we generally think of Newtonian because that's easier to understand and just is more common sense, right?
It's archaic.
Right. Well, it's not archaic in the sense that it's useful for most real world applications within most of the things we encounter every day, right? But it does have limits, right? We can't. That's why we have Einsteinian stuff, and we do use Einsteinian physics for some things in everyday life, and I can point out some of those if you want. But Newtonian is a lot easier to think of, right? And that's the point. In Newtonian, you can say yes, the Earth orbits the sun, right? Because there's an absolute reference frame.
Yeah, but that's from like 1666. That's been debunked for over 100 years.
And well, yes,
debunked. It's been explained indifferently.
Yeah, and it was debunked, by the way, by Eddington. Well, Eddington proved Einstein correct by observing the solar eclipse, right? And light bending around the sun, which is getting to the other point. He was saying, you show me light bending with radioactive.
Are you affirming the consequent there? How do you know that the heliosphere, which is the sun's atmosphere, didn't cause the starlight to bend around the sun? Doesn't the atmosphere of the Earth act like a lens? Is it not so far-fetched to think that the heliosphere, which is the atmosphere of the sun, to act like a lens to cause this phenomenon? How did you rule out all other possible causes? I think what you're doing there is you're affirming the consequent, right?
Okay, first of all,
else.
don't use terms you don't understand, like affirming the
Which
consequent.
term? Okay.
Okay.
You want
So
me to
affirming the
explain what that
consequent
means?
is
Hold on,
yeah,
stop
sure.
just a second. You just accused me of a fallacy, right? Or not knowing, sorry, not knowing what a
Accusing
fallacy
you of ignorance, not a fallacy.
So, yeah, can I give you just a second so you know that I know what it means, right?
Sure.
So Larry ate a pizza on Friday. He must be full, right? Larry's full on Saturday, therefore he must have eaten a pizza. Is that a textbook example of affirming the consequent?
A.
Okay, so let me
A
now.
therefore,
Now I'm going
it's
to
A
take.
therefore B,
Hold
B
on.
therefore right. Except that what type of argument did you just give me?
A formal logical fallacy.
It's a formal deductive argument. I'm not making a deductive argument. I'm making an inductive argument.
You said, I know it's not deductive. That's why it's not science. It's inductive. You said that because Eddington saw stars during a solar eclipse, it must be that Einstein was correct about gravity, when it could be that the heliosphere is causing the light to refract from the
Right,
star.
I'm making an evidential argument, which is not deductive. Therefore, affirming the consequent doesn't apply.
Therefore, it's not science.
Well,
Therefore,
yeah, but
it's
you have
not
to admit
proven.
that it's affirming the consequent is a logical fallacy for deductive arguments. It's not a deductive argument. So
You're telling me
it doesn't
that
apply.
science is not a deductive process?
Oh,
By
absolutely.
eliminating
It's not a
variables?
deductive process.
Okay, so
It is inductive.
is it a science? A scientific theory? Is gravity a scientific theory?
Is gravity a scientific theory? Yeah, sure it is.
Okay, so give me the independent, dependent control variables.
Independent, dependent control variables. That's not the way it works, right?
Wait a minute. Science doesn't control for variables? Are you serious right now?
Hold on.
You're talking about the scientific method, right?
Hold on.
You know,
Can you describe what is science and what is not science? You're familiar with the demarcation
philosophy
problem,
is
right?
not science. Yeah, we're talking about demarcation. That's correct. We're talking about the difference between philosophy, and if you're claiming that a philosophy is science, that would be pseudoscience.
Well, philosophy used to be called, or excuse me, science used to be called natural philosophy, right?
Sure, and every bit of science is philosophy, but not every bit of philosophy qualifies as natural science.
Right. So what I'm saying is that you provide evidence, and you provide the best explanatory evidence best explanation, and the most parsimonious explanation, right? And also the heliosphere. To get back to your thing, the heliosphere is not an atmosphere; is a nickname for the activity around the sun.
Are you telling me there's not gas particles around a large object made of helium and hydrogen?
That's not the heliosphere. That's not what they refer to as the heliosphere.
Is a vacuum, or does it have gas particles in it?
The heliosphere is a sphere of activity around the sun, right?
What kind of activity? Is it energy and matter, or only energy?
Oh, well, you can't tell the difference, right?
Yes, you
but
can.
It's an area of activity around the sun, but it's not an atmosphere, right? You equate it to an atmosphere. It is not an atmosphere, right?
So
therefore,
define the heliosphere for me then.
It doesn't have. Hold on. It doesn't have the same properties as an atmosphere, which it would, for refraction, it would require different layers of density. That's not what the heliosphere is. It just doesn't have those properties. So to claim that it could provide refraction, now what it does do, the sun does bend light around it, right? As demonstrated by Eddington.
So, from NASA, heliosphere, the sun sends out constant flow of charged particles. What are particles? Is that like
charged particles? Charged particles are both a state of energy and a state of matter.
Right. So
they're both physical and energy, but you have to, when you're talking about space, you're also talking about something that I believe is the superfluid. I don't believe it's actually that there's a nothing. I don't believe that anywhere that there is a nothing.
I would agree.
Because something will exist everywhere, be it energy, be it whatever. And I do believe that eventually we will be able to scientifically detect these things. We just currently can't.
Yes, we can.
Now,
you want me to post the Big Think article? So you can
No,
see
there's a
Hold on,
energy
partner.
grounds.
I asked him a
Energy,
question.
yeah.
Bro, don't be rude. Would you like to see the Big Think article? Or
Sure.
there you go.
Just pop it to me, and
There you go.
I'll be
Right there in the
interested to
side
read it.
chat. Now, please continue. Other guy who was talking.
No, I agree that there's no part of space that is nothing, right? There's always like a ground state energy, right?
Right, and the more in your model, the more mass an object has, the more it's going to, attract things, right?
Yeah, I mean,
So does the
attract
sun have a
warp space,
heliosphere made of ionized gas particles? Yes or no?
right? But it can't.
So
Yeah, sure.
do these
There's
particles
such a
have
thing as
different
there's such a
density
thing as a
layers?
heliosphere.
Do
There's
these
such a thing as a
particles in your
heliosphere.
model have different density layers, sir?
It's random. It's not like the atmosphere on Earth, right?
Oh, it's random.
It is.
So the gravity doesn't
No, it is
work like
not.
it
It is
normally
not.
works
Okay.
in your model next to the sun, right?
So what I'm saying is that you cannot equate the atmosphere on Earth with the heliosphere because it is a completely different thing. The only thing in common is the sphere part of it, because
Is there a
the
density
heliosphere.
tower?
The heliosphere, you're equating apples and oranges, right? So you can't. You're equating properties. You are equivocating, right? You want to use philosophical term? There you go. You're equivocating.
Okay, so you said it's a false equivalency between the Earth's atmosphere and the sun's atmosphere, correct?
Yes.
That's what you're saying that I'm doing?
For the purposes of for your claim of refraction.
So let me ask you one simple question. When an atmosphere is around an object in space, does gravity affect it in a way that could create layers of density?
In atmosphere, yeah.
So how is it a false equivalency then?
Okay, so what? Wait. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna.
Well, I
I'm
need
probably
him to
gonna.
recant because he accused me of a fallacy. Sorry, don't save
wait.
him. Please put yourself on the sideline. If you want to cheerlead, do it in the text chat. He
No.
needs to address what I just said to him. Please don't try to
No,
save
I
him.
was. No, it's just more of an explanation.
If you could just be quiet just for a second. He either needs to recant, and you can address it in the text chat. Please.
Right. So the heliosphere is an emanation of charged particles from the sun streaming out, right? So it doesn't. It's exactly the opposite of the atmosphere on the Earth. The atmosphere of the Earth is comprised of gases that are being contained by the gravitational pull of the planet, right? It's exactly the opposite. Those are particles. Those are particles streaming away from the sun, and therefore would I don't even think there is what do you call it? There are layers of density, except that there's maybe more particles near the sun, maybe, but it's a completely opposite effect. And there's no
So gravity
predictability
doesn't
to
work
it.
the same way around a body of object in space in your model known as the Earth as it does the body known as the sun.
I'm not talking about gravity. I'm talking about your false equivalency of the heliosphere and the Earth's atmosphere. That was the question.
Okay, so again, how is it a false equivalency?
I just explained why it's a false equivalency.
Because you think gravity works differently when you
No, I don't think gravity works differently. I said they're completely different. They're completely different phenomena, right?
An atmosphere that surrounds
they
the
have in
sun is
common
a
is the word
completely different
sphere.
atmosphere that surrounds the Earth. It's a completely different phenomenon, according to you.
Yeah,
you got
it is.
any source that you would like to cite that
I just explained to you. I just explained to you the difference. You don't want to accept it.
Yeah, I could explain to you, why I think that, my mom is a whore because I saw her at Harry Hines Boulevard, right? But it could be that she's standing there waiting for an Uber, right?
Right. So I just explained to you the fundamental properties of both, right? And explained to you how they're different. If you think I'm wrong about one of those statements, you can provide evidence that I'm wrong about one of those statements.
I already did. I posted a NASA link. You want me to post it again? The heliosphere is the sun's atmosphere. You're saying, nuh-uh, it's not like the Earth. So there you go.
All right, let me read your article.
What a weird, thing to argue, that the sun's atmosphere is not like the Earth's atmosphere.
I think it's pretty weird to argue that it is. It's emanating charged particles off the surface, and it's not a contained gravitational atmosphere where it has natural layers to it because of the gravitational field. It's exactly the opposite. So you're claiming they're the same. because you can't admit that Eddington discovered that light bent around the star in 1919 or whatever, 1917, and then again in 1919. He did it twice.
When did I ever say that he didn't see that? I'm just arguing with your interpretation of the observation.
No, you're exactly. You're arguing with that. That's what he saw, that the light bent around the sun due to gravity.
Cite your source saying
due to gravity.
If you could just cite your source showing that the sun's atmosphere is different than the Earth's atmosphere, and refraction wouldn't be caused by density towers. If you could just cite your source, because that's what you're claiming.
Well,
so if you could help me out with that, I'm willing to be open-minded and have my mind changed. But as far as I know, in your model, that refraction would be caused by the heliosphere because of the density tower, because the sun is made of hydrogen and helium.
The sun's gravitational pull at 93 million miles is significantly less than the when it gets to the moon. So therefore, the moon's going to have a little bit more is going to have more effect on the density at that point. It's just a distance thing.
Red herring.
Probably.
Yeah.
But it's well,
Wait, Larry, I don't want to straw man you, but are you saying that gravitational lensing is caused by atmospheric refraction on the sun? Is that what you're saying?
Nope. I'm saying that atmospheric refraction is caused by the heliosphere on the sun in their model, and that is a possible cause, right? A possible cause for the Eddington observations, so-called proving Einstein's theory to be correct. So let's just not make baseless assertions and call it science, right? Let's entertain all possible causes.
Slow down. Atmospheric refraction causes, you just said it, that it causes gravitational lensing.
No.
The heliosphere is causing the lensing.
No. I said refraction.
So why did you just say that?
I didn't say atmospheric lensing, bro.
Clarify
Wait.
the claim.
You said gravitational lensing. I didn't say gravitational lensing.
Yeah, that's what the Eddington experiment was looking at. They were watching an eclipse and they were
that's
watching
the
the
whole
lensing
argument.
of the stars
Did you just get in the room or something, bro?
Did you hear? Let me finish my sentence. Eddington experiment was observing gravitational lensing near the sun. The gravitational field of the sun was affecting the path of light from stars behind the sun. Right?
How did you rule out that it wasn't the heliosphere?
You're saying the heliosphere caused the lensing. That's what you just said.
Right, the refraction. Not
right.
the
When you
gravitational
said no,
lensing.
that's not what you said. Why'd you say that?
Because you said gravitational lensing. I said no, that's not my argument.
The heliosphere is causing atmospheric refraction to cause the gravitational lensing. That's your claim.
No, that's not what I said. That's incorrect.
Clarify.
Okay. I don't know if you just got here or something, but what I'm claiming is that how do you know Arthur Eddington didn't observe the starlight coming from around behind the sun due to atmospheric lensing in the heliosphere?
The heliosphere of the sun?
That's the only heliosphere that I know of.
Okay, so
Yes,
how would the light curve at that distance?
How would the light curve around the sphere of the Earth at that distance, or whatever distance?
The Earth has got its own gravitational pulls. Well, I don't understand. I'm not understanding.
He said the heliosphere is causing lensing. That's what he said.
But how?
Not gravitational lensing, atmospheric lensing, what you guys call refraction.
Yeah, you're conflating things because you don't want it to be gravitational lensing. You want it to be atmospheric lensing. So you're conflating the two.
I'm not conflating anything. I'm offering another possible cause. What I believe that you guys are doing is you're giving a false cause because you have no idea why the light is coming from the other side of the sun. You're affirming the consequent and saying that it has to be gravitational lensing when it could be atmospheric lensing due to refraction.
Not affirming the consequent. Let's get that straight.
Okay, we've already been through this. Were you not paying attention? Do you have ADHD or something?
Yeah, I guess I was not paying attention when I showed that you were wrong about affirming the consequent.
Okay. No, I'm not worried about insults. I am Not going to go over it again. If you need to go back and listen to it again, go ahead, or we can agree to disagree. You saying that it has to be because of gravitational lensing, and it can't be anything else, is a false cause affirming the consequent fallacy. You don't know the cause.
But it's not affirming the consequent fallacy because that's I'm just saying you're wrong about that as it's not a fallacy in this sense. I could be wrong, but it's not affirming the consequent.
You could be wrong. So what causes what causes the light to bend around the sun from the star that's directly behind the sun? What causes that? What causes that? What causes
the charged part? Hold on. The charged particles. I'm reading about the heliosphere here and how they interact with other things, and they don't really interact. They would not.
Why are you
interact
changing
with
the subject, bro? You just brought up affirming the consequent. Can you please tell me? Please stay focused. What causes the light?
Affirming the consequent is a deductive fallacy. We're not using a deductive argument. So end of story. You can move on. You're wrong. We can move on.
No, you brought it up. Stay focused. You brought up
staying focused on the fact that you're wrong about affirming the consequent.
What causes the light from the star to come around the sun during a solar eclipse? The Arthur Eddington observation. What causes
gravitational lensing.
Okay, you're affirming that to be true, right?
I'm affirming that as the most likely cause.
The most likely cause, right?
Right.
So,
best explanation, most parsimonious explanation.
Do you know what a consequent is?
It's not a deductive consequent.
Following as a natural effect, result, or conclusion. So you're affirming that is the natural effect, result, or conclusion, right?
Right, but it's not a fallacy because it's not affirming the consequent fallacy because it's not a deductive argument. It's an inductive argument.
So it's not science then. If it's inductive,
science is not deductive.
Karl Popper.
Science is not deductive.
Have you heard of Karl Popper? I'll go ahead and post
yes,
that for
I know
you.
Karl Popper.
You don't understand science.
Well, Jesus, I'm in the right room for that.
Karl Popper, falsification. Let's see what Karl Popper has to say. Popper is known for his attempt to refute the classical positivist account of the scientific method by replacing inductive with falsification principle. You know what that means?
He claimed if things weren't falsifiable, they weren't science. That was his solution to the demarcation problem. The only problem is that statement in and of itself is not falsifiable. So you end up with a regress.
An infinite regress, you claim. Okay, so basically if I say that magical fairies create pixie dust and that's what caused the light to bend around the sun, is that science?
That wouldn't be fun.
No, I'm saying this is part of the demarcation problem.
That's not science?
Falsification. I'm saying falsification is an important criteria that is part of the scientific method, but it's difficult to decide what is science and not science, right? The demarcation problem. So
it's real easy.
Right. And
does it go through the scientific method? Can you manipulate the cause and see the effect? Can you manipulate the independent variable, which means that variable alone, and see the effect from your causing of the manipulation of the presumed cause? If it doesn't do that, then it's not natural science.
That's the whole point of the Eddington experiment. If you understand it correctly.
Okay, so how did he manipulate the atmospheric lensing? How did he manipulate the gravity of the sun to cause the light to bend around? Oh, he didn't do that, did he? That's right. That's right. Pseudoscience.
Because you don't understand what science is, right? So he enacted prediction.
So please explain to me, what is science? Please teach me.
Well, science is it's difficult to explain, right? It's a demarcation problem. It's basically the way I like to think about it is the prediction is the ability to hypothesize and predict from that hypothesis, right? And if you can create an experiment, and manipulate the variables to predict it, that's great. That's the preferred method. But we can't do that in all situations. For example, evolution, right? We can't go back.
The problem
Evolution
is,
certainly isn't a science. Go ahead,
Larry,
Jimmy.
the problem is that he's saying that he can make any hypothesis on his imagination, and he thinks that's a valid hypothesis. And based on this imaginary hypothesis, I don't need an experiment to debunk that hypothesis, right? To falsify it, because it is a hypothesis, but he needs a valid hypothesis. He needs a natural observed phenomena and make a valid hypothesis, and then do an experiment to manipulate the variables, right?
Thank you, Jimsy. Please continue. I got to call my wife.
It can't just be like making an imaginary hypothesis out of non-existent stuff.
Exactly. Otherwise, you're in danger of affirming the consequent, begging the question, or just relying on correlation. And we know that within natural science, correlation does not equal causation. Correct.
So he's saying, yeah, I'm making a hypothesis out of my imagination, therefore it's valid. No.
I wanted to point out just one other problem that he's got. The sun is claimed to be a black body, which absorbs all spectrum of light, including radio waves. So, so he's got a problem there. So if there's light being emitted from behind the sun towards the sun, behind it from our vantage point, being absorbed. So how's it getting by anything? Refraction, gravity, whatever you want to imagine.
You're talking. Oh, sorry. So you're asking me a question?
I'm just pointing out a problem, a flaw in your.
No, it's not a problem at all.
Within your own paradigm. Within your own paradigm. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So it's not a problem. I probably can't talk much longer, so I'm losing my voice. But the sun is modeled as a black body, right? But it is not a black body. It's millions of degrees, right? So that's the point, is that if any light hits it, it gets absorbed. That's why they model it as a black body, right? Light won't pass through it. That's why they call it a black body. It's pretty simple explanation.
So it's not going to be bent around, it's going to be absorbed, right?
No, it bends around. It doesn't actually come in contact with it. It bends around it, right? So it doesn't come in contact with it. Light is bent around black holes, and different things, right? So yeah.
So it's been bent around it before it reaches it, right? Okay, I got it.
It never comes in contact with it. It's bent around it. You understand Einsteinian physics, and if not, I guess I could explain it, but probably wouldn't do a great job.
So you want to tell people that have come in here and claimed them? No, right? Tell all the Globers out there that claim that you can bounce signals off the sun. Tell them that that's not possible.
I don't know that you can. I don't know. Maybe you can. I've never heard that. And if you have a reference for that, I'd like to see it.
It's either going to be bent around. It's going to, be, there's going to be gravitational lensing, or it's going to be absorbed, or it's going to be reflected. Fucking make up your mind, Globers.
I haven't made those claims, and if they happen, that's not that's news to me. So I have to look at that.
Are you saying that? Are you saying that because? I'm just curious. I mean. Are you saying that radio waves coming off of the sun shouldn't be coming off of the sun because it should absorb them? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's claimed to be a black body which emits radiation but also absorbs any radiation.
Well, a black hole also emanates a hell of a lot of energy out of the center, even though it is absorbing.
I'm talking about black holes. Everything. I'm talking about black bodies.
Well, they're basically a sun and a black hole have a lot of things in common. When it comes to when you're dealing with gravitation,
we can see the sun every day, and no one has ever seen a black hole, right? And you guys accuse me of false equivalency. Sheesh.
We've seen you can't. It's like, okay, show me dark. Can you see the dark? No, you can't. You can see the absence of light. our eyes only perceive light, and that doesn't perceive.
So a black
dark.
hole is like the sun in the sense that you can see sunlight, but you can't see.
I'm talking about gravitational pulls and lensing, and things like that.
How do you know it's not refraction due to plasma or gas clouds throughout the universe in your model? How do you know what's causing it? It has to be gravity, right? No other possible cause, because refraction only happens on Earth, not in space, right? So like I said, you guys believe in refraction when you need it. But when you don't want it to be there, you just completely ignore it as a possibility and affirm that it has to be gravitational lensing, like it's your mantra, like a religious mantra. Say 7 Hail Marys, and then
okay? You can't even tell me about the edge of the Earth. So I mean,
I'm not claiming it. Why would I talk about something that I'm not claiming? You can't tell me about
the Earth
you
is
can't
flat.
tell me about pixie dust causing the heliocentric model to be true. How come you can't tell me about that?
I can tell you
Tell
all
me
about
about pixie dust. Yeah, tell me about it.
All right. First off, it's bullshit.
Okay. So how come you can't? How come you can't back up that claim that you didn't make about pixie dust? Come on, bro. Back up my claim for me. Tell me about it.
Okay, you want to say that pixie dust is real?
No.
Okay.
I'm just giving you an example of how you can't claim something and then pass the claim off like a baton and get someone else to back it up. That's not how debates work, bro.
I'm not debating shit. I'm trying to figure out I'm still trying to figure out how do you believe what you believe. And again, one of the biggest things about a flat Earth is a flat Earth has to be a finite size because of mass. Because if it didn't end, then the sun and moon and all that stuff wouldn't be able to go around it.
According to
in your model.
According to you. So you've checked out my model. And you said that it has to do this or it can't be true, and it doesn't do this, therefore it's not true. That's weird. Why would you do that?
Okay, so if it is a horizontal plane and it doesn't end, when the sun goes down, where the fuck does it go?
So far away that you can't see it, right?
When
so
the sun
far
goes
away,
down,
yeah, so far away that you can't see it.
I can't see it do what? I mean, it goes down and it comes up on the other side, so obviously it has to go in a big circle, right?
Yeah, circuit. Yeah.
Okay, so then at some point it crosses the plane of Earth, right?
Crosses it. What do you mean? It's a circle. Circle.
It goes down. It crosses the plane that is Earth.
No, it
the
wouldn't
horizontal
go down.
plane.
It wouldn't go down. Like, you ever flown a drone? You know what happens when the drone is like right over your head at 399 feet, and then you fly it like due east for 6 miles? Does it go down below the Earth, or does it just shrink into the horizon due to perspective?
So it just goes infinite. Then is there a new sun that shows up on the other side then?
No, bro, it's the same sun 24 hours later. So say you get the drone,
Well,
you fly it due east. Hold on, bro. You get the drone, you fly it due east for 3 miles, it disappears. And then you make a giant circle, a semicircle, and it comes all the way around to the west from 3 miles away from you at 399 feet the whole time, and then it comes back in the west. Is that a new drone?
Yeah. Okay. Now so how fast does that drone have to go in order for that to achieve that effect? Because it can't be a constant. It's not a
I guess it would
constant
have to be
speed.
less than 30 minutes, or the battery would run out.
But But I mean, how fast is it? I mean, you're talking about a sun that changes speed.
Why can't the sun change speed? You have a reason why it can't?
Well, can you explain it?
I don't have to explain it. Like, you keep making me, like, you want me to explain things that I'm not claiming. The sun comes around once every 24 hours. Exactly, right? Okay, so where does it go? It goes to, like, the Orient, and then Europe, and then back to America within 24 hours.
Do you have? I mean, I'm asking you because I really want to understand. Do you have a model that I can look at that shows how this works?
No, and neither do you.
Well,
you don't have a model either.
I do have. We have plenty, but
Really? You have plenty of them, and none of them work, right? Do me a favor. Just Google
What
the
do you mean
phrase
none of them work?
crisis. Just Google the phrase crisis in cosmology. Your model is broken.
on a solar system. The solar system model is broken.
The standard model of cosmology, the lambda-CDM model, is in crisis. Are you unaware of this?
How is this
Crisis
in
in
crisis?
cosmology.
How is it in crisis? Just explain it to me.
Yeah, it's real simple. The things that they claim about the lambda CDM is not true. Are you familiar with the fact that cold dark matter was recently debunked?
It doesn't matter. It
You know
doesn't
what we're
matter
talking
towards the
about?
argument. It doesn't matter towards the argument that we're talking. We're talking about something that's real basic.
Wait a minute. You said
Dark ma-
you got a
dark
working
matter-
model. Dark
Dark-
matter that
dark-
comprises 80% of the old model before it was debunked. It doesn't matter that it was
Dark matter-
debunked. And now Einstein's
dark matter-
theory of gravity is so
Oh,
far broken
dark
that they
matter-
got modified. Bro, please stop interrupting. You
Well, let
brought
me-
up the models. Modified Newtonian dynamics is what they're trying to work with now because Einstein doesn't work, so they're trying to modify Newton's gravity to make it work. Are you unaware of that?
Well, dark matter doesn't exist because dark matter was simply a placeholder.
Because gravity didn't work at the galactic level.
Because of mass, and that is also. But it's also being explained. It's also they're working very well with a superfluid model that accounts for all of that.
You mean the ether?
Superfluid. That
Well,
when you look,
rose is the rose by another name, right?
Ether is an archaic term that doesn't mean that it is not a very specific. When you're talking about the space between composing, having mass, having mass and motion. When you talk
Space
about
between the
superfluid-
Casimir
but when you-
effect.
But when you
zero-point
talk about,
energy?
so when you're looking at when you apply a superfluid model to it, it actually accounts for all of that shit.
So you're invoking the ether now because space-time didn't work? Okay.
Space-time
I guess you had to
does
do
work.
something.
Space-time does.
If it does work, then why did they need to invoke black holes and dark matter in the same galaxy to make the gravity work?
Again, placeholder. It's just because you don't know, just because you can't read something, but you can see evidence thereof. You can put a placeholder in place.
Again, you're
to-
affirming the
to- What is
consequence.
that?
Gravity has to work. It has to be that there's dark matter and black holes creating enough gravitational pull to make gravity work in the center and in the halo around the edges of the galaxy. Has to be gravity, right? Just like it has to be gravity causing that effect we talked about a few minutes ago, where you can see the star behind the sun during solar eclipse. It has to be gravity.
In every equation, in every supposition, there's always the element of unknown. And
Right, like
sometimes
why
you-
is it that we can
and-
see too far on a globe Earth? Well, it has to be refraction, right? Can't be that we're just looking at Earth and it's flat. Has to be refraction. Has to be.
Well, then if you're going to go with that, I'm going to ask you once again, where is the edge?
Tell me about fairy dust. What's it comprised of?
No, where is the edge?
No, tell me about
fairy-
fairy dust. Does it come out of her bum or does she speak it into existence? Does it come from her wand?
Tell me, do you have any evidence of a fairy existence or of any fairy existence?
No, I don't have any evidence of anything like that. Just like I don't have evidence of an edge of the Earth. Nor do I believe in such things.
But then you believe in an infinite plane.
I don't know what to believe. I don't.
If there-
Is it possible?
then-
Let me ask you this, psychoanalyst. Is it possible that I don't have an opinion on this matter. That I just don't care about the edge of the Earth, or if there's, a dome, or, some sort of infinite plane. Is it possible that I just don't care about it? That's why I don't talk about it. Is that possible?
Maybe there's not enough information at hand, right?
Right. Maybe I just don't care. You
So,
care an awful lot about it.
Well, no, it's just I'm trying to get it. I'm really trying to get it, but when there are basic questions that that would support your theory, and then you deny the fact that even matters. I'm curious.
Bro, what does the edge of the Earth have to do with the shape of the Earth or the lack of curvature, right? What is it when there's no curvature on the surface of the Earth at all? Does that mean it's flat? Right?
Yeah, he's committing an argument from ignorance.
He keeps talking about the edge of the Earth. Like somehow that's evidence of the lack of evidence is evidence for the globe or something. It's really weird what he's doing.
Well, an eternal flat plane that all of a sudden we only occupy a finite portion in the middle of it, apparently.
Claiming that
Suddenly that would then because it's an aberration would then require the existence of a deity, a higher power, or a creator that would be
what you're afraid of?
That would manufacture.
Are you afraid of being judged?
No.
Is that what you're afraid of? Is that
So
what you're afraid of?
ultimately, your ultimate answer is that fairy dust made this flat Earth.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Oh my God, let me put it in plain English for you. You can't bring up a subject and then get someone else to back up your claim. That's burden of proof reversal fallacy. Do you know what that means?
When you make an extraordinary claim, you better have extraordinary proof, and that's what
You're
I'm saying.
claiming an edge, and you want me to back up that claim.
I'm saying no. You're claiming a flat plane. I'm claiming and without being able to denote a shape.
Bro, what if the
even
Earth is
even a
not
rudimentary even a rudimentary shape?
What if the Earth is not a shape? What if it's not an object floating in space like you saw on TV and in your school books?
Then what do you think it is? Then what do you think? What do you think it is?
What I think Earth is? Dirt. That's what I think Earth is.
Forever and ever?
I don't know.
Well, I doubt it's going to change.
It's dirt. That's what Earth is. It's the dirt between the oceans, right? That's what Earth is.
Okay, how far does it go?
Bro, do you think I've walked it and measured it out with like a ruler or something?
Well,
how the hell should I know?
If the Earth is flat and therefore you're saying it doesn't necessarily have an edge, then there would be a continuance. There would be a way to go.
I don't know, bro.
further.
You're asking me to make claims about things that I don't know about, like the edge of the Earth. I don't know anything about that. I'm not claiming that it is or isn't. You keep trying to make me argue for an edge because you hold on. Because you went to school and they showed you boats going to the edge of the Earth, so you're stuck like a broken record because of your programming from Ghislaine Maxwell's father and his company where he produced the books that everybody fucking went to school with.
But you somehow are claiming that you're with your finite scientific abilities, apparently. That nobody has ever gone that 5 feet further, that little bit beyond what we have actually mapped, but then somehow the conspiracy to conceal this, this knowledge somehow is a global thing, and that's the thing is I'm trying to.
I don't know if anybody else. I don't know if anybody else sees it, but this is the same thing you were talking about like 2 hours ago, my brother.
I know, but it still hasn't been answered.
You keep asking the same thing. Where is the edge? I told you don't need an edge, and I told you exactly the reason why. Do you remember the reason why you don't need an edge? Do you remember what I told?
I actually don't remember what you said. What's that?
Okay, so the reason why you don't need an edge is because we're contained. It is finite. No one knows the conditions of the extremities of this entire place.
Then there would be an end. There would be something at the end. There would be a barrier of something.
Where the
Show me the barrier.
Where the container meets the ground or the sea. No one has come back and reported back on that.
Okay, I'll show them the barrier.
The other part is I want to clear this up because you keep going around this too. Like you could just go anywhere you want, just pick a direction. No, you cannot. If you're on a ship or by air or whatever means of travel, you have to let the authorities know which country you're leaving and what your next port of entry is, when you plan on being there, and for what reason.
Actually, submarines
you don't get to go anywhere you want.
Submarines.
Are you a submarine owner? Are you a submarine owner?
No, I'm saying that but what you're saying is you're making an absolute, and that's not true.
That's military. That's militaries have submarines. Yes. Do they cordon off certain areas with their submarines? Yes. What else do you want to know about that?
Well, when you have a submarine that circumnavigates the globe.
Okay, you're talking about submarines.
You have to have a radius for a globe. In order for you to have a globe, you need to have a curvature on the surface. So drop over distance. And we already established that. You don't know when that was ever measured. Wait a second. Now you're interrupting me. So listen, we already established that you don't know where they measured that directly ever in history, right? You don't know, or else you would have told us.
Well, I'm not in a crisis over a knowledge. So
neither are we.
Yeah, you're in crisis.
Neither are
I
we.
went over the crisis in cosmology. You're incorrect.
Yeah,
your model is
you're
in
the
crisis.
ones in crisis.
You're just in denial.
I see no
supremely confused.
I see no crisis whatsoever.
Bro, did you not Google crisis in cosmology? Are you lazy or are you just playing video games?
No, you're either really naive. You're really naive, or you're very misled, and I think it's a little bit of both myself.
I already explained the superfluid model also works.
So
how does that make the Earth a globe?
Do you have experimentation?
How does that make the Earth a globe?
It's still
how
theoretical.
Does superfluid theory? How does superfluid theory make Earth a globe? Tell us.
Yeah, he's talking about crisis. He was talking about the crisis in cosmology.
I know. But still, you're gonna end up getting back to this. You're gonna end up going back and round with us because it's gonna end up being where's the curvature measurement. That's what it's always going to come back around to.
All right, watch, Sonny. I'll make him invoke the firmament. Watch this. Okay, bro. Can you hear me? Okay. I know you love it when I say bro. So the Marconi guy, he did a broadcast, line of sight radio from the UK to Australia, right? How did he do that if the Earth wasn't flat?
It was not line of sight.
Yes, it was. Early broadcast for line of sight.
No, you're talking.
Yeah,
you're not including attenuation.
Tell us what bandwidth he was using. Tell us which frequency he was using, Dan, Mr. Know-it-all.
You tell me. You're the one who brought it up.
No.
Well, hold on.
We brought it up. You have no explanation, right? All right.
So how did the signal go that far around the curvature of the Earth? You said you were in the Navy.
It's called so when the wave goes out, the wave expands and the wave is able to bypass mountains. Correct. We know this much. We also know that when under various conditions, when it goes up and you can bounce it off of, and it can get trapped into. It can get trapped into not a firmament.
What do you call it?
Atmospheric. The atmosphere. Not a firmament.
So you bounce it off the atmosphere of the thing that it travels through?
It's not all going to travel through. It can go in all sorts of directions. You realize that it's it's not shooting a fucking laser beam.
Okay, give us the specs on that.
It bounces off of the ionosphere, right?
The burden of that proof is on you. The burden of proof is on you. You're the one who made the extraordinary claim.
It's your claim. You're the one that made the claim, bro. Why do you keep doing the reversal of claim?
Because
That's a fallacy.
you're claiming it was line of sight.
No,
I'm saying, I'm
you
telling
like,
you
oh yeah.
I'm
So
telling you
give yourself an
from
excuse.
expertise. I'm telling you from experience that radio signal gets trapped into, and it's part of how we actually account for that when we're
Okay, good.
broadcasting
Show us exactly
anything.
how it's done. Show us exactly how it's done. Give us the white papers on that, the documentation, so we can look over the data ourselves. Do you have that?
Oh dear God.
Guess not.
So they bounce the
I rest my
signal off of
case.
the firmament.
show me how.
They call it ionosphere nowadays, but that's what the kids call it, ionosphere.
How is that? How is that?
There's your edge.
Relevant.
There's your
where's it?
edge.
That's the edge of the Earth.
Well, if radio signals can't pass through it, pretty crazy, right? How can light, whether it's invisible or visible,
First off,
pass through an ionosphere?
First off, it actually does pass through, but it also gets trapped.
So
the wave is.
What do you mean trapped? What do you mean by that? You mean
Trapped
it
by
bounces
what?
off?
You mean the Van Allen belts, the ones they couldn't go through in 1969?
Well, you can.
And
go
they told
through
us so in 2015. Yeah, they told us in 2015
do me
they
a
can't
favor.
go through the Van Allen belts. So so they hit the barrier, didn't they? Yeah, that's what we think too. Welcome to Flat Earth.
What barrier? What are you talking about?
The signals from Marconi's radio signal bounced off the ionosphere. This is something you could Google real fast, right? You've been asking, where's the edge? There's your fucking edge. We call it the firmament. You call it the ionosphere. A rose is a rose by another name. I'm passing it to you. Thanks for being patient with me. Go ahead, Sonny.
Oh no, it was good. I wasn't trying to barge in or anything. I love hearing you, absolutely, Larry. So
appreciate you, bro. Yeah, that's how you get Globers to invoke the firmament. By the way.
Yep. So that's it. It's actually how it is too. Like they can't get through that one area. They call it the Kármán line, whatever you want to call it, the Van Allen belts, whatever that is. They can't get through it. Proof of that is the Dominic projects of the blasting, the firmament, Starship Prime, the dome, the fishbowl of the
Operation
of
Fishbowl.
God. Yeah, Fishbowl, Starfish Prime, and all those other shots up there called things after different kind of sea creatures. What's up with that? They didn't teach
what's
us
up with
about
Globers
that. Cool.
invoking the dome known as the ionosphere? Because it's either flat and it was a line of sight signal from the UK to Australia, or there's something up there that you can bounce radio signals off of. So you can either have a flat Earth or a firmament, but you can't have a bouncing signal off of the atmosphere.
So Lunatic, why do you subscribe to the globe religion, the space religion, but you don't subscribe to any of the other religions?
Sunk cost fallacy because he spent a lot of money on college. Anchor bias because that's what he was taught in school. Confirmation bias because it has to be gravity.
Lunatic.
Why do you? Do you understand how science works? I mean,
is that your answer?
I mean, there's a reason. There's a reason we don't burn witches. I mean, because witches don't exist.
You subscribe to Scientology. That's your religion, Scientology.
Absolutely.
Now they just censor them instead of burning them. Oh, guess what? I wonder it's being censored. And that's very odd that someone like you would come here to find out what flat earthers think. You're a psychologist. You're like a psychology student or something.
He also said he's not here to argue, but he's been like a superhero of the globe religion. He's like protecting the globe. You're acting like one of those characters, like saving the Earth, saving the planet Earth. You're acting like one of those fictional heroes in the movies. You gotta save the globe.
Don't take the globe.
Don't take the globe
away from us.
No, I'm trying to figure out why. I'm asking questions that you guys are not able to
Right, you're a
answer.
psychoanalyst.
When
You're deploying the Socratic method, right?
Yeah.
We get it.
when you ask
Have,
if we know
have
how
at it.
science works, do you mean like science is a system like testing a hypothesis, or do you mean science in terms of like peer review articles, science, paying money, having your hypothesis confirmed?
Colloquially.
Well,
Yeah, like colloquial science or the scientific method.
repeatable, observation, experimentation, repeatable,
Well, that's funny.
from an independent source.
Yeah.
Things like that.
So observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable, testable, like all those. So that so that's the one. Those things you don't have with the globe Earth at all. You don't have
Yeah, the
anything
globe
observable
space
and
religion doesn't
measurable.
have any of those. Correct.
Because
Your globe
when you try
religion
to
doesn't have any of those things. So how can you call it science?
None.
When you try to measure curvature, hold on, it's refracted. When you try to measure the spin of the Earth, all motion is relative. And when you try to explain the fact that, we're breathing right now, well, it has to be gravity. Has to be refraction, has to be gravity, and infinite reference frames. That's the three mantras of the globe Earth religion.
Thus rendering it unfalsifiable.
Well, then you end up with, but the opposite is you have a whole bunch of I don't knows based on, you.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
What's so wrong with
Exactly,
that?
you do.
And it doesn't, and the math
Doesn't the
doesn't
wise
seem to
man
work
say
out.
that he doesn't know, while the fool claims knowledge?
I think it's interesting that the psychoanalyst can't see that he's trying to maintain some sort of control with this ideology. Like, are you not okay with saying I don't know about these things?
Well,
Because you
I have
can't
enough.
test it.
It's not. This isn't about me. This is about you. This is about you and your thought patterns, and I'm trying to understand them.
Meanwhile, completely ignoring your own cognitive dissonance.
Me understanding them is irrelevant. You have to. I want you to prove to me your things and understand how your thought patterns work. And then not, it's not.
Okay,
it's not
what have
an
you
us
learned?
versus.
We rely on empiricism. Weird, huh?
But when I ask you very specific questions about an edge, about where the sun goes, where the moon goes,
You
and
got
all these things, you have a lot of I don't. You have all these. You have a lot of I don't knows.
Yeah, it's real
That's
simple.
honest.
It's real
Remember,
simple.
honest answer.
Go ahead,
it's real
Larry.
simple.
Because he
If
had
you could just-
real quick, because he had
Go
rebuttals
ahead.
to everything that people have been telling him. He had globe religion rebuttals for everything, but he's saying, "I'm just trying to hear what you're trying to say." But he has all the rebuttals.
He's an
Kinda weird.
anti-flat earth in training. Just do me a favor. Pause your game and Google what is the mass of Jupiter, right? And Google's going to give you an answer, and you're going to believe it because you found it on Google. Whereas I can look at Jupiter and just like a child go, I wonder what the fuck that is. Meanwhile, you think that it's a lump of gas in a vacuum, completely ignoring the second law of thermodynamics and entropy, and somehow it's not reaching equilibrium because you saw it on your TV. A computer's your modern TV, right?
No, there was those. There
You
was
got
Hale-Bopp.
knowledge.
There was Hale-Bopp
Without
that
doing
ran
any work.
into it.
Right, it ran into it, right? How does a gas giant get a scar? Explain that.
The size of it, and plus I don't know. I don't know what Jupiter's really like. So I'm
Wow,
sure
that's
somebody
the
can
first
explain
true
it.
thing that you said.
I'm
You don't
sure.
know
I'm
what
sure.
Jupiter's really like. I believe you.
I'm sure that.
I don't either.
I'm sure that somebody else. I'm sure that somebody has a very good explanation of why that happened, or what the red
believe
spot
me.
really is,
Why don't
or how
you
it
go
maintains
to
itself.
like your college buddies and get the cosmologist or the astronomer or any other pseudoscience, a theoretical astrophysicist? Get him to come in here and let me ask him that question because I would love to.
So where do you think this all came from?
The Kabbalah? The whole we don't need a creator. Everything come about by a naturalist perspective. Everything just sprang up out of the rocks. You don't need a creator.
Everything came out of just nothing.
No. Your religion states.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Yeah, I'm telling you. It's my belief that your religion, the naturalist, worldview, states that all the life on Earth sprang up out of the elements, or to put it in layman's terms, out of the rocks. All by its lonesome, with no direction. I don't have the faith that it requires to believe in such things. Meanwhile, you masquerade as, scientifically driven, even though you believe in things like dark matter, dark energy, black holes, virtual particles, right? And I'm going, I don't necessarily believe it. I'm just in the corner with doubt with George Carlin.
Well, George Carlin believed in a round Earth, so it's not
He's
really
dead,
good.
bro. He doesn't believe in anything right now.
Yeah, and he was an atheist, so.
Yeah, but it's still a big club, and I ain't in it. You might be in it because you seem to be fond of Masons.
He's a theist now.
George
I'm
Carlin
a
was
theist?
an atheist. Oh, that's right. He did believe in Joe Pesci.
I thought you said he died.
You got me there, Matthew. Good one. Yeah, he did believe in Joe Pesci.
Where did the firm? So, okay, do you believe in evolution?
No, I believe in real science, things that you can observe, like genetic expression.
Okay, so when we talk about
Evolution, another archaic theory from the 1800s.
So when you look at, say,
cabbage,
the
Brussels sprouts,
when you,
cauliflowers, yeah, they all come from the same plant through different expression of the genetic code that's already there that doesn't change.
Evolution? What's that?
Yeah, what's evolution? You tell me. Maybe I might believe. Describe evolution. Adaptation. That's epigenetics, bro. Genetic expression. So if that's what you call evolution, yeah, I believe in genetic expression, but it's not because the code is changing, like from a rock to a living creature. It's like the living creature was already there because nobody experiences that.
Yeah, evolution. Evolution implies a change in kind, a change in species.
Well, you've got rocks, then you've got crystals. The crystals themselves, will move towards whatever nutrients it needs to survive, as from a rock point of view. Well, why is it so hard to believe? Why is it so hard to believe that
the rock
Is that a
survived?
fucking left
Guys,
turn or what?
The rock survived. That's why it evolved, because it survived. The rock.
Oh, because the rock found the nutrients it needed to survive as a rock. I've heard everything.
How do crystals grow?
Struggling.
You just made yourself seem like an ass.
Why do crystals grow?
I'm about to
Hey, ass clown. Hey, ass clown. Get a clue.
How do crystals grow?
I'm about to give you the answer.
And which direction do they grow? It's a physical. It's a thing. So why is it so hard to believe that then a molecule can then join into another something else, and eventually into something else?
You think you're walking us through crystals into evolution now or something? That is wild and wacky.
Yeah, that's your opinion. And I'm not the one slinging insults, man.
All right, so information, like the genetic code, goes along with the information theory, right? So information cannot be exchanged unless it meets 3 criteria. There has to be an agreed upon medium. In this case, we're using English. A receiver and a sender. So if I speak to someone who doesn't speak English, only Mandarin, no information is exchanged, correct?
Negative.
Okay, so if I tell the lady that only speaks Mandarin, does not speak English, hey, do you want to go out tonight? What information did she get?
No, you strictly say. So you're saying that there's no other form of communication.
Yeah.
Than
me and her
verbal.
on an island, after a plane crash, and I said, "What do you want to eat tonight?" What information did she glean?
I mean, you can't pantomime. You can't actually create another form of expression.
Well, that sign language would be an agreed upon medium, would it not?
90% of but you're saying that you were the one who limited it to English.
Right.
Now there's certain.
So let's say she's blind.
Now you go anywhere on the planet. Anywhere on the planet, talk to any group of people. There's certain sign languages, certain things
That's
that we
an agreed upon medium. That's body language.
Wait a minute, planet. You need a radius for a planet.
Whatever firmament, whatever you want to call it. You go to talk to any people. You're gonna have certain things that you're gonna do to express yourself and get your point across. And that goes all the way back to probably Neanderthal and.
The problem is, I don't think you know about the functional sequence specified complexity problem, right? When it comes to, rocks and crystals, we understand how that works. But the very fact that you have platelets to plug you if you spring a leak, T cells to help you fight off infections, and helper T cells to help the T cells, obviously, that's functional sequence specified complexity. That doesn't come around from, millions of years in lucky wind, right? It rained on the rocks for millions of years, and it washed down into the primordial ooze, and eventually consciousness sprang up out of the rocks. That's what you believe, right? That's your religion.
I think that's possible.
You assume that consciousness is unique to humans.
You assume that it's not.
I make no claim.
Neither did I. I know that dolphins have a level of consciousness. What are you talking about, bro?
And okay, so basically every living creature on this planet has a mouth and an asshole. We put stuff into one end. We put something in. We put something in when shit comes out.
One way or another, yeah.
So we're basically worms with legs.
Every living thing is irreducibly complex. It's irreducibly complex, which means that if one part exists without the other, then the system doesn't function. So it couldn't have evolved into these base level complex organisms.
This is the part where he explains to you how he removed the spring from all his mouse traps and still catches mice with them.
Well, there's a little bit of a derailment, right? But I find it fascinating that somehow by chance lunar eclipses happen where the moon just forms an inside ring around the sun. That's and it's perfect too. It's perfect alignment. That can't possibly be by chance.
Well, it's a coincidence. This guy, he thinks we're conspiracy theorists, right? But he doesn't realize that he's a coincidence theorist. He thinks that all of this is just a huge coincidence, and we all have some sort of mass formation psychosis because we saw YouTube videos and we think the Earth is flat. Not realizing that he's the one with mass formation psychosis because he's the one that was hypnotized by the television when he was a child. We all suffer from it, bro. You're not immune to it.
I said this when.
You don't think that people have been hypnotized, like flat earthers and other conspiracy theorists, through the power of suggestion with neurolinguistic programming? Is that what you're saying?
When did I say any of this? And of course, no, I don't.
So you don't think that we have a form of psychosis and we're correct about the Earth being flat?
Nope, I don't think that either.
Okay, so is the Earth flat?
We're getting too philosophical for when we're trying to.
From what I'm doing, it actually doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or not.
You're just here to data mine us. I got it, and you don't want to answer any questions because you're a sophist. I get it.
Well, no. What do you want? What do you really need to know from me?
Is the Earth flat?
Difference? I mean, I don't think so. But what difference does it make?
Okay, so if
I don't
we
think
believe
it's
that it's flat
significant.
and it's not actually flat, that would be like psychosis, right?
No,
Losing touch with reality.
No, it's not. That's not the psychosis.
Okay, if it's not psychosis, then it would be some form of we're losing
people-
touch with reality because obviously the Earth is a globe, and we're
Some
just
people, some people
losing
like
touch.
Some people like Trump. Some people don't. So they have different reasons. Some people go a little further than others.
Well, the
Some
people that
are
do
willing.
like Trump probably don't realize that he said that he's for red flag laws.
Oh, what's that?
You know, avoiding due process.
Oh,
Has he sought
Violating
to
people's
implement
rights.
them? Has he sought to implement these red flag laws, or you just say it one time and forget?
Well, he said that he's for it, so I'm not
Right, but
for
like,
him if he's
right,
against the Second Amendment. He was also in office when they did away with the bump stock, and he was bragging about that too. So either you're for my God-given rights or you're against them. You can't sit on the fence and be like, well, sometimes it's okay to chip away at people's God-given rights and throw them in a rape cage and make them a 13th Amendment slave if they get caught with a plastic bump stock.
It's an I actually do think it's okay to chip away at some rights some of the time. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, you're an authoritarian. I hope to God that you don't get the
Okay.
boot on your neck or your descendants' neck.
What?
do you
No.
decide-
Wait, what? That's retarded.
How do you decide
It's
what
okay to
rights are
chip away.
God-given?
Yeah.
What?
First of all, the Second Amendment isn't God given. Like we passed it. Like
It's an
Congress
amendment.
passed it.
We passed
It's
it.
it's a divine. Like the founding fathers, it's part of the creation myth of this country is that it's a God given, it's a divine right. Like that.
I
That's
don't know. No,
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, endowed
that's something
by their
that's something
Creator
divine.
with
You believe that, wait,
unalienable
pause it.
rights.
Do you believe that all rights in the Constitution are God given?
Yeah.
No, the 13th Amendment was obviously
All he
given by
did was
Satan.
just give you like a phrase that the founding fathers said, and that was their creation myth of their country, and they believed it to be divine. Like that's all
Yeah,
there is to
the
it.
Second Amendment isn't even in the original Constitution.
Well,
That's
it's
Is it
an
in the one
amendment.
we
That's
have
not.
now?
To be
Is it
fair,
in the one we have now?
Yes.
You
I'm not
understand the
invoking the
creation
old
myth
one.
of like a process of like decades of ratification and whatnot, right? Like that's so very disingenuous even to bring that up. Like it's very.
I actually think it's good to take away some rights from some people some of the time, if there's a good reason for it. No,
Well,
no.
you're an authoritarian, bro.
How is it you don't know?
That's like utilitarian like fucking jargon. Like, oh, we should be able to do this as long as there's a good reason for it. Like, what the fuck? No, get out of here.
Yeah, like the right to exist, right? Like maybe someday somebody should take away our right to live and we could just bring back the witch hunt, right?
Hey, I have the right to be sold shelter and water and warmth.
Yeah, of course you have the
However-
right to contract for shelter and warmth.
I think the Constitution, a Canadian atheist saying it doesn't mention God. I think it does. I don't think it did initially. But that we hold these rights to be self-evident. I do
That's the
think
Declaration
later
of
on was
Independence.
changed to say God-given rights. We hold these truths to be self-evident.
That's the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway,
But I thought
It's all right. Nobody reads that stuff anymore, right? They just know that they're supposed to bow down to the cops no matter what they say.
Can anybody hear me?
Loud and clear. You got the floor, bro.
Thanks, Larry. Anyway, I just wanted to bring back the topic as much as I agree with a lot of the things that were said. Lunatic was asking, what brought this into this topic was, well, it's like politics, man. You can believe this or believe that. However, this is an objective matter, not a subjective matter like politics, right? I can't disagree with you about how tall the building is. We can go, well, it seems large to me. Well, it seems small to me, and that would be subjective. However, there is an exact height of that building, right? Just like in this case, there is an exact supposed measurement of this globe that can't be found in reality. Anyway.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, good stuff. Back to the topic.
And now you know why they want to push this atheistic, the state is your God, the government is your God, statist, authoritarian worldview. Because if people realize that there's a creator, then they might stand up and fight for their God-given rights. Is that what you wanted to know? Write that down, psychoanalyst.
How do you decide what rights are God-given? Because weren't there people, I think with quite good reason, supporting the idea that they should be allowed to keep slaves and those rights were God-given?
Those are not God-given rights. Man-stealing is against the Bible.
The question I'm asking is, how do you decide? If I were to say, in this envelope, I've written down something I would like to do, can you tell me a test before I open the envelope and tell you what it is? Is there a way you can determine whether this thing is a God-given right or not? And it could be shitting on my neighbour's lawn, or it could be drinking water. It could be anything. Is there a way that you can tell me objectively, here's the test you can apply to that thing in the envelope? You don't need me, Larry, to tell you whether it is or not, whether it is God-given or not.
Yes, the float test.
Does it float? Then it's heavier than a duck.
If she floats, she's a witch. If she drowns, she's not.
Yeah. But is that because otherwise it's meaningless to me to say this is a God-given right. If I say, can you show me something that is definitional, that is testably, provably not, and you can say no, then I'm like, well, then anything could be a God-given right. I could have a God-given right to shit on my neighbour's lawn.
Right, that's why you have to have an agreed-upon standard, like the Ten Commandments, that everybody can agree on. Like, yeah, you probably shouldn't steal your neighbor's wife, or his life, or his property. And if you got,
that's the opposite question. That's the Ten Commandments are taking away things I can do. It's the opposite of giving me rights. So the question on the table is, can you do? Well, because it's saying you're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do that.
Do you know what the Egyptian Book of the Dead says? I have not stolen. I have not kidnapped. I have not killed.
Okay. So do we use the Egyptian Book of the Dead to determine what is a God-given right?
No, I'm saying that there's an opposite way to look at it, right?
Okay.
How about King? So how about Hammurabi's code?
Yeah,
that's a really good one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So that's some interesting rights. Like, it's sort of like if you kill my slave, you owe me 30 pieces of silver. If you kill a female slave, you only owe me 10 pieces of silver. That kind of deal, isn't it? With Hammurabi, the Code of Hammurabi.
Well, I mean, every society should have. Every society should have, some form of natural law or common law that they all acknowledge, right? Like if you were to go into an Inuit camp, a village in the 1600s, and you were to harm one of their children, even though they don't have any pen and paper, you'll still find out they got a common law when they deal with your ass accordingly.
So, but is that sounds like the very opposite of God-given. That sounds like community coming together and going, hey, shitting on one another's lawns is not okay. So let us all collectively decide that we no longer have the right to do that. That is kind of the opposite of a God-given right.
Yeah.
Bro, it's real simple. If you guys don't believe in God, you could just call it natural law, right? It's the creators of the nation themselves were recognizing natural law and codifying it with the Constitution. If that's how you want to look at it.
Rules and calling them natural law, right? Like there's no way in nature we can detect that it is unjust to stand in judgment of a crime that you are the victim of, right? We go, well, the victim doesn't stand in judgment. We take that away. But for the longest time, that was considered fine. So there's not a natural law that somebody went out and found a group of people in a community who decided that. But you seem to be under the impression that there are God-given rights, which is the opposite of human-given rights.
There is a higher law that, I feel like there is a higher law that binds everyone that we recognize, even in secular society. What would be conscience or empathy? Because if people that lack conscience or empathy are medically definable, they're put in the camp where they have antisocial personality disorder and such. We classify people that lack a certain common sense of ethics or empathy, and it's anything. I would argue that anything that violates that common sense of ethics or empathy would be inherently that higher law, because those are things that are built into us as humans. And I think the argument from at least my side of that would be that the source of that conscience as information is a creator.
Well, I think it's easy
that's
to
just begging the
understand.
question, right?
Hold on. I think it's easy to understand that even these psychopaths, when they murder somebody, they do it in secret because they know that it's wrong.
Well, no, that's not necessarily. That doesn't necessarily follow either. So the first is begging the question. The second is just misunderstanding that there's a difference between knowing something's wrong and knowing that you will face consequences for doing something. Right?
I think everybody knows right from wrong.
And some people who murder know that what they're doing is wrong and don't want their friends to find out about it because they'll like face social pressure and stuff. But if there's consequences for it, you can't be saying, well, therefore they know it's wrong. You could be.
Well,
saying
how can you
they
punish
just don't want to
somebody
face those.
if they don't know that they did a wrong when they violated someone's right to life?
Thou shalt try really
I'm
hard
not
not to
suggesting
be
it's
a
okay
dick.
to kill. I'm just saying if we're going to claim
Yeah,
that they're
that's
God-given
dude.
rights,
I like what he just said. Thou shalt not try to be a dick. Right? That's Galatians 5, the fruits of the Spirit. If you say it backwards, that's exactly what it means.
And that statement is the root of all law. And it's
Galatians is the root of all law.
And it wasn't.
Despite the fact that the Code of Hammurabi predates it by like I think.
Well, no, not Galatians, but the concept. The concept was around before Galatians said it.
Exactly.
And it will continue to be, and but that statement is the core of all law.
Right, but every time I've been saying, "Where's this evidence of a God-given law?" we end up pointing at something that humans did.
Well, it's the conscience itself that even you could argue even that in secular or pagan societies, like with the Hammurabi's code, that it comes from a place of conscience, and that element in of itself, the claim, at least in the biblical paradigm, is that the conscience itself is God-given for the express purpose of holding individual people to account, so that nobody can say that they are without an excuse, that they can't say, "Oh, I didn't know X, Y, and Z is wrong," because everyone has a conscience to judge them against a higher standard, which people that don't are medically classifiable as.
Right?
Okay.
Well, sure. I mean, but I'm comfortable.
If I don't think you're of the opinion, but if you are, let me dissuade you of this opinion. Atheists still have empathy, and we're aware that it is a common human thing. We get the idea of mirror neurons and feeling bad when others feel bad, and not wanting to do bad by them, even if we don't get caught. Not just because it'll make you feel bad, but something inside you tells you not. We just have a different explanation as to how that got there.
Yeah. No,
So pointing at empathy doesn't, like if I say, how do you know it's God-given? You point at something that I agree is there, but I think it got there a different way. Doesn't split the case either way.
Well, no, I mean,
Okay, I'll tell you real fast where it comes from. There's a trust document. Some people call it the Holy Bible. And it says that God gave Adam dominion over the earth. So we're to do anything that doesn't cause any other man, woman, or child harm, injury, or loss. Right? Because my rights end where your rights begin. What?
Where's the harm, injury, or loss bit in the Bible? Because like very soon
Dude,
after
it's all
the Genesis
about it.
thing.
Read Leviticus.
But very
Yeah,
soon
it's
after that,
built in.
it's about taking.
Taking what? He cut out.
Leviticus
he's
is about.
muted. He's muted.
Leviticus is another one of those icky parts because it you can I mean certain parts are like, oh yeah, this is hard and fast, but then there's other parts that like who gives a shit,
Well, how about
Shall
Leviticus
say.
13? How about Leviticus 13? Somebody breaks out and they got pus spots on their body. Maybe they should be quarantined. That's not necessarily a bad idea. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, but what is it? But that's not necessarily a God thing. That's a culture thing. That's a social thing. That's and I think in our laws, we developed empathy as a species so that we could create a community so that to increase our chances of survival.
But that goes back to the
Continues and continues and continues.
presupposition, though.
Yeah, that's more like an assumption.
It's an evolutionary presupposition, though. It goes back to the evolutionary model. Like saying we developed whatever X, Y, or Z to survive implies an evolutionary model.
Oh,
to prove that, like,
everything evolved. Everything
to prove
evolved.
Yeah,
Name
not
something that
rocks,
hasn't.
Rocks evolve.
Rocks change shape. Rocks get polished. The mountains aren't the same way they were 20,000 years ago.
We're aware of erosion. How about gold?
No.
What does gold evolve into? Tell me.
Okay, gold is an element, but gold, we take it, we force it into different shapes.
Evolution doesn't stop at adaptation. It is a series of adaptations and mutations that eventually gives rise to a change in kind. So the species eventually changes. Like a fish becomes a mammal, not like a bird becomes a different kind of bird. It has to become a completely different.
No, there's nothing saying that.
No, yes, there is. That's actually literally
It's not like this was a fish. This is not a fish.
Okay, what was the first creature to exist, and what chain of existence led to human beings?
Yeah, exactly.
So no change in species there.
Did we all come from a single?
It's not like something was. It's not like. Oh, look! I'm a fish swimming in the water. I squirt out I squirted out a mammal. No, it's a slow progression.
Exactly, like I said, it is a gradual.
He doesn't realize it's pseudoscience.
That fish may have eventually turned into something that was more of a bird.
What's the disagreement? What's the disagreement here?
Utilitarianism kind of ideal, like that's very bad too. Like actual science, like that's a very toxic thing.
Like I'm still failing to see the point of contention, because I said that it is a series of adaptations and mutations that eventually gives rise to a change in kind or species.
Yeah, I just get worried about it sounds a little bit too much like Kent Ham. So go ahead, but I'm a little worried about that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it sounds like. That's the claim. That the claim is that there was some single-celled organism that was apparently self-existent, and that eventually, through a series of adaptations and mutations, became people. That is the claim.
Yeah, over billions of years. Yeah, sure.
That's the claim. I mean, it doesn't matter what timeline it is. That the claim is simply that the process was that the simple thing became the complex thing due to the mechanisms of adaptation, which is an advantageous thing, or mutation, which is a random, sometimes helpful, sometimes harmful thing, according to the evolutionary model. But my question is like, at what point does a half-formed whatever more advantageous? Because again, if it's over the course of billions of years, right? We're talking about a single-celled organism that, like, let's just say it became a tadpole, a cell become a tadpole. At what point during the evolutionary process does a half-formed whatever appendage help over a fully formed appendage, or no appendage at all?
Because it might help it reach a food source.
Which came first, a bat or a rat?
That would be counterproductive. That would be counterproductive, because then, it can't breed with its progenitor. Like, I mean, it's stupid.
Why would it breed with its progenitor?
So it can fucking make more.
Did I break up?
So, okay, let's go with something a little bit.
You're here, Larry.
A little bit more current that we've been able to see. The average height of a human being has increased. Yes,
my God.
But we're still people.
You think that's evolution?
No, and why did that change?
Modern farming.
Probably food. Yeah, nutrition. Yeah.
Nutrition. Okay, so then why? Okay, then you've got these other, like, say, I'm
But that's a loaded question.
Some of
What
the
if it's
Asian
not? Our food
some of
has
the
gotten
Asian
worse
communities.
since the industrial age too, right? Because people
So
aren't getting the food from the forest; they're getting it from
and
McDonald's. Why are we not getting shorter?
because it still has a nutritional value.
McDonald's has nutritional value.
More so than it's a higher protein. It's got, and our diet is a lot more. Our diet is still more. Look at what happens to.
More than a wild turkey.
Look at what
or
happened.
a
Look what
deer?
happened. Look what happened to the Hmong community when they came to the United States. When they
What
came,
happened?
the average Hmong was like in the 4 foot range, 4 foot or 4 foot something range, you know, to low fives. You know, now you've got Hmong that are like 6'2", and that's a change in
Sounds like
diet.
genetic
Now
expression to me.
their diet there, and where they came from was lacking in certain aspects, and their diet here isn't. Now, when they have children, their children are going to be taller, no matter where they grow up. Now, that's not saying that they're a different kind. It's just saying that nutrition has changed. Let's say that suddenly, now suddenly everybody's having wheat allergies or whatever allergies. Now that's going to change. That's going to change our physiology. Our genes have changed because obviously, this person this person's parents didn't have it. Now they do. Now when they pass that down, there's a high chance that their children will be gluten intolerant.
All right, so you're talking a load of shite. I'm going to post something, right? So it's real easy to understand. This doesn't take rocket scientists, right? Gene expression is a process. I posted the link, by the way, by which information is encoded in a gene is turned into a function. This mostly occurs via the transcription of RNA molecules that code for proteins or non-coding RNA molecules that serve other functions. Gene expression be thought of as an on-off switch. You're not getting new code. There's no new code. It's an on and off switch of the RNA molecules that are already there.
Okay.
So please do some research. Stop believing in fairy tales.
No, I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to figure out why that's different from what I was saying.
You're talking about evolution as in a mutation, as in the code changing. I've just proven that this can happen without the code changing. So what you're doing there is hold on. What you're doing there is you're saying that expression is not what's happening. It has to be evolution. When I've just shown that it could possibly be expression, it's another false cause, which is what seems to be the mantra of your religion. The affirming the consequent has to be evolution. Go ahead.
What?
It has to be evolution, right? It can't be gene expression.
Both. Why can't it be both? I can get to the grocery store on a bike. I can walk and I can drive a car. But ultimately, I'm still getting to the grocery store. Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that it's evolution. Now prove it.
You can't say that there's. You can't say, oh, it's just a single thing. It's obviously.
Look, Darwin did not understand genetics.
We don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck about Darwin.
Yeah, I know. You guys try to get as far away from you as you can because we read the title of his book, right? You don't like the whole preferred racist thing, right? You guys don't like Darwin?
It's still Darwinian theory.
Well, there is no such thing as race, by the way.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but go to any college and boy, they're going to tell you all about race and how you're racist.
Oh well, socialism is from a political social standpoint.
The progenitor of evolution thought that there was races.
Well, yeah,
that comes from you guys, not us.
People could be wrong, and
it's just not about the evolution stuff. He was wrong about the race thing.
He wasn't wrong about evolution as a thing happening. He's wrong about how.
What about this? The way that mutations work is that information isn't added; it's only subtracted. You lose genes. That's how mutations occur.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Could be the activation. It could be the activation of several to several genes.
So it was already there
It's
then.
already there.
Activation.
Yeah.
So it was already there then. If it's an activation.
Yep.
All right. So
So that
yes,
means that this single cell organism that everything evolved from was actually infinitely more complex than anything currently existing right now, genetically speaking. That it must necessarily have had to have more genetic purity or diversity as a single celled organism in order to evolve through the process of mutation. Because the mutation is the other element. It's not just adaptation, it's also mutation. So it must have necessarily been more genetically diverse than us as humans are, because we are the end result so far as we know.
Well, I'm not a geneticist, so I can't get into the details on that.
Well, you were just so confident just a minute ago.
No, I can't get into the details on it, but it's you know, when you to understand, I can understand it on a broad scale, and still
let me explain
support
it to you in layman's terms, because you just admitted that you're a layman on this subject, right? I build PCs. I'm a gamer, so I assemble my own PCs. If I were to turn it on and leave it on for eternity, how long would it take for the computer to write its own operating system?
It would never.
Right. So now you understand what it means.
But we've got
hey. Now you understand what it means to be a theist.
Okay, when you talk about a PC, well then we have to talk. Then we can talk about. I had a calculator watch back in the 80s. Actually, I did. I'm just making that up because I always wanted one. But now I can log onto a website on my freaking Samsung pad and talk to a fucking AI or a rudimentary AI.
Right, that was created by an intelligent designer, right?
Yeah, all of those things were.
Yeah, but now we're talking about mechanism. Now, at some point, when the AI starts creating itself, is that life?
You can create things that create. Well, it's not life. You can create things that create things, right? The assembly line, right? So but it has to have an original. It has to have a prime mover, or the Earth would look like a freaking desert.
Everything that begins to exist has a cause.
Yeah,
That's the natural law of cause and effect.
But when you start talking about the Magic Man in the sky making it, it's
so that's the problem. But gravity can create worlds, right? Gravity can create things. Big Bang God can create things, and you can bow down to those. But if you say Yahweh did it, now you're a conspiracy theorist, but you're a coincidence theorist, right? You're a coincidence theorist. Come on, bro.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
Coincidence. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's coming out of my mouth.
But then please don't put words into my mouth about this, because what I'm saying is that
you think Sky Daddy is crazy, but dark matter is perfectly normal, even though neither one of them are scientifically verifiable, and they're both just postulations. But one is legitimate and one is not, because one of them is taught in the temple known as college.
When you talk about the Magic Man in the sky is your dark matter.
Yeah.
When I talked about dark matter, it's a placeholder for.
So is the God of the Gaps theory.
Until we know something else.
Yeah. So is the Sky Daddy. Same thing.
Oh, and it's like, and I'm not going to criticize somebody for believing in a God.
I'm not criticizing you. I'm just saying I don't have the faith that it would require for me to believe in your religion.
Framing it as like magical Sky Daddy already implies that you got judgment in there, bro. It's like you didn't approach it with respect from the beginning, so it's like it's not. It's thinly veiled. No, you don't have to. You don't have. It's fine. You don't got to walk it back, homie.
It's also, but I also stated that I was talking about that and dark matter. We were talking about that, or even my idea of super fluid. It's just an idea that I have that until I have a better one.
No one's going to feign. No one here is going to feign respect for the globe beliefs that you got. So it's like I
don't give a shit what if you respect my beliefs or my ideas or whatever. I do want to enforce, respecting the individual, the person.
Right,
You know,
because you
I have,
believe it doesn't
I
matter
have,
what you think; it only matters how you act. Right? Isn't that your
well,
fundamental core belief?
I believe that if you and I met, if you and I were gaming, we'd probably have a great time. If you came over for dinner, we'd probably have a wonderful time.
Well, I'm having a great time
I
with you
don't
right
want to.
now.
I don't want to see you getting run over. I don't want to see you get run over by a bus, which actually puts you above most people that I meet on Discord. I'm kind.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't want you
I'm
to deep throat the whole boot of the government either, bro.
I'm full. I'm actually. I was just telling my wife. I said I'm actually enjoying these conversations because we haven't gotten. There hasn't been a lot of personal attack, and I truly appreciate that. By the way, it's one of the reasons I'm still here. That and I find what you guys are saying fascinating. I really do.
Right, it resonates. Truth resonates with people, doesn't it?
Sometimes. I mean, what the
Sometimes.
thing that
When does truth not resonate with you? The sun is warm. Did
the
that
coolest
resonate
thing,
with you?
the coolest thing I was going to say was that yes, you guys bring up a lot of things and you are forcing me to really examine why I believe what I believe, why I know what I know, and that's actually I think that's an amazing. I think it's an incredibly important thing in life.
Oh yeah, epistemology is really important, right? The truth. How do you get there? Right?
Yeah, and re-examining things that you know from a different point of view. And this is great. I find it's fascinating to me. And I was really surprised to find that I was actually. I'm going to tell you that I was forming an opinion in my head about you, and then you went and said that you dislike Trump, and it was like it kind of broke that model. And I'm
I've never been a Republican or a Democrat. Never. I've never been a Republican or Democrat. I'm full on libertarian, right? And in my religious view, I'm a monarchist. Yeshua is the king, right? He's the high priest and the king, and we're all equal under him. Imagine that, right? Somebody, a white guy from Texas, who believes that we're all equal under the Creator. What a terribly ridiculous idea.
I'm guessing you don't fit in a lot of places.
Bro, I'm kind everywhere I go. I fit in everywhere that I go. I didn't sit with the cheerleaders in high school, I'll admit it, but I sat with everybody else.
What do you do for a living, if you don't mind my asking?
I deliver pizza. I slang it out of my pockets.
You deliver pizza? Interesting.
I deliver pizza for a living, right? Interesting little gig I got into right out of high school and didn't go into debt.
It's just it's interesting because you're also exceptionally well read, which
I don't like reading much. I do audiobooks.
Well, have you? Okay, I'm going to tell you an audiobook series not to get. Do not get the complete works of the Cthulhu guy.
Oh yeah, he was racist, wasn't he? Yeah, Lovecraft. He was so racist, but you know what? We have to forgive him because what he did was amazing.
Yeah, well, but it's like it was indescribable horror, and then he spends the next 20 pages trying to describe the undescribable horror. It's like, Jesus, come on, man. There was so many little. There was, you could see a little formula kind of going on there, but I got those, and I got the complete works of Arthur Conan Doyle, and it was like, oh. But one of my favorite books are actually the Dune series, and I really loved anything by Neil Gaiman.
So, are you a Freudian?
No.
You're a Jungian.
I'm when it comes to psychology. When it comes to psychology, I believe I don't actually follow a single thing. I'm a type of person that goes with various trauma and what people perceive as trauma.
Adlerian psychologist.
So like if you think that if you feel that something was a trauma, it may not be a trauma to me, but that doesn't discount your your interpretation and how it feels. I also believe that you can experience trauma through dream. When that you can have a dream that was real enough that it creates
Okay,
real
that's
life
true.
trauma.
I used to have a recurring dream when I get fevers as a child. That pretty much traumatized me.
And so it's more of a. I don't. The brain is the mind is a much more. I don't think we can really. I mean, it's really. I think it's a lot more complex than we actually give it credit.
Oh, imagine that. The complexity just sprang up out of the rocks all by its lonesome.
Well, it's also. I also believe that we have way more senses than 5.
I agree. Yeah, hot and cold.
I mean, we got the ability to. Well, we've also got the ability to feel. Kind of like I don't know, like electromagnetic or some shit. I don't know. We're picking
I can
up.
feel my phone when I put it in my pocket. My knee
Well,
goes
when we walk, but with people, with other living creatures, we have different. We can sense things. We can sense other things. Maybe it's just a subliminal thing, but I believe that there's more that we're just not able to record yet. But I also think that
there's more.
I also think that everything is explainable on a rational level at some point. We just have to.
Do you know the book The Courage to Be Disliked?
Did you ever read anything by Richard Bach?
Did not.
It's just as interesting. If you have the ability to get the book Illusions by Richard Bach. It's kind of a continuation of Jonathan Livingston Seagull, and I thought it was pretty weird, but really good at explaining certain things. I've looked into a lot of religions and a lot of things like that too. I'm not a psychologist. I'm just interested in people.
Bro, you're studying our minds telling us that you're not a psychologist. Just because you have a degree doesn't mean that you're not psychoanalyzing the fuck out of me right now. Am I not a mechanic when I repair my car, when I replace a part? Am I not a mechanic just because I'm not getting paid for it?
Okay, I guess, yeah.
So just because you didn't get permission from, the temple to, put something on your wall, doesn't mean that you're not that thing. If I marry my wife in the temple, right, and I get a piece of paper from the government, is it any less legitimate than a common law marriage where we're married by common law because we live in the same house for 6 months? We still have to file for divorce if we want to do separate tax returns after that, do we not?
Yeah, but you don't have to invite all those relatives that you don't really like to your common law.
Well, now you're talking about the ceremony. That's different, right? A marriage is a contract, not a ceremony.
Yeah. So does the putting flat Earth aside? Is there other? Do you question all all authorities?
You must think for yourself and question authority. In order to think for yourself, you must question authority.
So, do you believe that people can go to college and come out undoctrinated, but become better at being better at bullshit detection type of thing? You know what I mean?
That's a compound question. If you go somewhere and you listen to people speak, you're going to be indoctrinated. Whether it's true, like how to be an engineer and how to build bridges, that's still indoctrination, right? That's how you get your doctorate, right? Indoctrination. So the second part of your question, can you still come out open-minded? Yeah, if you can keep your mouth shut, you'll make it all the way through.
Actually, I didn't keep my mouth shut in college and got better grades because of it.
Where did you go to college? A Jesuit school? Did you go to a college run by the Jesuits?
No, I went to school. I went to St. Cloud State University.
What? You did?
St. Cloud State. It's not. It's a state college, not a.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's near
Okay.
St. John's, which is a religious college, but it's not a. It was a liberal-minded state college, which I freely admit I am more liberal than conservative, but I don't like labels like that because I think that it is short. I think it's shorthand. I think it's weak thinking.
Right, because we want to compartmentalize everything so that we can be lazy.
Right.
I know everything this guy ever believes because he said that he's pro Second Amendment. Like he's one of those people. That's what cops always do, right? Oh, you're one of those people. Yeah, like one of those people that like think for myself. Oh, you want to play the game? Well, what's the game? Well, it's gambling, right? Gambling with your freedom. Like you're one of those people.
I'm and I have my own views on a lot of things. It's like I don't like guns. I don't care if people have guns. I don't like the fact that they're using the guns. That's my issue.
Yeah, I don't like using guns either, except for on paper targets. But if someone breaks into here, what am I supposed to let them have their way with my wife after they kick my ass because there's 3 of them?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with that type of thing. But then you get people like, I don't know, you get some people that have a different view on things. And
Bro, if I wanted to, I could take somebody out with my Mitsubishi Mirage.
And I'm not opposed to people having guns. I always question. It's like somebody says, "Oh, I got a concealed carry." I don't question their right to have a concealed carry. I just question their decision to have a concealed carry. And
well, I mean, if there's a mass shooter, what am I supposed to do? Call for a man with a gun, or be a man with a gun?
Honestly, that's an argument. That's a good argument. That's a solid argument. I don't care.
Right, because it's my duty to be a man and protect the innocent. It's not my right. It's my duty. You understand what duty means?
He said duty. Oh, yes, I know what duty means.
Okay, so you get it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. You get it. Duty.
And I have that guardian mentality myself. I mean, it's kind of hard to get away from it. I did spend 17 years in the military. It's,
well, if you're in the military, I know why you don't like guns, because you've seen what they can do. And I respect that. But I haven't seen what guns can do. Well, technically I have. But I still think that if there was a violent criminal, a perverted criminal who's trying to steal people's lives, cause someone harm, injury, or loss, right, without self-defense, that they need to be stopped, and I could not stand idly by and allow them to victimize innocent people and shed innocent blood while I'm capable of stopping them.
No, that's fine. I think I already stated that I respect everybody's position on it. There's arguments there are arguments that I think are ridiculous, like, oh, if somebody's trying to rob me on the street corner, that I'm going to be able to pull my gun out and shoot them. It's like, well, odds are no, because they already got theirs out. I mean, they got the drop on you, boss.
Yeah, you're right. The criminal has, the surprise element, but there are still ways to distract people. Like if you were to carry your credit cards in your left pocket and your cash in your right pocket, and when they ask you to give the money, you throw the credit cards at them, and then while they're fumbling and trying to catch, you send them to Jesus and let him work it out.
Well, it's and that's. I mean, and my view is that when somebody pulls a gun out on me, if they want my wallet, fuck, they can have my fucking wallet. I don't give a shit. There's
That's
nothing
not
in my
the
wallet.
that's
There's
not
nothing
the
in my
point,
wallet.
though. If they pull
There's
a gun
nothing.
on you, it has nothing to do with your wallet. Yeah, they could take your property, right?
Yeah,
Who cares
but
about property?
but
But the
if I
fact
mean,
that they're
if I
threatening
believe
you
it,
with a gun,
if I believe that they're going to hurt me, I'm going to take the gun away from them and beat the living shit out of them, if not shoot them in the face. And that's I don't want to. I
of
don't
course
seek
not.
this
Nobody
out,
wants to get mugged.
but and at 6'2", 260, I'm not really the person that's going to get mugged. Also because I'm poor. I'm not somebody who's going to go, hey, he's got money on him. No, he doesn't. He's got homemade rolled cigarettes in his pocket, and that's about it.
All right, so you've been doing something this whole time, right? And you've been paying attention to the flat earthers. I challenge you, right, to act like a learned man and suspend your disbelief. Put yourself as high on the fence as you can, not believing in either side, realizing that both sides have a belief, and listen to the debates and be well learned in debate tactics like bad logic, right? We're talking about logical fallacies. Be well learned in confirmation bias and other biases that people deploy. Tactics like stultification, right? Oh, you're a flat earther. Oh, nothing you say can be real, right?
Oh,
and once you do that and you go look at these debates, analyze the Glober and notice what kind of cognitive dissonance that they're experiencing. Meanwhile, the flat earther doesn't do those things. And if they do, they should be called out. No flat earther should be using sophistry in a debate. Absolutely not. And if they do, you should call them out.
And I find what I find interesting is, okay, so somebody had mentioned shadow government earlier and started getting into more conspiracy. And I'm wondering, I'm just looking at the mix of people that are in here and the difference in, tactics and understanding and things like that. And it's really cool, actually, from my perspective. And way better than going into the politics channel. That's just vile. People are so mean in there.
Did you hear what I said about analyzing the other side, analyzing the globe earther?
I've been trying to do that.
How
it's
well
difficult.
do you know your fallacies? If I were to say we should take away the guns and do it for the children, what fallacy is that? Do it for the children. We got to save their lives. We should take away your God-given rights. Because one man did a bad thing, we got to do it for the children. What fallacy is that? It's okay if you don't know. Just say you don't know.
You think that without the guns you can't protect the children?
Well, if someone has guns, wouldn't it be best to choose the best tool possible to protect the children? But I'm asking you which fallacy it is. Can you be honest and say you don't know?
No, it's the fallacy is that the guns cause the problem.
Well, I think it's appeal to emotion, but
and the fact
yeah,
of
the fallacy,
and that because the problem, and I keep going back to this in other channels. The problem is mental health.
Hey, I can't disagree with that. You're correct.
And it's the same problem with the homeless. It's the same problem with the drugs. It's just, so many of these things are just rooted in the fact that, and I blame mental health, the mental health community for misdiagnosis, over medication, freaking under medication, just the whole gamut of issues. That sometimes when a kid's depressed or has trouble focusing, why don't you just get them to box? That'll fix a lot of those problems all by itself. and then you don't, and doctors prescribing this and doctors prescribing that instead of and doing too much masking of the problem as opposed to okay, a little lower dosage and teaching you how to deal with the problem. It's like teaching somebody who's missing a leg that okay, you still can walk with this new leg.
You expect a pseudoscientist like a psychologist to understand cause and effect? No, bro, they're going to mask symptoms.
It's called job security, man.
Well, it's I hate to say it, but it's a lot of people that they got their medical degree, they got their psychology degree, and immediately went out to practice without having real world experience, without really, I mean, it's like sending an 18-year-old into combat. You've taught them everything, but they're not ready. They're not psychologically even able to deal with what's about to happen. And that's why you end up people getting fucked up. When you send somebody who's older, who's had more life experiences, yes, they may disagree. They may disobey order, but they're going to follow. But they're going to follow they're going to understand how things work a little bit better and understand how to do things better and how not to, and hopefully not to make the mistakes that just following orders blindly does.
Yeah, but if you entice America into perpetual war, they'll be easily overthrown with all the best genetics being sent to die or be traumatized overseas for banks.
Well, that's the whole thing. Is that what is the best genetics right now? What's most advantageous for procreation? It's actually money, looks, and money. It's not, then those aren't always the soldiers. There's some really ugly, stupid soldiers. And I don't know. I think that we look. Gingers are even now. People are thinking they're attractive. How did that happen?
Bro, you ever seen a redheaded woman in sunlight? She glows like an angel. What is wrong with
Somebody.
Larry, you still playing Path of Exile or no?
Well, what?
No, I'm asking Larry.
I quit a long time ago. I was doing it for a couple hours.
Okay, it looks like you're still logged in for some reason. It's okay.
Yeah, I just walked away because when I debate people and like this guy, I give them my full attention.
I've been playing. I was playing Star Wars Galaxies, getting my Dr. Glowy so that they can become force sensitive and shit, which is nothing that you really care about. But so I was running a bunch of really mindless missions.
Sounds like my life.
Yeah, I got into a debate with somebody, and we were talking about the wall. And
Pink Floyd? Yeah, it's deep.
No. Oh, I wish that's what they could put at the border. Just pass out joints and play the wall. Nobody would ever get past the wall. Just sit there and get tripped. Just sit there and trip. It'd be awesome. But no, it was. I said that it was a waste of money, and he was going. He argued, and he said, "You're saying it's too expensive." I said, "No." I said, and I had only said it's a waste of money. I thought people argue poorly. Bother me. Like you brought up things that okay, that's legit. That this stuff is legit. Okay, but when people go to politics, it turns into more religion than anything that we've been talking about in here.
Believing that another man has more higher claim over your life, liberty, and property is a religion.
And I've always thought that, guy's just an idiot. I mean, people say, well, why don't you like Trump? I was like, I just don't fucking like him. Well, you need to get specifics. I was like, no, I really don't. he smells, he smells like a fucking shyster. And and they get offended by that. But I'm like, well, what difference does it make what I believe, what I feel? People, Biden's this and Biden, you must like Biden. I was like, well, where did this say that I have to like the other guy? I don't like any of them. I've never seen a politician in my life that made my life better. Oh, well.
17 years in the military, and no Freemason came up to you and said like, "Yo, you want to join the club or what?"
Oh, I've had Freemasons. Say, hey, I'm in this one. Yeah, I still have an open invitation. I don't give a shit. I don't. I just think that the whole Freemason thing is kind of overrated. But
yeah.
Well, it appears they don't have to follow fire code. They brick up all their windows. I wonder what they're doing in there. It's all charity. They're hiding.
I'm already in the Illuminati, so I mean.
Look at this guy exposing himself. Everybody, you guys see this?
I've never exposed myself that you know of.
Well, not in that way. I'm just talking about. I'm not talking about. Oh, you fucking pulled down your pants and showed your penis to everyone. No. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah.
Hey, so, are you a Glober? You must be a Glober, because I've been listening. You've been defending the globe and all this space stuff for like fucking the past 2 hours.
I guess I am.
And then you said you were in a submarine, and then you know how radio frequencies travel and stuff like that.
No, I've never been in a submarine. I never said that.
You Navy. My bad, Navy. But you talked about submarines.
I did talk about submarines because somebody said that everybody needs permission. I said no, that's not
okay.
true.
Okay. So what about on a Navy ship? Right, there's a rail gun. Like, how far can it shoot straight?
It doesn't shoot. It shoots in an arc.
No, my friend.
The only thing
the rail gun shoots pretty straight, my guy.
Everything that's in projectile motion follows a parabolic.
I'm talking to the military guy, not some asshole Dunning-Krugering right now.
The Navy when I was in, didn't have anything like a railgun. We had a 5-inch cannon.
But you ever seen a demonstration of a railgun? Like, I have seen it, it shoots pretty fucking straight to me.
But it will still have an arc.
Over what? Over curvature? Okay, so let's say it can hit a target like 100 miles away, right? So how much of an arc is there? It's not shooting up into the sky.
That's already, they've already figured that one out. That's still going to have, no matter how fast you shoot it, it's still going to drop.
Yeah, sure. Newton had railguns in the past?
No, Newton, no matter how fast you throw an object out, it's still going to have a drop.
Yeah, sure, we agree with you. But velocity, so let's say I shoot a sniper, right? The arc's going to change, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to be the same arc as that railgun, right?
Well, it's going to be.
Okay. Another question. Coriolis effect, right? You know what that? You know, people and the Globers always talk about this thing called Coriolis effect, right? So when you shoot a projectile, the Earth is spinning underneath the bullet, right? Do you ever see that?
That's when it comes to something that's like a gun, it's not going to have any effect.
But Magnus effect does, because the barrel, right? The way you bore the barrel, right? It spins the bullet on its own. So there's a thing called the Magnus effect, right? You know what that is?
Yeah. I'm not a sniper, but yeah.
So you understand what that is, right? So there is no Coriolis, though, right? There's other things that are there, but
the spinning of the Earth is not going to affect something that's not in the air that long, because
you should tell that to most of the Globers that fucking say that it does. So
I don't.
Thank you.
The spinning of the Earth isn't going to matter. More the curvature of the Earth will matter.
Well, the curvature, right? Exactly. Yeah. But there is no curvature, though.
Well, then explain the look up the
there is no curvature. I'm telling you, there's no.
They were talking about when it was on the Iowa, when they talked about the artillery, and they were finding on the firing solutions. One of the factors is one of the factors.
First of all, I'm a Russian, right? Okay, so we like our wars, right? And I watch a lot of this artillery shit that's going down in the Ukraine, because I have crazy videos from these drones and shit, right? And how artillery is. Do you know artillery doesn't hit the same mark all the time, right? So they'll shoot one bullet, right? It's gonna hit an approximate fucking thing where they're trying. There's a zone that it's gonna hit, right? And they'll reload that thing, right? And they'll shoot again. Pretty much the same fucking. They didn't change anything, right? But it's gonna hit something else, right? It's not gonna hit the same spot. You know that, right?
Well, that's because Russian artillery sucks.
Hey, you're telling me the Americans better now?
Oh fuck yeah!
No, that's why the Americans are losing the war. Yeah. What are you laughing? Dude. It's true. What do you think?
No,
Russia already has half of Ukraine. What are you talking about, bro? Funded by NATO. The whole thing's being funded by NATO right now, and you're telling me how many billions of dollars? It's almost up to $1 trillion where they're fucking laundering money through Ukraine, right? And they have no bearings against, nothing. They couldn't even fucking touch Russia right now.
Send some American troops there. We'll fuck you up.
That's your Dunning-Kruger. Not that's your, what do you call it? That's your patriotism right there, speaking right through you. That's patriotism.
Hey, look, I'll do us all a fucking favor, and I'll put a bullet in fucking Putin's head. And then everybody will be fucking
see now why would you say that when he saved more Ukrainians, right? Okay, so for the 8 years before the shit actually hit the TV, right? For the fucking 8 years, right? The east side of Ukraine was bombarding the west side of Ukraine for 8 fucking years. Do you know that?
I know. I'm not. I wasn't.
Do you know why they were? Do you know why the east side was bombing fucking the west side of Ukraine?
Because people are fucking assholes?
No, it was ethnic fucking cleansing. The fucking east side of Ukraine is run by fucking Nazis, right? So the whole fucking thing, even though the fucking west side of the east side of Ukraine, even on their fucking uniforms, they have Nazi symbols, right? The SS symbols and shit, right? So, and they were ethnically cleansing because these guys, the west side of Ukraine was Russian mixed Ukrainians, because the whole of that fucking continent, right? Is all the Velika Rus. It was all Rus. All these people are they all speak Russian, right? They don't speak Ukrainian. Their blood is mixed with Ukrainian Russian, right? And just because of that, they were ethnically cleansing these people for 8 fucking years. Did you know that? So Vladimir Putin literally had to come in and say, we got to stop that. You got to actually listen to the speeches he does. He can do fucking 4-hour speeches that are fucking insane. Right? And you got to listen to what he's saying and why the fuck he had to stop that shit, because millions of people were actually getting fucking slaughtered by fucking the east side of Ukraine. So and when he actually pulled in, all the Ukrainians from the east side, they all fucking fled to Russia. Why are the Ukrainians fleeing to Russia?
No idea.
Okay, so see that there's a thing called that you, my friend, are watching biased media. You're watching some shit on TV and you're believing it. And you being a military man, you understand what that's all propaganda. And you know it's all propaganda, what you know. And that goes down to that also goes down to the globe and everything else. So you just believe what they told you in the end.
All I'm saying is that Rocky IV ended differently than the one you saw.
We'll see. That's Now you're fucking obfuscating some bullshit point, but you gotta understand
No,
what I'm telling you, right?
No, I understand that both sides. I understand that both sides have both sides have a point.
No, the Americans have no fucking reason to be in Afghanistan. They don't have no fucking reason to be fucking in Iraq. The Americans have no reason to be anywhere in the fucking world. Stay in your own fucking country but you know what's crazy? They send our fucking money to all these fucking countries, fuck up all kinds of shit, right? But yet you go to fucking, what do you call it? Seattle, fucking some of the places in Seattle with all the fucking the atrocities that are going down. Go to Chicago right now, but they can't fucking help the people there, right?
I agree with you.
So there's a problem.
I agree with you. I do.
Time to be less patriotic and start thinking for yourself.
Well, what happened to the T-17s, by the way?
I don't care about T-17s. It's irrelevant.
I do. They were really cool. I wanted to see how effective they were.
Listen, there's Russian planes that are fucking insane that nobody even knows about right now.
I know what they look like. They look like bigger versions of American planes.
No, not necessarily. No, they make a specific noise that you can't even target them because they have like this. The actual jet engines make a crazy noise that you can actually hear, but it masks what do you call it, from the radar systems. And they're literally invisible planes because the noise just fucking interferes with the what do you call it? When the radar hits them, it just gets absorbed. It doesn't reflect it back. You don't understand. You guys think that Russia has no technology. Russia is in cahoots with Iran, with fucking China, and that's why they're having such an easy time taking over that place because China's helping them. You don't understand. China pulled in a lot of troops too. Iran is helping them by fucking providing them with all kinds of crazy drones. And the whole fucking war is ISIS. That's how you get all this footage. All this footage is from fucking drones, bro. Because drones are everywhere. Drones are bombing. Drones are just flying. They're actually fucking suicide drones and fucking bomb drones. Like the men are like fucking kilometers away. They're just sitting there looking at their goggles and then dropping fucking bombs on the evil people. You know what I mean? That's how it's played right now. Drones, drones, drones.
I disagree with most war.
Well, then you shouldn't have went to the military, my friend.
I've been in a lot of places. I've seen a lot of things.
Anyways, back to the thing. You know, the thing is the crazy part. So the radius of the Earth, right? It's supposed to be close to 4,000 miles, right? Here's the problem. That's why most of us know and understand it's a extended topographical plane, right? It doesn't curve. Because if the radius was 4,000 miles, there'd be a drop rate. That drop rate's about 8 inches per mile squared, right? Nowhere, no matter how well we measure it. Like I got pictures of my lake being over 30 miles, where there should be a 600-foot drop. I can see right across it, perfectly flat. I can see the lights of the next city, right? With bare naked eyes, right? And because due to conditions, right? But anyways, and then if you want to go like actually measure it, we have actual fucking PDF files and videos of guys actually pulling out like $30,000 lasers and hitting, going from one target to the next target, like line of sight, boom, no curve, no arc, nothing, right? So you should understand line of sight. You're a military guy, right?
I do understand line of sight, and I also understand that where that line of sight ends, and that they didn't just.
Where does it end at a 6-foot observer height? When okay, so if you at what point, right?
I'm reading
6 feet.
I'm reading something right now. I'm sorry. Hold on.
So you don't want to answer the question when it came to like the actual shit.
6-foot observer height is about 3 miles.
Okay, so at 3 miles, the line of sight starts. There's a curvature, right? There's going to be obstruction at 3, right? Matthew, Mr. Learns.
If you're looking at line of sight and there's nothing bending the light, then yeah.
Oh, nothing bending the light. Now we're going into some bullshit.
No, I mean
the horizon is right.
I bring that up because typically, if you're 6 feet above sea level, you're standing near some water.
Okay, so here's a picture. Matthew Learns. Go to the side, right? I'm 6 feet. No, I'm actually 6'5", but the camera's not at my eye level. It's actually below my eye level, right? So here, this is me. The lake is 30 miles across, right? Mr. Learns. I live on Lake Ontario. Okay, Mr. Learns. I will show you something, Mr. Learns. I gotta go to this chat. And then I post your picture, Mr. Learns. You're gonna bendy light. It's funny. Here, Mr. Learns. Send you a photo. See that picture? See how nice and flat the horizon is? I can see St. Catharines, and I'm in Toronto. And you know how do you know how you know I'm there? Because the shadow on the ground, you see it. That's me taking the photo. Right? Mr. Learns.
Okay, yeah, I opened up this picture. So, it looks like you're maybe 6 or 10 feet above the water, and
No, 10 feet. The fuck? I'm 6'5". That is the shore, right touching my feet, pretty much.
right underneath you. How much?
There's no 10 feet. There's no 10 feet, bro. That's you see the water, and my feet are right
how
fucking
much
next
higher
to
are
it.
you than the water?
I'm 6'5", my guy, and the water's right there.
Okay. And how far away is the city?
30 miles. Go look on Google. It's Lake Ontario. I'm in Toronto, and that's St. Catharines. Shut the fuck do you want this guy? Right? There should be 600 feet of drop, my guy. No lights in St. Catharines are that high. Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend. I know you've been doing this for 5 years. I know you've been doing it. And the conditions were very, very, very cold. Welcome to Flat Earth. I know you've been doing this for over 5 years. You know?
Yeah, I have no explanation for that photo.
Yeah, I know you don't. Only that it's fucking flat. The simplest fucking explanation.
Yeah, that would be definitely the simplest.
And the best one. Usually simplicity is the best.
Always.
Line of sight, Matthew Learns. And the fucking crazy part is, right? This is the crazy part that you guys don't get. If the earth was curving, it wouldn't be curving only forward, right? It would curve all around you, right? So your peripherals would be fucking dipping too. And here's the crazy part. This fucking lake it's 30 miles across, right? No. The width of it's 175 miles, right? But here's the thing. I can see all along it. So straight out, it's fucking 30 miles. But if I look to the right or to the left, the distance increases. But guess what? I still see those fucking lights. Oh my God. What's going on there, Mr. Learns?
Yeah, I'm not sure. In this picture, I'm not sure what's going
on. Because this is reality. See, Vlad likes to take fucking real fucking reality, man.
So it's like this every time you go down there? You can see the lights all the time?
No, my friend. Obviously not, because when it heats up, right, there's things called fucking water particles and whatever. You'll get fog and shit. Obviously, the horizon fucking changes, right, based on the conditions. But guess what? This motherfucking day, it's cold, man. Right now, even today, probably. I almost saw the lights today because it's getting really cold. Now, the colder it gets, the more shit you see further out.
So it depends on the temperature, what you see.
No. See, the thing is, the way you think refraction works is completely different how it really works in reality, my friend.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how refraction works. I just
exactly. Thank you very much. That light does not bend the way you think it bends, buddy. You keep listening to idiots, man, and you keep regurgitating what they say. It's not a good thing.
I can tell you how I think it works. I'll be super quick. When you're looking at a light at the bottom of the pool at night, and the light's all the way across, you're seeing the light and it appears much bigger than it actually is, because the light is diverging, spreading out in all directions. Right, Matthew? You've heard me say that before, right?
I have.
Before today, right?
Right.
So earlier when you said I didn't have an answer for it, that would be factually incorrect, right?
I didn't remember that answer.
Plead the fifth, right? I don't remember. Anyway, so basically what it boils down to is instead of thinking about light always bending down at 8 inches per mile squared, sometimes the light would bend more, which would cause it to disappear from the bottom up. And sometimes it would bend less, which would cause it to disappear from the bottom up. Because if the light goes over your head, you don't see it. If it bends too far down and it hits the water, you don't see it. So what we're thinking about is the way that you guys think the light works, when actually it could be a mixture of a bunch of different things. And it could just be that the light is more like turbulence when it passes through the atmosphere, and it's doing a bunch of those things all at once, which would cause us to not see it. And if it's disappearing because of atmospheric turbulence, refraction, diffraction, divergent, attenuation, and all these things, then it can't just always be, but it has to be the curvature. It has to be refraction. That's affirming the consequent. False cause. Thanks.
It doesn't have to bend exactly at 8 inches per mile. If it bends more than that, you'd still see it.
If it bends more than that, it's going to hit the water, Matthew.
Well, that light would, but the other light would reach you.
No, not if it hits the water. What other light? If it bends more than 8 inches per mile squared, let's say it bends at 10 inches per mile squared.
Right.
It's going to hit the water in your model, and it's never going to hit your eye.
So those lights are shining in all directions, so there would be some light that would still hit your eye.
And think about what happens the other way. You'll see the water, right? That'll come up in front of you. That's what that would do. If the light was curving more, you would see the water closer to you that you normally wouldn't see would be lifted up. That would be the effect that you would see.
Yeah, and remember, we're talking about light bending 0.01 degrees per mile, and that's it.
So am I wrong when I said that it would bend 8 inches per mile squared if the Earth was a globe and you were seeing objects that were 60 miles away? Is that incorrect?
That's correct. I'm saying that if you're going to talk about light bending, we should use angles, and so that's why I said 0.01 degrees per mile.
Okay, so you like to use angles because you're a mathematician, right?
Because we're talking about bending. Bending happens in angles, not distances.
Okay. So I know you like to doublespeak, but is it incorrect that if I'm
doublespeak?
Okay, you realize that doublespeaking just means that you're using different words. Like instead of saying you want to murder the baby, you say, "Oh, we want medical care for the woman." Right? That's doublespeaking.
Right.
Okay.
That's what you
so
do
when
all
I say
day.
8 inches per mile squared, and you say, "No, it's the angle." Or if I say 1,038 miles an hour, and you go, "No, it's one rotation per day." They're both correct. You're just doublespeaking.
They're both correct, but it makes more sense to use the one that matches the quantity you're measuring. So if you're talking about bending, angles make sense. If you're talking about spinning, then RPM makes sense.
If you're speaking in terms of mathematics, both of them make sense. You can describe things differently. There's more than one way to skin a cat, more than one way to get a girl to come home with you, right?
Matthew doesn't know anything about getting girls at home. Ha!
Yeah, I don't know anything about getting girls to come home.
Hey, you shouldn't have said it, but that's true.
No, look,
No,
if
that's
she doesn't
true.
get this, if she doesn't get the safe word out before the ball gag, that's on her.
This man understands contract law. Gotta know about the safe word.
Meatloaf. Because he'll do anything for love, but I won't do that.
Right? That's the safe word. Meatloaf.
Mongos.
All right, so do you believe the light bends? I mean, you do. We don't know that light bends all around.
Yes, I have glasses on, right? But is there a fish tank in front of me and the distant objects?
Yeah, the way you guys think bending of light is completely than what reality is, you know.
Well,
So please,
there is atmosphere, and there is a
Right, but
like effect. Yeah.
what level of density is there 1 foot above above the surface of the water? Is it the same level of density all the way to the bottom of
depends.
the pillars of the Habitat and Hill House? It's the same level of density, right?
No. It changes based upon the temperature of the water, air current, water currents. It changes based on light.
So it's not
There's so many
14.7
different factors.
psi. It's
Not
not
always.
14.7 psi.
Not always. Not
1
always.
foot above the surface of the water.
Not always. It's a highly variable thing.
Sure.
Hey,
go ahead.
Hey, Larry. It's safe to say that if there's a glober that sees that photo that Darren Decken posted and still believes that it's a ball, like, then there's just zero hope for that, bro. I like how at the end Decken, he said that, you know, if it's curving away from you, but then if you can see from one side to the other, it's completely flat. If you're looking at the side view, right, and that there's nothing curving about that, it's just perfectly horizontally straight. If you can't grasp that, then just, dude, it's a dead end. Don't even like engage, bro. Like, those who are meant to know the truth are going to grasp that and realize, oh shit, it's not a fucking ball. Anything beyond that, like, it's a waste of time, bro. And I like Matthew. I like you, Matthew. But it's a waste of time to spend on you trying to, like, a child can understand this, bro. I'm sorry. I'll shut up. I jumped in. My bad.
Good points.
Yeah,
Anyways, good
yeah,
points.
shut up, Oppo.
Respectable points. Mad respect for that.
It also could be the parasites.
Yeah, in Matthew's brain for sure.
I don't think I have any parasites in my brain.
Yeah, you don't think a lot. I know that. Ha!
No,
I mean, Matthew, you got parasites in your body, right? Or are there parasites in your body?
Probably.
Is
for sure.
your brain in your body?
I've never seen it.
So what's the barrier that keeps them from migrating in the bloodstream to your brain?
The blood-brain barrier, and most parasites are in the human gut.
Okay, except for the pineal gland, which is outside of that blood-brain barrier, which is what connects your left brain to your right brain. So it could be there, right?
I don't think the gut bacteria typically makes its way to the brain. No.
No, I never said gut bacteria. I said parasites. Parasites move about the body, right?
Most parasites are in your gut. I don't think there's many parasites. If you have parasites in your bloodstream, it's a big problem. You're pretty sick at that point.
Hey, it might be other spirits besides parasites. It might be something else. You might need an exorcism.
As a blood-bought believer in Jesus Christ, I don't have evil spirits dwelling in me.
You believe in Jesus?
Right.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that guy.
Well, that's ironic as fuck.
That guy.
Gotta go read Genesis, my guy.
What is that? I think Jesus Christ is real.
Well, no, that's fine. Go read Genesis.
I have.
Okay, so it's pretty flat in there.
Okay,
Firmament, it explains everything to you there, bro.
Actually, that could be
Psalms 19:1. You know what that is?
Yeah, the heavens declare the glory of God. The sky shows his firmament. His
yeah, the firmament, my guy.
What? It doesn't say sky.
None of that actually is incongruous. You can. That's the whole thing. That's why the Quran was able to go and have a globe Earth.
No. The Quran is flat, my guy. A lot of Muslims will tell you that there's a lot of packs. Yeah, there's a lot of. I know a lot of Muslims that know it's flat, buddy. Don't even start that shit.
Flat.
There's an actual big debate in the Muslim community, which there are the fucking heretics, the fucking evil motherfucking Muslims that are trying to fucking say it's a globe.
Yeah,
Just like there are
we
evil
call them Muslim
motherfuckers
apologists.
in the Christian side, they're trying to tell everybody it's a fucking globe. You know, the heliocentrists, the fucking sun worshippers, the fucking Luciferians. Exactly. The guy said he was pleased
but I
in the
don't worship the
Illuminati.
sun.
Well, Vlad, when you talk about the sun worshippers, it's actually the fake sun worshippers because they worship the sun that is drawn by men. They don't
Well,
worship
that's
the
true.
Wait, who
gods.
worships the sun? I don't think
They
there's any
replace
modern day sun
they
worship.
replace the real sun that we observe created by God, and they replace it with a fantasy globe with the cartoons. And
Yeah. I get you. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying. You know, and they say there's no modern. Yo, there's a lot of things in your face, and that they always have a sun in it. Sun worship.
Yeah, it's like the cartoon
Even the
worship,
Beatles,
cartoon worship.
Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. The Beatles were singing about that shit, my guy. Lucifer in the sky with diamonds, diamonds the stars.
And then they draw cartoons.
Actually, that was
symbols.
they were talking about LSD.
I know. Lucy
Talking about
Sky
like-
Diamonds, LSD. I know, but then it's double meanings. They do fucking double meanings everywhere.
Comes the sun.
Actually, the structure up in heaven, the center of the sky, looks like a diamond from the ground. So yeah, they might be talking about that. Diamonds in the sky, the shape of it looks like a pyramid on top of a pyramid. So it might be that.
I know, man. I know everything about LSD. Don't worry. Don't fucking worry about
Maybe
that.
LSD gives you like a electro-optical view of the sky.
Oh, buddy, LSD. I literally literally looked at my fucking white wall while I was smoking, and I was like fucking 3 hits in, I think, and I was listening to the wall, the whole fucking album, right? So I did like all 3 albums, Dark Side of the Moon, Obscured by Clouds, The Wall, even fucking The Animals. I even got like I throughout the whole trip, right? And at the one point when The Wall was kicking, when that fucking kick, you know, just pumping on one of those songs, I saw that fucking crazy, like in the smoke, all this shit was forming, these images and crazy, like real fucking vivid images. I still remember how it all looked like. It was crazy. I was like, no fucking way. No fucking way.
Did you see the globe?
No, buddy. It's fucking. I looked out towards the horizon. I'm like, holy shit, that motherfucker looks so flat right now. It was great.
Line, like a line that doesn't curve.
No, it doesn't curve. Nothing fucking curves. Only.
It looks
only when it's waving. But it does do the waves.
How far was the that shoreline that you took the photograph? The lights. How far was it from you?
Well, that's 30 miles across, bro.
That stumped Matthew.
Well, that's what I'm saying. 30 miles, bro. It's over for the globe. It's been over for the globe so long, and I've been telling people, yo, listen, I live in Toronto, my guy. Fucking that shit, I see it sometimes, not always, because there's other conditions that happen. But I've seen the lights across that fucking lake, my guy. Even the crazy part, I actually one day I actually put my face right next to the water. Guess what? I could still see them fucking lights. Direct line of sight, baby. Direct line of sight.
That's better than the Black Swan.
Oh, I know, man. I made sure that I have other pictures, but this one I think is the best because it's the S22 Ultra, man. Night mode. It's so good. I had to literally stand there and fucking let the exposure hit it for like 2 seconds. Yeah, it has to expose
what
the
do you
sensor.
think about that, Lunatic? The geometry of the globe is being debunked by Vlad. What do you think about that?
I don't have the scientific answer for that. But I still don't. I'm not convinced. I'm just not.
I'm not here to convince
Reality
you, bro.
doesn't convince you. Reality doesn't convince you.
No,
What you see, and what is are not necessarily the same thing.
Yeah, sure.
You can't trust reality, man. Don't trust it.
No, man, you can't. Obviously not, bro.
Exactly.
He's been programmed, right? He's one of those 17 years in the military guys. He's programmed to the tits, so it's gonna be hard for him to get through this. He's gonna start crying. I know military men that try to take their lives after finding out the truth. So
yeah, I know a few of those guys myself.
So it's gonna be really hard for these guys.
Hey,
They're really programmed.
Hey, Jagan, you said it's 30 miles away. What is it laterally from left to right? You said over 100 miles?
Like, yeah, over 100, yeah, for sure. Just Google Lake Ontario, man. It's right there. It gives you all the dimensions on. Yeah, Lake Ontario.
I
That's
don't
Lake
even need
Ontario.
if it's over 100, it doesn't even matter, bro. They're done from the beginning. They're done. There's
Oh,
no
yeah.
point in arguing. Those who are meant to grasp the truth will grasp it. Those who are not, there's those that are made for the day of wrath and those that are made for the day of righteousness, bro. It's easy as that, bro. Like you're gonna separate. That's it. Those that you either know the truth or you don't. If you're not meant to know the truth, you're gonna be given a strong delusion to believe the lies, and that's it, bro. It's easy. It's very simple. We're sifted like wheat, bro, from the thorns and briars. It's very simple, bro.
Yes. Whatever you said.
The globe is very greedy, man. I'll say that. According to them, man, it lies to them all the time. The Earth's just lying to you, man. You're spending shooting through outer space millions of miles an hour, but you feel like you're standing still. I get it.
The globe, like an abomination.
Oh, he's just lying to you, man. You see?
The globe is
your face.
information. You know how they lie to children and tell them that they live in a cartoon? It's
amazing.
And how men defend these lies and they think it's okay to tell this to children? It's disgusting.
Pretty wicked, man. I'll give you that. It's wicked wrong. Shit. Fuck.
These are the ones that boys they can be girls and girls can be boys. Same people.
No, the only Beatles song that's really good, because I really don't like the Beatles. Like I've listened to a lot of their shit, but it's not that good. But the only song that I really, really like, there's only one song. It's She's So Heavy. That song is so fucking good. And it's not like their other songs. Like She's So Heavy is the most original song from the Beatles.
Yeah, that and Yard Blues is pretty good.
Yeah, the rest of them are just garbage, bro, garbage. And same with let's say Queen, right? Queen. The only fucking there's only 2 songs in Queen that I like. The rest of them I can't even stand listening to Queen. It's Bohemian Rhapsody obviously is the best one, and then
Bottom Girls.
That was what I was
No, I don't know. That's a pop song. It's so shit.
Well, Flat Bottom Girls was super pop. Anyway,
Under Pressure.
Another one, Rides the Bus. I'm just kidding.
No, another one, Bites the Dust. No, I don't like that one.
We Will Rock You.
That's a good
one. No, and you guys just naming all the.
What about The Fool on the Hill by the Beatles? Any Glovers like that song? It's about you.
Ooh.
I hated Jimi Hendrix for the longest time, and then
oh, I love Jimmy. Jimmy, man, Jimmy's the bro.
Probably about 6 years ago now, I suddenly heard it in a different from a different point of my life, and all of a sudden it's like it suddenly spoke to me.
Oh fuck me, man.
Glovers are the guys that when they're given an order to go massacre people, they'll do it. They'll be
Jesus.
That's the order.
That's true, man. That is fucking true.
It's gotta be great.
Hey, the boss said we gotta go kill the children. We gotta do it.
I know that happened in the Bronze Age a lot before the globe model, right?
But when the flat earthers don't join the military, right, they have to start taking, foreign nationals, right? And they say, oh, we'll give you citizenship as long as you come fight for us, and then eventually our own military would turn on us and kill us, no problem, because they're not from here anyway.
Yeah, but you realize that in the Bronze Age, like most armies were made up of flat earthers, right? It's not like flat or globe Earth has any bearing on whether or not you'd be willing to kill people in an army.
Whatever you say, Glober.
Well, I will say that the Globers will win because
that's what a Glober will say.
Yeah,
that's weird.
Oh, wow,
because I
Glober
remember
would point out facts. Shocking.
I remember Carl.
Yeah, sure. That's not a fact. Were you there in the Bronze Age? Were you there in the Bronze Age? How's that a fact?
This guy thinks that every man was killing other people in the Bronze Age.
Yeah.
I never said that, obviously.
You said something
Obviously,
stupid. It's
obviously,
crazy.
the men that were doing that were globetards. Obviously,
How are they
Actually-
flat earthers?
In the Bronze
actually-
Age, before the globe model was understood, they were
Globe
flat
model
earthers.
didn't become popular until like the 1500s with the Protestant Reformation and the subsequent Counter Reformation. They could not beat Martin Luther on a one-on-one debate, so what did they do? They hijacked the narrative with
You're getting
the
a little bit off
colleges.
topic there. The point was
No,
just
I'm
that
not.
back in the Bronze Age,
and
the
you're
globe model
interrupting.
was
I'm
not
not.
prevalent.
You
I'm
don't
helping your
interrupt,
point.
Larry,
I'm
ever.
arguing for your point. If you'll just let me finish my point, maybe you can understand it. So before the 1500s, the majority of the population, simpletons that weren't part of the mystery schools, were flat earthers. So you wonder why your Bible's a flat earth book, your Quran's a flat earth book, but books after the 1500s started incorporating the globe. That's because of Copernicus and many others. Thanks.
Galileo said it.
Well, none of that had to do with the point, but okay.
Well, the simple fact is that if the flat earthers and the globers got into a war, the globers will win because their artillery is going to hit on target. You guys are going to be like 84
Not at all, bro. The Globers are gonna
You
miss
guys are
all
going to
day.
be 84. You guys are going to be like 84 meters off every fucking time.
Refracted target over there. How gosh, he's refracted. Coriolis effect. Which way are we facing? Meanwhile, the flat earthers are like, you see that guy? Shoot him. That guy that's shooting at us? Shoot him. He's not refracted. He's not Coriolis affected. He's right there where your fucking sights say that he is.
He
Well,
doesn't do
you
it
guys
for
are going to miss a
cornhole.
lot. That's all I'm going to say. And that's
You
fine.
know, the Glovers
Sure.
are gonna be missing because they're taking account refraction, and they're like, oh, that you see the hill? It's not there. You see that target? It's not there.
You guys are going to be out of bullets because you guys are going to keep on shooting at these.
Oh my goodness, dude! Do you
You're not
really
going to hit
think
what
that
you're
for
going
one second, man? Please, somebody end this shit super fast, man, because we've talked about this going back to 2015. Fuck, I've talked to fucking a dozen snipers in here, and they ain't counting for fuck all nothing.
Fuck all nothing
I
is
would
said,
agree
bro.
with that.
Wind and
agree
shit,
with that.
man.
Oh my god.
Well,
Wind and
you-
shit, ain't no fucking
did you guys-
Coriolis. Fuck off. No way, man. Fuck
Did
no
you
way.
guys
So the
see?
world record is Canada. The guy was over 2 miles away. He killed 3 of them. If he was standing up, which he was, and it was a refracted target, which it wasn't, and he killed 3 out of 4 of the fucking targets, which he did, that's pretty fucking coincidental. So all you coincidence theorists, you can believe that all you want, right? But I don't think that's what fucking happened.
I don't know.
Did you
All I'm
guys
going to say
He's
is
a
In
Canadian too.
reality, listen, the guy in
I'll
reality didn't take the guy in reality that accomplished this didn't take into account the globe. But then the guys that believe in the fantasy talks about cartoon and how the Globers will win the war. But that's cartoon, right? Because the
Did
guy
you guys
just
did you
mentioned in reality this didn't take into account the globe. So there you go.
did you guys see last week that Tucker Carlson was asked about the flat Earth?
Bro, no.
I
Flat Earth,
mean,
what's
He
that?
shilled all the way. He was
In
like,
response,
no, NASA.
I didn't
Tucker
see it,
said
man. What happened?
in
What
re- Tucker Carlson, in response to being asked, he said that he wouldn't rule anything out, but he specifically brought up the sniper's bullet thing as his proof against it. So that's why I brought it up, because it's relevant.
I don't
Said
think
so.
I
It
don't
must be truth.
I don't think Tucker Carlson is a good authority on fucking anything.
That Tucker
He is
guy, man.
one. He
Fuck,
knows
I don't
the
know about
shape.
all of them, man.
He
Are you
knows the
kidding me?
shape.
Shit. I
Listen,
don't know about
Neil
any of
deGrasse Tyson guy, he says it's pear-shaped. It's pear-shaped Earth.
Right. Neil deGrasse Tyson says the Earth's pear-shaped, man. Shit. Who you gonna believe? Fuck.
Yeah, and he's
Where
one of
did
the
it
right
end, man?
ways. You
Where
gotta
did
listen to
it
him.
end?
He didn't say pear-shaped.
Yeah, he
Yes, he
did.
did.
It was
No, he
supposed to
said
be it's
It's
pear-shaped.
pear-shaped. It's like pear-shaped.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, like that.
Don't make me
No.
He
bring my
said the
video.
Earth
I'm
had
gonna
a fat bottom.
Bro, I gotta
So
get the
he
video.
said the
I'm
Earth
gonna
was
go
thick
get
as
it.
fuck.
I'll go get the video.
I'm gonna
You
go
got-
get him saying it. He says it. Pear-shaped Earth.
Can we screen
Earth
share?
is
Can
thick as
you,
fuck,
can you
boy.
screen share it? Can somebody share it?
will do it. I will do it.
All right, cool.
I got my dad saying it today. I was talking about it. I was like, Neil deGrasse Tyson says pear shaped. He said it is. He's like, well, it's not pear shaped. It's more like an egg. I'm like, damn it. Always with the damn saving mechanisms.
The
They're
pear-shapedness of the Earth.
the donut shaped Earth, bro.
Y'all know that there are
Is the
spherical pairs, right?
criticism that we have too many different ways that we describe it as spherical, as roughly spherical, as oblated spheroid, as pear-shaped.
Who's letting this guy talk? Oh my
Mr.
god.
Lunatic, what do you think about the high priest Tyson says pear-shaped? What do you think about that, the high priest?
Have y'all ever seen a spherical pair? Because
Lunatic, what do you think about the high priest saying it's pear-shaped?
He's in denial.
I trust him more than I trust,
Trust you guys more than I trust you guys.
That's why he's your
He's
priest.
he's
Well,
the
how come
high
the
priest of
back
the
of the pictures
religion,
are
so you better trust him, right?
No, I just think he's probably got more of enough. Probably got more information than I do.
Yeah, but he's a
Well,
leader
well,
of
we
your
were-
religion.
No, he
He's a
doesn't.
leader.
No, a religion would say that I get a religion would say that I would care.
Okay.
What?
It's only 3.5 minutes, or it's only 4 minutes. It's only 4 minutes long.
All right, I'll watch it with you. Let's do it.
Neil deGrasse Tyson explains how the Earth became pear-shaped.
Might go full screen on this shit. Here. Hold on.
The expert's gonna hook us up.
Hey, Lunatic, you gotta watch this because you gotta get up to date with the correct science. Go ahead.
Black Science Man is gonna let us know.
You've seen the pear-shapedness of Earth. Now you need to know how it happened.
Why did you say black? That bothers me.
That's the meme, Black Science Man.
Don't do
We
memes.
can't hear it. We can't hear it.
Don't do shortcuts to thought.
You gotta put the volume up. You gotta press right click. And put the
Only
volume
no,
up.
but it's only when Russians, you can talk shit about Russians though, it's no problem. They talk shit about Russians all day.
I can't get it up. Y'all gotta turn it up.
No,
You've seen how
everybody
pear-shaped
has
the
to
Earth
turn it
is.
on.
Now here's how
Turn
it
it up.
happened.
Look how he has cartoons on his side.
Hey, Deacon, I message you. Can you check for that?
There, he said it.
I'm all busy playing a game, my guy.
We can barely hear it, but you heard him say pear-shapedness, right?
He also said slightly.
Still
Yeah,
said
slightly
pear-shaped,
bigger
no?
than the tallest mountain.
He said it's slightly.
Yeah, he said
When he
the
talks
bulge
about
is taller than Mount Everest.
now when he's
That's
saying
what I noticed.
Yeah, I
now
linked
when
it.
he's saying difference between sphere and slightly and slightly pear shaped is he's talking about a perfect sphere versus
We know
an
that.
imperfect sphere.
He said the bulge was higher than Mount.
I want a picture of the imperfect sphere. That'd be great. Thanks.
Sure, Jack, you gotta get closer to your mic, bro, because you're kind of quiet.
I want a picture of the damn not perfect sphere.
Well, now we got to go over the field goal because Neil
Right.
deGrasse Tyson also claimed that the field goal was good because of the Coriolis effect.
You just do a quick calculation for Coriolis and you score a field goal.
I figured I want to know. I want you to show me a picture of a flat Earth.
Go
outside.
You literally go get one right now.
I just gave you an image that I took, bro. Did you not see it? Literally, I gave you a
Yeah,
fucking
but that
image.
doesn't count because his mantra says refraction. So
Go
he just
bigger.
says his
He
mantra.
asked for a picture.
No, I
Remember
want a hole.
when Neil, yeah, we
There's no
want-
such thing as a hole. You never had a whole ball.
Bro, Neil had
Google a
Damn,
picture of Earth from space Google picture of Earth from space, my guy, and then show me which of those images on Google is real.
Yeah, he
I'll wait.
wants a cartoon to replace the
Oh,
globe.
he's gonna show cartoons. That's the fucking point, you know.
I told him earlier.
He's asking for something, but he can't provide it from his end.
When you're doing that, also search for the solar system. You're gonna see cartoons as well. That's what you be cartoons.
He likes cartoons, bro.
Crazy, bro. These kind of questions are
Glovers
ridiculous.
are actually cartoon artists.
And then he's gonna pull up D Marble's picture, right? Because it's probably the best one. And the guy said he put it fucking all stitched it together, literally fucking painted it together. It's like holy fuck. That's
Robert Simmons. He said, "quote It's photoshopped. It has to be." Unquote.
It
That's
has
the
to
blue
be
marble.
photoshopped.
Yeah, that's the blue marble.
The blue marble. Do you say D marble or the blue marble? Okay,
the blue marble.
The original Earth image was from when they faked the moon landing.
1972 was the other one, right? Apollo 17. Yep.
You can trust the government. You can trust the government. Why would they lie?
I still want a picture of the oblate spheroid.
He worked for them for 17 years, right? So it's kind of programmed into his head.
Be great.
He has to.
So, Lunatic, do you think it's okay that these people are teaching this religion of the globe and space to children?
Like Apollo.
Absolutely.
Who's Apollo? The Apollo mission. So they wanted to reinforce their sun god religion. And what did they do? They said they went halfway to the moon and turned around and took a picture of the Earth. So you could see it as a sphere.
Okay.
It's a cartoon globe religion. The cartoon sun religion.
You saw it on TV. It has to be real.
I just put a picture in the chat.
Was that from? That was from the latest Artemis mission or something.
No,
like that.
no. This was a Japanese.
It's the Japanese one. Okay.
Yeah.
They have better CGI. They have better CGI. You know, it's the Japanese.
It was.
Well, I mean, it does look pretty fake, and that's how you know it's real. Because if they did fake it, they would fake it much better than that real shit. So it's definitely.
As you can see in the picture, there's like a little dark spot over Australia because when it was taken, Australia was experiencing an eclipse.
Fuck off.
No way.
Fuck off.
Guys, definitely trolling. If you
So it's just
believe-
airbrushed the eclipse on there. They're like, hey, at the time that we say we took this, there's supposed to be an eclipse going on. So make sure you don't let that detail slip.
Wait a minute. Do you know how wide the shadow is on a solar eclipse?
No. Why would I know that information off the top of my head?
Because I do.
Miles across.
62 miles. 62 miles across. So
wait.
From
Let's
the moon, from 238,000 miles away, you're going to see a 62-mile dot that size.
Where did you learn that?
It's called the path of totality. Look it up.
We
It's
know
called-
their model.
It's called
better
the
than them.
shadow of totality. Check it out, man. Don't believe me. This is what they
That
say.
looks. I mean, if the radius is 3959, that does look a little bit more than 62.
You think?
I mean, does
it looks like more than 62 miles? Oh my goodness. No kidding. It looks like
The
about
math doesn't math. my
2,000
friends.
miles, really. Or 1,000 miles. There's 500 or some fuck. I don't know, but it's way.
Okay, so when I looked it up,
Okay,
it
so
said
hold
the
on.
width of the shadow band fluctuates based on the moon's apparent size and can extend to 250 kilometers, which let me
Well, that-
calculate that in miles.
That's a number of number
What
of.
do you think about this picture?
So that's about 155 miles. So I don't know where you got 62 from.
All right,
I
well, let's go with 155. I'll give you that. It's 238,000 miles away.
Okay.
You can see something that big.
Hold on. Hold on.
Hold on. No. I ain't gonna hold on. No, this is a fucking valid point. Is you're gonna see something 155 miles across from 238,000 miles away. Is that the claim?
Well, for the measurement of the totality, you're not just seeing like there's also the partial eclipse radius. So it is a little
Yeah.
bit bigger than just totality, because
Actually, it would
totality
be
is only the radius where you have a
Number,
total
it's called
eclipse, not a
number
partial.
per number. Yeah, I know all about the number per number.
Okay.
You betcha.
So I don't think it's outlandish to think that you'd be able to see it.
Okay, man, far out. Good on you, bro. Good on you.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
So there's an umbra and penumbra, right? So if there's an umbra and penumbra, that means that light doesn't travel parallel, right?
Ooh, ain't that a bitch? Fuck.
Is that true? I mean, if the light is going from the top of the sun
Right.
to cross itself on the bottom of the moon, and the light is going from the bottom of the sun to cross itself on the top of the moon, that's how you create the umbra and penumbra in the diagram. Is that right?
No.
Globers?
Well, the light travels in all directions from the source, so
No,
Right.
you're not. But you're not taking into account. You're not taking into account the partial. I
That's
mean, everything
number.
from
That's
a non-existent to a partial. You're going to end up with light being spilled all over the place.
Right, but where
So
it's partially eclipsed, that's not the totality. So that's people can see a part of the moon blocked out, right?
part of the sun blocked out. You mean?
part of the sun.
Yeah, right. That's what I meant to say. I'm sorry about that.
Solar. See, yeah, we're on the solar eclipses.
Well,
Yeah,
there's
sorry
gonna
about
be
that.
there's gonna be part where there's gonna be part there's gonna be a part where you're not seeing anything. There's gonna be a part where you're gonna see some, and then and
You
of
can
course
see,
the effect gets greater the more that the interference is.
right, you can see some of the moon while during a partial solar eclipse.
Bro,
Depending on, well,
can you
yeah,
guys
when you're looking
answer
if you're looking through the glass, you're going to see the shadow.
I mean, I
Lunatic?
get that you
Is
see the
this
shadow. I
Henry
get
is not
that.
the wolf's not actually
fuck?
eating it.
So what I'm asking, man, is can we see any of the moon features during a solar eclipse or partial solar eclipse or any?
Probably on the edges.
Okay, I've been looking for that information, man, and I haven't been able to find it. So if you know somebody, hit
Probably
me
on
up.
probably on
Shoot
the
me a
edges.
DM, man. Because
Just shoot this. I mean, just looking at logically.
I've been
Hold up.
looking for it for years, but that's okay,
Well,
man. I'll look it up, man. Promise me, I'll look it up.
Hello, Lunatic. Is this image a cartoon or a photograph?
photograph.
Which
I'm
one are we
asking
looking at?
Lunatic.
The Japanese one that I had
Yep.
posted.
Japanese one.
Area of the mouth or
Oh, the
something.
Japanese moon
Waste
shot of Earth.
Besides, well, the one that he posted, I think, is a waste of bandwidth. But okay,
So is that a photograph or a cartoon? Which one?
yes,
Yes, it is.
Is
They're
it a
both.
cartoon? You said yes to a cartoon?
It's definitely a photograph and a cartoon.
All right, cool. I appreciate you being honest. Appreciate it.
Damn, bro.
Because it started as a photograph, probably, and then it turned into a cartoon.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Through
It
animation.
evolved. It evolved, right?
It evolved from a photograph to a cartoon?
Right. It went through computer processing. That means it's a cartoon after it goes through the computer. Is that what you're saying?
And somebody altered it.
Yeah, somebody put it in the
And
computer.
animated
A guy got
animated it.
It's like I
Whatever.
can't get my point across for some reason.
Well, I'm not understanding the point.
Is there a difference between a photograph and a cartoon? Is there a difference between those two?
You're phrasing the question as a trap.
Well, this image that was posted by Critical Base Theory, what do you think it is? A photograph or or like a CGI
What?
rendition?
What, the Japanese thing?
Yeah.
The kid,
Yeah.
the kid,
The
wiggling,
Japanese Earth.
wiggling his finger.
No. The Earth picture from the moon.
Oh,
Which one? The last one I
The one you
posted.
posted.
I don't know.
The last one I posted.
I
Okay.
don't know.
Look at that one.
I also don't care. That's the key to all this. The key to this is I don't care.
Well, that's not a great attitude to have, but
Hey,
Well,
yeah, I
no,
understand it.
it's a
You can,
it's
yeah,
a
you can
picture.
live your life not giving a fuck, man. That's cool.
No,
it is
no,
the answer.
it's no. The thing is it's a
Get it.
picture. It's interesting. I don't know if it's real or not because I
The
haven't. I don't
answer.
know. I don't know the source.
Honest answer, man. I appreciate
The,
that.
an-
100%.
the answer
Thank you.
is that it's a photo, not a
And
cartoon.
that honestly, man, because we don't get that a lot around here. So appreciate it.
The
You don't know.
answer.
You don't know is the answer. I don't know. Could be fake. Could be real. Like I don't know. I'm in the same boat, dude. I don't know. I'm gonna go. I don't know. And that people don't like that. They'll just defend this to the death. They'll be like, "No, it's real. Look at the shadow on the cliff."
So Lunatic, is it possible that someone posted this as a photograph, but it's actually not a photograph? It's just a CGI rendition of some sort, like
I don't know. I don't know the source of it. So yeah, we could be anything without knowing the source.
But I want you to care.
That's the difference. That's the difference between that right there is the difference between me going, well, this guy on the internet said shit, and me actually knowing more about me knowing more about it and going whatever. Are you googling some shit and fucking me going, well, I worked around radars. I worked with it worked within the electromagnetic spectrum. I understand all of these different things.
We want to keep you around here, man. We're gonna piss you off.
Well, you worked with some devices, but you ever build them? No. Okay, so please.
So here's
Don't start
what's
that.
funny though. Here's what's kind of
Amazing.
funny.
You changed the capacitor. Amazing. You changed the fucking capacitor. Amazing.
Earlier, I caught like the some parts of McToon's stream, and they were making fun of people that don't believe in the heliocentric model by saying they don't know how to do math. And so because somebody doesn't know how to do math,
I hope you
that
smile.
makes the world a ball. It's fucking ridiculous, bro. These guys are fucking retarded.
I did
How many
some
people know the actual history rather than the government prescribed history?
Why does it come on? Why does it come down to government?
What does public mean?
Everybody's. It's public. It's available to everybody. That's what it means to me. But I could be
Public
wrong.
and government is synonymous, right? So public school is government concentration camps, indoctrination centers.
Backwards.
Okay. Well. Okay, so which government?
The United States corporation.
Government.
Well, I went to school in England, so that argument goes away.
Oh, it doesn't matter where you go to school; you get global indoctrination everywhere.
I went to a private school in England.
Let me guess. Hebrew school.
I even went to a Church of England school.
You don't have a number in there?
What? I had to wear a uniform and everything. I was retarded.
So you went to a government school, Church of England, right?
No, it wasn't government. Church of England is a not government thing.
I thought those two things were like tied at the hip.
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
I'm ignorant. I'm incorrect.
It's like saying that a Catholic school in the United States is a government school. No, funding is completely different.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of Catholic colleges that I'm pretty sure get funding from the United States government grant and whatnot. So I don't know how it works in England though, because I've never been there.
Essentially, it was made by the King
There's
Henry
also-
VIII, right? So
there's
he,
also government.
technically
There's
goes
also government. You can also say that flat Earth is funded by government too, because of some medium that you use that is government funded. It's not. It's a non-argument.
Where can I get the government money at? Can I get like a flat Earth grant?
Apply for it.
I would love it.
Yeah.
Let's apply for it, Larry. Let's do that.
Make a flatearth.org, declare it a religion.
Yeah.
All kinds of funding.
That would
You
be
wouldn't even have to pay
great.
taxes. You wouldn't even have
Well,
to
it
pay
was
taxes.
it was made by King Henry VIII, right? So Church of England.
I think they wrote a song about him.
You know that you do know that they separated church and state. You do know that, right?
Give to Caesar's what is Caesar's.
I was given the origin story, to be honest. Sorry. There's a lot of different themed public schools and private schools. Like the boarding type schools are. I mean, yeah,
Anyway.
kind of the religious ones. To be fair.
Well, the Vatican's been a big part of teaching kids. Or we'll just stick with those guys. You know, I'm cool. I mean, I got a lot of Mexican friends, man. They're all Catholic. I get it, man. You guys were learning some cool stuff, and you guys are into that. But they've been around a minute. They got their own damn city. It's
Vatican,
like
the Vatican's
but it's not a country. But it's like Washington D.C. and Vatican. They're kind of similar. There's a place in London called just London. And it's like not the city of London.
Yeah.
And it's like this little couple of square blocks of all the money in the world. It's weird, man. It's kind of weird.
It's called the City of London, which is
right.
like
There you go. I had it backwards. Sorry, man.
Yeah, smaller district within London.
You're right.
The size.
It's been a while.
It is a pseudo Vatican style. It's not part of the British Empire technically. Like it's all
like its own little place, just like Washington D.C. is its own thing, and so is the Vatican. So you got the religion, you got the money, and then you got the muscle. America's the muscle, man. We're the war machine. So you got the trifecta. You got all three of those working together. Anyway, that's what I've heard. I can't verify any of it.
Interesting thing about the City of London is that even the Queen doesn't have authority there.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. It's like this separate authorities.
Yeah, especially because she's dead.
It's got its own, I mean, like hypothetically, any kind of king or queen. It's also very similar to the Vatican in the fact that it has Swiss guards.
Didn't she die?
We've got all the Swiss guards, right?
Didn't she go down? She died this year, right? The Queen this year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They had a big thing about it, I guess, on the television. I don't know.
She might have died 2 years ago. Old footage, Bin Laden.
Actually, the Vatican and the Church of England are actually some of your biggest allies. Vatican only just recently adopted the fact that the Earth is round and all that shit.
Do you know what they
under the current
adopted?
Pope?
I know something they adopted recently. They're like, gay marriage. We're good with that. I was like, what? Really?
Well, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, I don't know. I heard it the other day, man. This week, I sort of, or last weekend.
What does gay marriage have to do with flat Earth?
I don't know, man, but it was the Vatican. We were talking about the Vatican.
Yeah. So what's wrong with gay marriage?
Nothing, man. Nothing at all. But the Catholic Church has been against it for a long time, man. That's all I'm saying. And now they're all like, "Oh, it's good. We're good." So I'm just letting you guys know a little news.
What's wrong with gay marriage?
They're like, sodomy is great.
It's a sacrament.
How does that affect you in any way?
Doesn't affect me. It's just funny.
It's funny.
It's hypocritical and ironic. Hypocrites and irony. That's all it is, bro.
Well, you don't have to worry about them having kids. So
But you know what's funny though? You know what's funny? There's like this fucking tomb that they found in the Vatican with a whole bunch of baby bones, like fucking thousands of baby bones. Now, what the fuck is that about, right?
Those are just relics of saints. Right? They just part them out. They just part out the saints, and they put the relics in the ground.
There's 65 million. There's 65 million cases of bones in Russia. So
yeah, I know exactly. You know why the communists fucking came in there, right? And then just fucking slaughtered all the Russians. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, buddy.
That was very rude.
Let's not forget about Nicholas.
This American fucking idiot that doesn't know shit. Man, you should have never been in the military. They fucking destroyed your mind, bro.
We're gonna help fix it, bro. I'm not.
There's no fixing this guy. I promise you, man. It's going in one ear and out the other, bro.
Dude, I got a crescent wrench, jackhammer. Give me a chance. Give me a chance.
Stalin was a great guy, right?
See, this guy loves Stalin. See, it's funny.
He thinks it's funny because they were white people that died. It was the white party that got killed, right?
Right?
Was that Larry?
Yeah.
What?
He thinks it's funny because it was the white party that got killed in Russia. So that's okay. It's okay to be racist against white people and genocide the fuck out of them.
What?
Yeah.
You were laughing, bro. You were laughing. That's a lot of
No. Well, no, I'm not. I'm not making light of the fact that there was atrocity. I'm making light of the fact that somebody's complaining about anything when you got that
Blame
many
about
problems.
anything. Jesus Christ,
You
bro.
could just
Listen to yourself.
apologize.
Listen to yourself. You're fucked,
The
man.
United, Take the higher ground, man. Take the higher ground.
The United States.
Have a look at the horizon, man. It's flat. Take the higher ground. It's flat horizon, man. I checked it out myself. Vlad checked it out. I know Larry checked it out. A few other people in here. Even Matthew checked it out, man. Higher ground. You can see farther. Seek the higher ground, man.
No, I was 1 foot above the water. The water was up to my armpits, and I could see Ingleside on the Bay 10 miles away from North Beach, Corpus Christi.
All right, seek the lower ground. Get down there with the water. We can do this. Whatever it takes, man. Seek the higher, the lower ground, but
No, but okay. So what's the population of white people, right? Like in the world, right? It's the lowest percentage.
What do you think? Like,
right? And then all the other nationalities, right? They're like fucking like surpasses by so much. But yeah, let's kill Whitey, man. Let's kill fucking Whitey.
Okay, I got one. So this guy, he said he's a liberal, right?
Yeah.
But he's choosing the patriarchy cosmology. The cosmology of the white man is what he's holding dear to his heart. The cosmology of the patriarchy. You're not a very good leftist, bro.
Yeah, terrible.
I didn't say I was leftist. I never said that at all.
I know. You said you're a liberal. I apologize. I like to troll you a little bit. It's kind of fun.
There's a
patriarchy of the white man.
It's a sliding scale, brother.
It's a sliding, slippery slope, man. It's a slippery slope. Be careful out there.
I'm just trolling you because you like the patriarchy of the white man. The cosmology of the patriarchy is what I meant to say.
And nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with that, by the way.
But it was brown people that came up with this.
Really?
We got a lot of brown. I'll ask him, man.
I know there was brown people in Europe. That's not a secret, but
yeah, but there was brown people. There was brown people in North. There was brown people in North Africa that were the first ones to do this.
Exactly. Yeah, there were some brown people and
definitely brown people in Africa.
It might have been some white people over there too, man. Might have been a couple of white dudes, man, hanging out, going, "Hey, man, the surf school, bro, check it out."
Wait a minute. The mystery school started in Egypt. Well, actually, India. The first college was in India.
Mm-hmm.
But the mystery school started in Greece and Egypt, right?
But you don't think that people were educated before that?
That's not what I said. I said mystery school.
I mean, the thing is
that's a total fucking straw man. You can't do that. Come on, take that straw man back, put it in the fucking, put it back in the hay.
It was actually Atlantis, probably.
People were figuring things out long before a lot of
that wasn't even close to what he said, and you just came out of nowhere and fucking shoved some hay out of the fucking bundle and went, "It's mine." And no, you can't do that. It's straw man, totally, 100%. That was like one of the most blatant straw mans I've ever heard. But anyway,
you can't do that.
Can't do that.
Don't use the term straw man. Just tell me exactly what I did, and I'd say, okay, fine. I hate shortcuts. I hate shortcuts.
Well, I mean, Larry wasn't even close to saying that you thought he said something. That
I thought he said something. I thought he was meaning one thing, and I was like, no.
And you just jumped ahead. I just want you to be aware of it. I'm not like ridiculing you. I'm not saying not do it. I'm not going to cut you off, mute you, or nothing. But I just be aware that you did that. That was all.
Yeah, I accept it. I accept it.
All right, cool, man. We're good. We're all good. Carry on. Let's go. Moving on. Where we at, Larry?
Yeah, I was just going to prove him wrong about the Church of England getting money from the UK government. For the cathedrals, of course. Which, that would prove him wrong, I think, if I understood the article correctly. But yeah.
Wait a minute, am I in the flat earth group shit?
Yeah, if you just
Oh my
Do a lot
god!
of
Like
do a lot of
totally, you
listening.
found the flat earthers. Oh my god, this is
Oh
so
my god,
amazing.
did I do it? Did I
All right,
fucking
we're gonna
find
mute you
it?
for a
I fucking
second. We gotta
did it!
mute you for a second.
We got a
Why?
genius in here.
Wait,
We got a
don't mute me!
genius.
Don't
Hold
mute
on, this is
me!
gonna be great.
Don't mute me! Don't
Then
mute
don't
me!
scream. Then
Here we
don't
go.
scream. Then don't
Okay,
scream.
I'll try to
Oh
be
my
quiet. I'm
god,
so
you guys
sorry.
are flat
I'll try
earthers.
to.
Totally,
I'll
like
try to. I'll try
I
to
can't
whisper.
believe we
I'll try
found
to.
the flat earthers.
Fuck me.
It
This
is so
person's
weird.
drunk on a Tuesday night.
Dude,
Drunk
I'm
women
not
on a Tuesday
even.
night.
This is what I
Why?
found.
Why
I
are you
totally found
hating?
it.
Why are you
The
hating?
flat
Nobody's hating.
earthers.
Nobody's hating.
I'm amazed. I
Okay.
can't believe it. You guys are awesome.
She's had too much to drink. I muted her for a second. We're gonna let it get it out of her system. She's being really vocal, and I got a headache, and it hurts my ears. Well, ma'am, I
Yes.
want you to be able to speak. I do not want to censor you in any kind of way. I don't like oppressing
Totally,
women.
like not for sure.
But I got a headache, and I need you to stop doing that because I really can't handle it. So I'm going to mute you now, and I'm going to expect you to govern yourself.
Welcome to
Thanks.
Flat Earth. Relax, relax. Listen,
Oh my
listen
god!
for like.
Look, I'm just trying to make friends. I'm just trying to make
All right,
friends,
well,
bro.
just listen for like 20 minutes, and then we'll get to you. Hang on.
Holy
What?
shit! 20 minutes is long.
No, it's not
No,
that
you
long,
don't.
man.
You don't got to stay quiet for 20 minutes. You just can't be loud. Maybe I should turn you down.
I'm trying to whisper. I'll try to whisper.
Just kind of like listen to the conversation. If you got something to add, cool, man.
You know,
Anyway,
no. I don't want to interrupt.
we had some pretty deep conversation going here for a minute,
I'm
but
so sorry. I'm so sorry. I fucked it up. I'm so sorry. I'm so new. I'm so new. I'm so sorry.
it's not gonna work out,
Oh,
man.
shut the fuck up. Oh my god, ban me, please.
Nobody
Fuck.
wants to ban you. Just
Please.
easily mute you and that's it.
Ban me. I'm
She's
just
a
trying to make friends.
sadomasochist.
In this
I'm
game,
just trying to
telling
make.
you.
I'm just
Go
trying to
get a
make
pen and
friends.
paper. Go get a pad.
I
Go
just
get a
want to
notepad
make
and
friends.
paper, pen. Yeah, write things down.
All right.
Bro, I'm one of you, but I don't believe
go
the
up to a
earth is
different
flat.
channel. Go up there to like LBGTQ or something. One of those
I'm
channels.
not gay.
All right, well then go down to religion. What do you think?
Why can't I
She
stay
can
here?
stay here. She's got
Why
to be
can't I
quieter.
stay here?
You're just a
I'll
little.
try. I'm
Because
just
you're not.
excited. I'm excited, bro.
You're like way over the top.
I can't help it.
I'm
I
not
have
a
high
mod.
energy.
I don't give a fuck. You guys want to deal with this
Invincible.
shit? That's
Have you
fine,
had too
man.
much
Go
to
ahead.
drink? Have you had a
No,
bit to
I'm
drink?
just excited. Why can't I be
Okay,
excited?
well, you can be excited. Just calm down. Your energy is way too high. You got to match our frequency. You're vibing way too high.
Holy
Yeah.
shit, I don't even know your
This is a
frequency
total
because you're
fucking
from
shit
Flat
troll
Earth.
shithole, man. Shit troll shithole.
What
I'm calling
frequency
it.
is Flat Earth on, bro?
Fuck this. Fuck. Come on. We were doing great, man.
Can
What?
I make a joke though?
No, I'm gonna have to mute you if you don't mute yourself. Please govern
No,
yourself.
no. Come
I'll
on.
let you keep talking
Okay.
over
Let me
every
govern
time
myself.
she talks,
Let me govern
or he
myself.
talks or whatever.
Yeah.
I'll shut up. I'll shut up. I'll shut up.
Yeah, just mute yourself
Voice
and listen to the
changer.
conversation.
Something's going on there,
I'm
man.
just trying to be
Like,
friends, man. I'm just trying to be friends.
Okay.
wrong
Shh,
approach.
friendly.
Totally wrong approach. By the way, have a nice.
Why not?
It's a wrong
just trying to be
approach, man. I'm telling you, get out of here, man. Just go. Thank you,
Ask
Larry.
nicely. I don't like
Fuck's
muting
sake,
people.
man.
But
I mean, come on. We can't
it was
take
just so high pitched. It was like a
Mm.
YouTuber or something trying to get views. I don't
Somebody
know.
was like doing a quick TikTok video or some shit and trying to dick around with us, man. That's what I think that was going on. Something like that. It was horrible. It's like we can't. No. We were in some great conversations about targeting and Coriolis and light
And Russian genocide. Yeah,
Russian
all about that.
genocides. We were, Armenian genocides. Yeah, we were getting into some stuff, man. I hope this isn't getting censored on like YouTube or fucking some.
Yeah, we gotta be careful because
Be careful, man. I don't want to take anybody's Discord away, man. It's fucking dude's fault, bro. What? No.
Can't say the D word. You gotta say turkey's fried.
We are guests in a server that's pretty popular, and it's been a great place to come hang out, man. Don't want to fuck it up. You know, it does say 24/7 flat Earth. You know, so
Yeah,
we
you gotta say turkey's fried.
topic.
Yeah.
You know,
Can't say that word.
just be. You know, I learned my lesson a long time ago, hard way. You know, I got called out, man, dude. You can't talk about that shit on the Flat Earth Discord, bro. And it's like, okay, I get it, man. Because that's what we're here for, man, is Earth. Flat Earth. And there's a lot of complications with Earth as far as political and financial and whatever, wars and shit. But at the end of the day, man, Earth is Earth, and it presents itself to us pretty easily if you want to check it out. If you don't want to check it out, man, there's plenty of places to go, go watch your fucking, TikTok videos and watch some sports and catch Taylor Swift or whatever. Yeah, do your thing, man.
Oh my God, I found you finally.
I was like screaming, like, this is so trolling, man. That's so bad, dude. It was bad trolling too. I've heard some good ones, man. There's been guys throughout, years, man.
There's something wrong if I mute you. The last person I muted, I argued with him for an hour. Didn't mute him until he called my wife fat.
Oh, there you go. Hey.
It always happens. It's always
that's a ban. Mute's different than a ban, man. I mean, you get banned for that shit. Fuck off. But mute, yeah. That thing was not. I think it was bannable, but anyway, it's not my server. I don't have mod.
Yeah, you know that you're winning the Globe Earth debate when you call the flat earther's wife fat.
Yep, you're done.
It's when you call him dumb. That's how it's like. You're just not smart enough to understand it's a globe.
Well, that I've heard that a lot over the years from different people that are going through the.
That's when they're crying. They're crying at that point. You just don't understand.
Yeah, I mean that's what Brian Mullen was doing when he was making his videos. He's like, dude, wait a minute. What? This is what I learned in school?
Yeah, the Glober doxed him because that's how you win a debate, right? You dox the flat earther and you call his boss and try to get him fired. That's when you know you're winning the debate, right?
So George was the guy that ended up admitting that he was the one that called on the engineering board to go after Brian Mullins. And he admitted that. I heard him admit it live on YouTube. And I was like, and one day, man, I got him on a hangout. And fuck me, man. I was like, so you're the guy that called I asked him, I go, hey, man, you're the guy that called and said Brian Mullen should lose his engineering license. He's like, yeah. And I'm like, you motherfucking piece of shit, cocksucking bitch. I started just going, I just went off. I just went completely triggered on him. And I just called him every name in the book and he left. And that was it. That was the last. I don't know. What else can you do?
This whole cancel culture thing, it's really disgusting, right? It's because you have different beliefs than I do. Right. Therefore, you don't deserve to be able to feed your children.
Exactly.
How does that make any fucking sense, bro?
On George, man. I totally went off, man. I went off. That was the most triggered I've ever been in my life, man. Because that's fundamental to somebody's income. When you go and fuck somebody's shit up like that, you're a fucking piece of shit, man. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck. If you think it's fucking moral or not, it's not fucking moral, you cocksucker. You ain't fucking call the authorities and say, that guy's a flat earther. Make sure he doesn't design any buildings or concrete or anything or whatever. Fuck you, man. I mean, that's disgusting.
Darren McCann.
Hey, man, that guy's a Catholic. Don't let him do it. That guy's a Irish immigrant. He's a Mexican. Fuck off, man. With all that, you can't do that. Anyway, it's a deep point with me, man.
What's funny is when the people that are in charge of the cancel culture think that they're the victims, but really they're the oppressors, oppressing people and trying to get them fired.
Isn't that the most interesting part of it?
Right, they think they're the victims. But they're the oppressors.
Upside down.
How the fuck does that shit work? I'm the victim. I went to an Ivy League school. I'm such a victim.
Did you guys get red pilled on that? Say that again, man, Larry. That was too good, man.
How are you going to be the oppressor and trying to get someone fired?
Right.
But you're somehow a perpetual victim at the same time. You're the perpetual oppressor victim.
Fucking communists. That's what it is. Fucking communists.
It's fucking shit. Fucking commies, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Exactly what that is, man. Fucking communists.
He said something I don't agree with, so I'm going to be a
Hey, Larry,
Karen and call the manager. Stop oppressing me and fire him.
Hey, Larry, real quick, man. I don't know. Do you guys know critical base theory?
Critical race theory. I don't know critical base theory. No.
What's a critical base theory? What do you think it is?
It sounds like the opposite of critical race theory.
I gotta give him for his name, man. I gotta shout out. That's a pretty good name, man. I mean, critical base theory.
Is that who's in here? Oh,
anyway, he wants to be unmuted, man. I don't know if you guys know him or not or whatever.
Looks like he's been muted. Maybe he was.
Was he a bad boy? Was he a bad boy?
Talking about World War II. I trust the other mods, even though I think they're heavy-handed.
It could be.
I bet he was talking about World War II.
It could have been a bad. You can give him 5 minutes, see what he's got to say, man. I don't know. It's up to you. All right, just unmute him, man. I'm gonna vouch. I got a good vibe for him, man. That's all.
I think Heretic muted him. That's why.
Yeah,
he might have been spiraling off into some.
Bro, unmute him now.
Illusion.
Look, some Glober's giving us demands here. Unmute him now. Shut the fuck up.
I got this. Hey, yeah, I mean, it's up to you guys. You guys are mods, man. I'm nobody around here, man.
I unmuted him, and he immediately got muted by another mod.
All right, we'll leave it at that then. All right, moving on. What else do we got? We got Bendy Water or Bendy Light or Bendy fucking something. Anything, you know. Somebody got a subject they want to bring up, some Coriolis or maybe some air pressure, whatever you're into. Curve, drop over distance, radius, circumferences. Yeah, we got it all here, man. Step right up,
I
man.
like how these pseudoscientists say that, you can't trust your senses. When you look at the Earth, it presents itself as flat, but all we have is observational science.
That's a fact, Larry. We only have observational science, man.
According to the globe earthers, you can't trust your senses and look at the world when it presents itself as flat.
Well, here's the funny thing, Larry.
Observational science.
Here's the funny thing, Larry, is that all of their documents for designing airplanes, they have a big giant book of how to build it and figure it out how to make it work. Is that in the first paragraph they say, hey man, you got to assume a flat stationary plane before you even build the thing. Why
they do that, though?
That's pretty interesting. Well, why would you do that?
Listen, Critical Thinker has promised that he's gonna take control of his diarrhea of the mouth condition, and he's not gonna overtalk or answer questions that were not being asked to him. Because earlier, I was asking a question to someone else, and he felt the need to answer for that other person. So now that he has promised he's gonna have control over his pie hole, then he can be unmuted. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, I genuinely thought you were asking me the question. My bad if you weren't.
All right, Based.
I said the name of the other guy multiple times.
According to your name, you got a good foundation, right? That means you're completely capable of governing yourself and understanding morals and how it works, judging by the book cover. Is that correct, Based?
Well, based just means the opposite of cringe in this context.
Oh, well, I completely misunderstood.
Larry, he posted the cartoon photo from the moon to the earth and said that it's a photograph, so that's pretty cringe. The opposite of based.
Yeah, that's not very based at all. Yeah, you saw it on TV, right? I saw Bigfoot on TV. Do you believe in Bigfoot?
No, I didn't see it on TV.
Oh, why not? Why not, Based?
I think it's too improbable.
Right, but you can see the Earth on TV, and you can believe that, right?
I didn't see it on TV.
You didn't see the globe on TV ever? What are you, Amish?
No, I didn't have a TV growing up.
So you never had an iPhone with a globe on it? Never walked through a building and the TV was on?
Well,
Movie
I've never seen a
theaters,
globe on one of
Universal
those TVs, but I
Studios.
have an iPhone. If you count an iPhone as a TV, then yeah.
Yeah, it's a modern television.
All right, man. It's a bit of a stretch, but sure.
So when I
Haven't
was a
watched a
child, there
movie on
wasn't
it.
very many channels on TV, right? Now everybody has a channel. They got this crazy thing called YouTube where anybody who has access to the internet and a smartphone can
TikTok.
produce content for their own channel. It's weird. It's like the
TikTok.
TV has evolved.
Instagram.
So are you skeptical based? Because judging by your name, are you a skeptic?
Yeah. The Emperor's New Clothes was my favorite story growing up. I would consider myself a skeptical person.
Excellent. What are you skeptical about when it comes to the so-called globe Earth model? What's the number one thing that you're skeptical about?
Well, I investigate any claim that's made to me to see if there's evidence to support it. So I'm skeptical of all things.
A true Berean. Excellent. So the claim is that the Earth is curved, spinning, and is adjacent to a near perfect vacuum. Is that correct?
I suppose so.
Right. So how do you verify that?
Well, you would have to use multiple experiments because those are all different things.
Agreed. But how do you verify that the Earth is curved?
There's tons of different ways to do it.
Just one.
All right, like the engineering of tow tanks.
Did you say toe tags?
Tow tanks.
Did you say
Sorry.
toe tags? Wait a minute. Toe tags. Oh, shit. That was
Toe
hilarious.
tanks? What are you talking about? What is
tank? A tow tank. It's like really, really big, kind of like pools of water that they make for testing Navy ships.
And that's an experiment to prove the Earth is curved?
Well, it's because they have to account for Earth curvature when they make them because they're so big that they can't just make it completely straight and parallel because they need the same, like the same height between the water surface and the top of the tank. So they actually have to engineer them with a slight curve.
How do you know that?
Well, that's how their engineering specifications are.
Yeah, but how do you know that?
I got to see this, man.
Well, I can post like
they're like model boat tanks. They're like a model boat tanks. Are you talking about where they?
Yeah.
They run the boat through a model of water to see how it's going to react.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Okay.
And I can post
Make sure I'm
like
tracking.
a source for like the engineering of it.
I've seen some of those guys engineer those things. Yeah. Here's the funny thing, man. Water is always level, man, when unmanipulated.
But you realize that level is as like context dependent definitions, right?
Well, you can say that. But
well, one of the definitions of level is that it conforms with the curvature of the Earth. So it just depends on the context of that you're using the word in.
Hey, do you know the curvature of the Earth by chance?
What do you mean? Are you asking like a unit?
Yeah. Do you know the curvature of the Earth? Yeah, that's my question. Yeah.
Well, but can you be more specific? Like, are you asking me like
what's
a
the
unit?
radius, a circumference, a diameter, whatever you got? Do you know any of it?
Yeah, isn't its radius like 3,900 miles or something?
Okay.
Something around there.
Close 3959, 4,000.
Yeah, okay.
I always call it 4,000 myself. Make it bigger than it. Let's make it bigger. Damn it. Let's make the Earth bigger. Let's make it whatever size we want. Hey, let's make it bigger.
I've never heard. I've been doing this for a long time, like 8 years. I've never heard tow tanks as a proof for the globe Earth. So I have to admit, I'm going to be ignorant and not know what you're talking about. So how about we talk about how you would actually measure the curvature of the Earth, which would be long distance observations. So you know that they can see like Chicago from Michigan, and
Yeah.
yeah.
And I just posted in the chat for anybody that is curious about like the engineering specifications of the curvature that they use in tow tanks. I just posted a link for it. But if you want to talk about like long distance observations, I'm happy to talk about those too. We could just talk about the world record for the longest line of sight photograph ever taken.
This guy knows his shit. This guy knows his shit.
The mountain.
Yeah, but it was taken. I believe the photo is of the Alps from the Pyrenees.
Right. So
close
what
enough.
was it? 250 miles, something like that.
Yeah, 440 something kilometers, which I think is about that many miles.
253. I think it's 253. If I'm not
somewhere around there. Yeah, sounds right.
It's a hell of a shot. So how much curvature would be, hiding that mountain? Like how much of the mountain should be hidden?
Well, so the thing that I feel like is often left out in like calculating how much of things we should see is like you have to account for one, the curvature of the Earth, and then two, the effects of the atmosphere, right? So can we all agree on that?
Well, I mean, yeah, if the image is going from like the top of the mountain looking down or from the bottom of the mountain looking up, there's different layers of atmosphere, right? But if you're talking from the top of a mountain to the top of a mountain, what do you expect to see? It's going to be pretty close to the same PSI at the same altitude, right?
Well, it's not so straight cut and forward as that, and it wasn't taken from like the top of the Pyrenees, just like midway up it.
He explained, basically.
But what I was kind of getting at more towards is that like the lapse rate is going to vary not only based on your elevation but also just based on like your X and Y coordinates as well.
That's a lot of information there, man.
It's a weird way of saying refraction.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So refraction would be one of the atmospheric conditions that you would have to account for. So, like the lapse rate is like a gradient of refractive indexes.
A gradient of refractive indexes.
Yeah, that's how you measure it. Is with a lapse rate measurement, and you have to account for that. So, like that longest distance, the longest line of sight photograph that we're talking about, the photographer specifically calculated what refractive conditions would need to be met for that photograph to be possible, and then he monitored the weathered conditions for weeks until such conditions presented themselves, and that's when he decided that was the time that he was going to hike up midway to the Pyrenees to take that photo. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to have that photograph.
And what were the weather conditions like?
I don't know specifically. I know that on his website, the photographer who took the photos website, that's what he described, was that he had to monitor the weather conditions for the refractive conditions that he calculated he would need.
Sounds like a good. That sounds like he was good and smart about it.
So now
you don't want to be hiking up the Pyrenees like every day.
On a foggy day, it's raining. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna hike up today, tomorrow, and backpack it up there with my tripod.
So now we got predictive refractive indexes, predictive weather patterns. So you're saying he predicted it.
I'll link to the guy's website, the photographer's website, so that people can read about how he describes how he was able to take that picture. That is the longest distance line of sight photograph ever taken.
Yeah. Yeah, we're quite familiar with the photograph.
Okay. So do you guys find it weird at all that the guy who took that photograph is not a flat earther?
Not at all, man. I think it's fantastic that he's not a flat earther. Actually, I think it's a great thing because we've run across a bunch of guys that have done this for us. Thank you very much. But they didn't even know they were doing it. They're just like, okay, whatever, man. I'm just taking a picture.
Well, he wasn't just like that lackadaisical attitude. I mean, he specifically set out to take this photograph.
He wasn't thinking globe or flat Earth, either one. He was just thinking,
yeah,
how far
I
can
agree.
I fucking see, bitch? That's all he was thinking about. And he wasn't thinking about anything else. How far can I take a picture, motherfuckers? And he took it. And it's really, really far. But here's what Larry brought up and tried to bring up is that for us on a globe that has a radius of 3,959 miles, for us to take that picture, man, that mountain range should be how far below the horizon, Larry?
Well, you can't possibly say that without accounting for refraction.
Fuck off.
But that's the mantra that you globe earthers say, right? We can see too far, but it's because of refraction.
Can I just ask you why you guys have such an immediate visceral reaction to the word refraction? I mean, I just said the word and you said fuck off in response. Like, why is that?
Kenny's like that. He's just Kenny's a funny guy. He says fuck off Mongols like at least 20 times a night.
But I just want to understand, like, why is refraction such a dirty word? Why do you guys not accept that it's
not, right? Because if you're talking about Snell's law, we're 100% behind you. Yeah, I have glasses on my face. I know what refraction is. But you guys are talking about this super refraction that happens where the light bends at 8 inches per mile squared, the same curvature rate as the Earth is bending according to you guys. And if the refraction index goes up and the light's bending more than 8 inches per mile squared, then the light would hit the ground and never your eye.
Yes,
right?
that's all correct.
Hold on. So in this case, the sky's the limit for the top of the building, but for the bottom of the building, the ground or the water is literally the limit. So it would appear to disappear from the bottom up. But you guys always claim that, for 500 years, boats go over the horizon. And that's, what we teach the children. That's how you know it's a globe. Except for when we can see too far, then you claim refraction. But if the light were bending less than 8 inches per mile square, let's say 5, then the light would go over your head and you would never actually see it. And once again, the buildings would disappear from the bottom up. So it's kind of this, you can have your cake and eat it too type thing. But the truth is, once you eat your cake, it turns into a turd and you no longer have it. So what is causing things to disappear from the bottom up?
Why would the light go over your head?
If the light is curving at 8 inches per mile squared and you're on the surface, you'll see the object in your model. But if it's bending at 5 inches per mile squared, then it's going to go over your head because the curve is not matching the curvature rate of the Earth. So the light path will miss you.
Do you think the light just leaves any point on any object in one direction?
Did I say that? Why would you think that I said that?
Well,
you think I don't know about the inverse square law and light goes in all directions? Why would you say such
I think you might be right there, right? Sorry, I'm new to the forum. I hope I'm not cutting in.
Sorry, say that again, Ozzy.
Yeah, I think that you're right there, that if you imagine light curving, so you often see the diagrams like where they show a ray of light from the observer's eye going and bending across to see something. But you're right, you could probably explain bottom-up disappearance just purely through refraction. But what we see is a combination of things, right? So sometimes we can see, sometimes we can't, and we need both things to describe what we see. So if you take a given atmosphere pressure gradient, and like this photo, you can just see the tops of the mountains, you can't see the bottom. And you need both things in combination to describe the final thing that you actually observe.
Did Scott mute himself, or was he muted?
Who's beeping?
I think Darren was beeping, but did Scott mute himself, or was he muted?
No, it wasn't. It's the Arabic characters guy was beeping it.
Oh, okay.
He got
my
muted.
bad.
Don't worry, he's muted.
My bad, Darren.
Yeah, that's right. No dramas.
So, did Scott mute himself,
right?
or was he muted? And if so, was there a reason for that?
I didn't mute him. I don't like to mute people. Okay, so we're talking about the light and what it does over the water, right? I think we've all just agreed that refraction can cause things to disappear from the bottom up. Does anybody disagree? So if nobody disagrees, silence is acquiescence. So we all agree. So we all just agree that we've been teaching children a lie when it only took us, a couple years to think about this and discover that there's other reasons why things can disappear from the bottom up. We've known it for at least 2019, but still people say, if you Google it right now, how do you know the Earth is a globe? Well, ships disappear from the bottom up. So we're teaching children a lie on purpose, right? Like Newtonian gravity, which has been superseded by Einsteinian gravity.
Wait.
We're
Sorry,
teaching that
if we could
it's
just stick on
wrong.
the topic before going to Newtonian gravity or whatever, if we could just stick to
Go ahead.
what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I think that while what you're talking about with those refractive effects, that can in certain like refractive conditions cause the bottom up effect. But the thing is that you can measure refraction, like measure the lapse rate, and you can account for it in your calculations and see if it really is the refraction that's causing the bottom up or if it's curvature that's causing the bottom up. Like you can tease those two variables out.
Well, the thing about science is when you control the variables and you manipulate the independent variable, which is your presumed cause, you could do that. But how would you remove the atmosphere to see if it was the atmosphere that was causing you to see further than you predicted?
I believe I just explained it. I said that you measure the lapse rate, which is what is a measure of refraction, and then you account for those refraction effects for that measured refractive index in your calculations of how much you should see and what you should see.
Right, so I get that you're describing it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we can measure the curvature due to light outside of the influence of any curvature of the Earth. So we can conduct experiments to measure that refraction of the atmosphere, model it with
All right,
physics
cool.
as
What's
well.
the independent variable of this experiment?
So the independent variable will be one of the two key variables, which will be pressure or temperature. You can't directly control it yourself. You can measure that variable, right?
By itself.
So you can know what the variable is at the time you run the experiment. So you effectively have the variable changing independently and you make the measurement.
I would also
So
just
it
like
has
to
to be
point out,
one. Just give me one answer, right? Independent means by itself, right? So what is the independent variable?
can I answer?
Please.
Yep.
Well, I would just ask you about like the difference between an observation and an experiment. Like you can have like observations that
Okay,
would
that's a
not
red
have like
herring. Be quiet.
independent or
The
dependent
other guy
variables.
said that there's an experiment and he's talking about controlling variables. So in the scientific method, right, specifically, there's an independent, dependent control variables. I asked, what is the independent variable?
Right. I would just say that this
Not
is
you,
an
critical base.
observation.
Not you. Darren
Oh, sorry.
said there's an independent variable because he's talking about science. What is that independent variable?
It depends what you're trying to discover. So
Okay, we're talking
there are
about a
multiple
simple
variables that
concept,
influence
right?
refraction.
Heat causes water
We
to
could
boil.
choose one independent variable like pressure. Pressure is one independent variable.
Okay,
If we
so how
just
do you
change
manipulate
that,
the pressure?
you wait, basically. That's
So
one way of
time is
doing
your
it.
independent variable. Okay.
No. Time's not the independent variable. You're waiting for your independent variable to be at a different position so you can make a new measurement. Even if you can't turn the dial on atmospheric pressure, you can establish conditions that are otherwise identical except for the one variable you're interested in, which is your independent variable. So you can develop the model over with just pressure changing and keeping everything else constant. It's difficult, right, in the atmosphere, and there are ways you can do it in a more closed experimental scenario. They build special chambers that have got very high precision measurements. They can create pressure, temperature gradients, and things like that, and they can measure this refraction in a laboratory setting as well. So those guys can control it, but historically, it would have been established over time by building up a whole collection of data with different conditions and establishing the relationship between the independent variable and the outcome.
So when there's a low pressure system and the pressure changes, do other things change too, like the humidity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Or is there just a day where the pressure is the only thing that changes?
Oh yeah, there's going to be all sorts of things changing, right? So it is, like I said,
So
it's
how do you
hard to
control
control
for
in the
that?
real
You
world.
need an independent variable.
Yeah, that's right. And you need to be able to make sure that you can extract your independent variable from those conditions, but you can also do this in a laboratory where you can control those independent variables precisely.
So we're talking about long distance observations, and you're talking about in a laboratory. You do see that that's a false equivalency, right?
The refractive properties of light can be established and then used over distance, right? We know how that works.
You say you know how it works, but how do you know if you can't control for variables?
You run multiple experiments. You make measurements of the environment, and you can...
How do you have an experiment if you can't control all the other variables and manipulate solely, that's redundant, the independent variable?
You can choose sets of observations where only your independent variable is changing and everything else is the same.
How do you change the independent variable without other things changing? Because the way I understand it, now maybe I'm wrong, I'm not a meteorologist, but when the pressure changes, other things change simultaneously.
Yeah, that's right. The things are interlinked.
So it's not independent.
But you need to try and make it as independent as possible, right? That you can't necessarily fully isolate it, but you can create or observe scenarios where your environment is changing in known ways and you know what your environment is, and you can establish the relationship between your independent variable and the thing that you're measuring.
Is it okay for me to ask Larry a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, you go. Yeah, I shouldn't have cut you off.
Okay. Well, okay. So in this case, we were talking about how you can measure the refraction, like during your observation, you can just measure the lapse rate. And do you agree that if we have measured the refractive index, that we can account for it in our calculations? Would you agree with all that?
I don't know the answer to your question because I don't know what a lapse rate is. I'm looking it up right now.
It's like a gradient of refractive indexes. So it's how we measure it's how we would measure what the refraction is at the time of our observation.
Hold on just a second.
I was also going to try and make the distinction between an observation and an experiment. And like it's true that in like the full scientific method that you would have an experiment, an independent and dependent variable, but science is basically just testing your hypothesis, and you can test it with either an experiment or an observation. So like there are certain like an observatory is not doing an experiment, it's doing an observation, but you're still testing a scientific hypothesis.
Incorrect.
Can you maybe explain? Okay, yeah, I was just gonna say maybe explain why that you think that's incorrect.
Yeah, give me just a second. I'll cite my source.
Okay. I see Flat Dude just said Snell's law-ish. Nope. Maybe he wants to expand upon that.
I liked your reference to the towing tanks, by the way. I used to work at an organisation that has one. And I know the guys that designed it. It'd be interesting to have a chat with them about that. It's not very big. It's only about 150 meters by 150 meters, but Same deal. The depth's got to be constant.
Yeah, thanks. It was something newer that I came across in the last few weeks that I've been learning about. So it was fresh on my mind. That's why I brought it up.
This is not easy to share the way that I did it. Give me just a second. I apologize for the delay.
No worries. I mean, it's hard to like pull up links on the fly.
I'm just going to copy it. All right, so if you just give me a moment of silence while I read this. California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll arguing in the Edge that the hypotheses aren't simply useful tools for potentially outmoded versions of science, they are the whole point. The hypothesis is a special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. The third one, hypothesis. The hypothesis should contain a prediction about the verifiability. For example, the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. First blank is the dependent variable. It depends on what you're doing in the second blank. The second blank is the independent variable. You manipulate it to get a reaction. There should be no other variables in the experiment that may affect the dependent variable. So this is really important to understand that when we're talking about science, you can't just watch porn and think you're doing science. Observation is not the scientific method. The scientific method is a hypothesis test. And that last part was me speaking, right? And a hypothesis test is very specific manipulation of the independent variable.
Can you please give me an example for because we do science with like observatories, right? Where they look up in the sky to test our hypotheses. So what are the independent variables for that kind of science?
To me, that is not a type of science that you would call natural science. It's like a lowercase science. Like you don't really think that like psychologists or scientists, do you? The pseudoscience, obviously. Cosmologists, astronomy, and theoretical astrophysicists have zero viable hypothesis.
So, like, for an example, with like the recent like James Webb Telescope, you don't think that any of its observations are part of science?
No, that's philosophy. It's outside of the realm of science. It doesn't qualify. In the similar way that all Texans are U.S. citizens, but not all U.S. citizens qualify as Texans. You get it?
Do you think that? So you just read Sean Carroll's description. Do you think that Sean Carroll would agree with your assessment?
Well, if you go by what she just said.
Well, yeah. So I understand that you just read that from Sean Carroll, but would you acknowledge at least that Sean Carroll would describe the James Webb observations as science? Do you concede that point at least? That he would say that?
Somebody is really loud with the phone. Can you mute your fucking phone if you can? Yeah, so Sean Carroll may be talking about lowercase science, but we're talking about natural science. You got to be hyper specific, right? So if you're talking about natural science, that's a method, right? A very strict method. And if it doesn't go through that method, then it's not science. Because under your definition of what you think science is, making observations, then I'm watching a pornographic film. Am I doing science?
Well, what would be your hypothesis?
You can't manipulate it, bro. You're watching it.
Yeah, but you can have a hypothesis of like, I should see this when I look at like at X.
That's not how cause and effect works.
If you look at X and you test if that's true or not, then you're testing your hypothesis. That's my understanding.
No, think about it like this: you and I get a hotel room, right? Separate beds, of course. No homo, right?
Is the flat Earth a real society?
No, it's not. Can you be quiet? You interrupted me, which is very rude. I do not want to mute you. Yeah, somebody's getting views on us. Anyway,
Now I'm
you and I get a
unmuted.
hotel.
No, bro. I have.
Nope. Don't. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
So you and I get a hotel room, right? We come in, we put our bags down, but we don't flip any switches. Now you and I could have a whole bunch of, talks about which light is connected to which circuit and which switch, right? But we don't have any first-hand primary knowledge until we start doing what? Manipulating the independent variables one switch at a time, right? And science has never settled, so this one bulb could have two different causes, right? That's the reason why science has never settled. So the best knowledge we could have is not purely theoretical, hypothetical postulations, but it would be the actual manipulation of the switch, and we witness a cause and effect relationship. You can't just observe the lights for 3 months and theorize about what do you think is fucking causing it, right?
What about if you observe the lights and the switches?
Bro, I didn't
Someone
talk
else
to
was
you.
in
I'm
the
not
room
talking to
flicking
you.
the
I'm
switches
not
while you
talking to you.
watched.
I'm not talking to you. I just asked critical base theory a question.
Yeah, I think it just depends on what your hypothesis is. Like, if I had a hypothesis that there was an object, a specific object in the room, and then we did an observation by turning on the lights and looking to see if that object was where I said it was, then that's a hypothesis test.
Bro, I just asked you a simple question. We're not going to have any first-hand primary knowledge until we start flipping switches, right?
Okay, sure. That's how you could do your observation.
Okay. That's the only way we can make an observation and observe the cause and effect relationship between the manipulations, correct?
I suppose, but my
Everything
point
else
was that
is imagination, right?
no, my point was just that you don't need to do those manipulations in order to test a hypothesis, and I gave you an example.
Okay, I wasn't listening because you were not answering my question. Now that you've answered my question, go ahead and with your example.
So my example was if you have a hypothesis that there's a very specific object in the hotel room at a very specific location, and then you could test that hypothesis with it by performing an observation of just turning on the lights and looking at it. But you haven't manipulated any independent variable or established any causality or whatever. You've just tested your hypothesis.
Dude, that's not a hypothesis test. Looking at something? Like, is bird watching, is that natural science?
You could do science with like watching birds being your observation if your hypothesis had to do with like something that you were predicting to see when you look at these birds.
Okay. Can you cite your source showing that when dealing with natural science, you don't have to manipulate the independent variable?
Like observational science?
Yeah,
No,
like
natural science.
observational science. Like when we go outside and we see that the earth is flat?
Natural science.
Because if we're talking about observational science, then when I look outside at North Beach in Corpus Christi and I see Ingleside on the Bay 10 miles away, then according to you, I just scientifically proved that there's zero curvature because I was 1 foot above the surface of the water, assuming 1 foot waves. It was a windy day. Then there should have been 66 feet of curvature, and I could see the street lamps.
Did you
at night.
Did you account for refraction in that prediction?
How much refraction would be there if I'm at the bottom of the level that I can view from? Pretty close as close to the bottom as I could get, and I could see past a 66-foot hump of water.
Right, but unless you account for refraction in your calculations by like actually measuring what the refraction is, then you're not accurately calculating what the globe model predicts you should see.
So according to you, because there's always refraction, then you never can see if it's actually the curvature because it's always just refracted.
No, I'm trying to make this very clear. You have to account for refraction in your calculations. I mean, that's very clear, right? You have to
Wait a
account for
minute.
it.
Now you're talking about you want to isolate variables like refraction, but earlier you said that we could just observe things and that's science. Which one is it, bro?
You can account for variables in your observations.
Okay, so how do we tell if it's the Earth curve causing it or refraction the way I described it earlier, where it's more or less than 8 inches per mile squared, causing objects to disappear from the bottom up?
Yes, I answered this earlier. You have to measure what the refraction is by measuring the lapse rate and account for that in your calculations. I feel like this is very clear.
Okay, so you're talking about stuff that I don't know about, lapse rates. So I'm going to have to admit ignorance. Does anybody else know what he's talking about? Lapse rates and accounting for refraction? This thing that is Snell's law. It's obviously something that happens, but the way that he's describing it, it's 8 inches per mile squared refraction, which is a coincidence that it just happens to be the same curvature rate as the Earth.
Well, so the 8 inches per mile square is just the geometry of, like, not even a sphere, but it's like a parabola, but like it's an approximation that doesn't take into account anything about refraction. So if you wanted to get an actually accurate assessment of how far away you should be able to see in the globe model, you would have to, in your equations, account for refraction. There are equations that are not just 8 inches per mile squared. They're actually, you plug in the variable of like the lapse rate, the refractive index, and you account for that.
Okay, so you're talking about describing things mathematically, because math is a language, correct?
Yeah, it's a description.
Right, so you're describing things mathematically. How do we test this instead of just describe it? Because I could describe all sorts of things mathematically, like how much force would it take for a Superman to leap over a building in a single bound? But what does that refer to reality? Absolutely nothing, right?
Well, so here's how you would test that, right? You would calculate how far away I should be able to see given this position on Earth, given these refractive conditions. And then you go out and you test, can I see that far? Or can I see farther? If you can see farther, then you've debunked the globe.
Okay, so during the 3 days that I was there, July the 4th, day and night, the whole time, I could see Ingleside on the Bay.
And
Did the
you
refractive
ever,
indexes not change during that time?
over the 3 days, did you ever one time measure what the refraction is so that you can account for it?
Okay, so how do I measure refraction? Because you're saying we can measure this. How do we measure it?
By measuring the lapse rate? I mean, there are devices that you can get that would measure that.
So would I order a lapse rate device on Amazon? What are you talking about?
I think that you can do it just by getting different temperature readings at like a gradient, but I'm not 100% sure on how you would actually go about measuring the lapse rate. But I do know I can post like the formula that you would then take that measurement into account for like an actual distance of how far you should see in those refractive conditions.
Well, I could post the formula of how many newtons Superman would need to leap over a building with a single bound, but that doesn't refer to reality at all. Like,
I know,
how
but
do
then
I
you
know
have to,
we're dealing with really is, right? Like the light switches, it really is this switch affecting this bulb. How do I
right.
do that with what you're talking about?
That's why I'm saying that you have to test the predictions that come out of the math. So you first you do the math, you measure the refraction, you calculate what should be, and then you test it. That's the you test it by actually looking in those conditions. And
so you're saying I basically have to live at the ocean. Go ahead, brother.
No, you're fine. I'm just saying, lucky we've done that then.
Well, maybe you know something I don't. Go ahead, Jedi.
No, you're fine, buddy. You're fine. You got this. I'm just waking up and having some coffee. That's all.
Okay, I got a headache. I'm kind of not really feeling it. That squeaky voice changer YouTuber trying to get views. Ugh.
No,
Hey, well, I'm going to be going to bed soon anyway, but thanks for unmuting me and largely allowing us to have a good conversation between me and Larry. I feel like it was respectful.
Yeah, it was great, man. Thank you.
Yeah,
And hey,
thanks for
Flat Earth
posting
dude.
that website.
Flat Earth dude, thanks for vouching for me
Yep.
when I was muted, buddy.
Yeah, you're welcome, man.
Yo, me too. What the hell? Where's my cred?
I pay attention to the fucking chat, man. You
I
gotta
don't
pay
know how to
attention.
refer to you percent.
Percent. Just say percent. That's it. Hey, what's up, percent?
Yo, how you doing, bro?
What's
Okay,
up,
yeah,
man?
thanks
Long
for
time,
also
man. Long time, man.
No. You gotta say
Yeah.
percentage.
Percent. Oh, percentage. Oh, okay.
No, what?
Yeah.
No, I like percent better actually.
I like it. It sounds better.
You
It's
gotta
got a-
say
it's got an extra
fence-sitting
syllable.
cancer. That's what it is. A fence-sitting cancer.
By cancer, he means my zodiac, guys.
Percentage.
Excuse me.
How you guys doing?
Doing
Good.
great,
So
man. How you guys doing?
he was saying we got to measure like a majority of the atmosphere
Yeah.
and account for that and make observations
Yeah.
like
It's
nonstop.
nonsense, man. It's complete nonsense.
It just sounds like
It's
an
almost
excuse of why it
impossible.
looks flat. It looks flat because you didn't account for refraction.
You guys didn't account for the thing. I got the barometer meter.
But there's
the gyro.
observational science.
Yeah,
You just
fuck
can't
off.
trust
Yeah,
your
come on.
observations.
But I got a gyrometer that spins
Listen.
at, at 27,000 RPM, and it's amazing.
Refraction is a very precise
Got a
machine to make something curved look not curving.
That's fantastic, man. Write that down. Oh, you got to put that in a book or on something. But yeah, that was excellent. Yeah.
If you want to make something, if you want to make
It's
something
not curving because it's curving. It makes it look like it's not curving because it's curving. How ridiculous is that, man? I mean, that is so asinine, backwards, upside down. Dude, I can't put it any more perfectly. Thank you, James Pro. Thank you.
Refraction knows how to do it. If you want to make something straight, you use refraction because it makes it look straight. Even if it's not.
Dude, I wish my camera was on, but like, dude, I'm giving you the thumbs up, man. That's an excellent point, man. I'd like to see those Mongos try to defend that shit, man. Come on. It just makes it look like it's bending because it's, flat. What? Is that what you just said? Really? That's basically what they're saying, man. The reason it looks flat is because it's curved. It's the same thing as Neil, or Elon Musk said. If it looks fake, because if it was real, man, we would have better CGI, something like that. Anyway,
So he's talking about the lapse rate. Lapse rate arises from the word lapse in the sense of gradual fall. In dry air, the adiabatic lapse rate, decreased temperature of a parcel of air that rises in the atmosphere without exchange energy with surrounding air. What the fuck? Can anybody explain this to me?
No.
I can try, but it's gonna go bad. I'm sure. But no, I'm not. God damn. It's
The environmental lapse rate is the
I'll say
decrease
it's
in
magic.
temperature of air with altitude for a specific time and place. So he's talking about decreasing temperature with the altitude.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck does that have to do with me observing an object 10 miles away from 1 foot above the fucking surface?
I think that's why he's not here anymore, man.
And how is refraction? It's doing. It's making things to be what is there. They are there in reality. Real.
I think listen, but Darren has been trying to speak for the globe. Go ahead, Darren.
Lapse rate corresponds to the vertical components of the spatial gradient of temperature Although this concept is most oftenly applied to the Earth's troposphere, it can be extended to any gravitational supported parcel of gas.
It's fucking nonsense, Hank. Come on, bro. I mean, I had to use your simonym, but
that's all right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's nonsense, bro. That's such nonsense.
Darren, how can Vlad see 30 miles across the lake?
Because the troposphere, bro, and gravitational fields.
It's
refraction. Darren, is it refraction?
Yeah, pick one, man. Refraction. You got gravitational fields. You got to choose. You got a few to choose from, man. Pick one. What is it? Oh, it's flat and it's perfectly flat. That's one of your choices, man. It is one of your choices, bro. I hate to tell you, bro.
Which type of refraction is happening?
Yeah, exactly, right? Which refraction is happening? Because there's a lot of refraction.
Any of them, just the one we need.
Only one word.
Whatever mood you're in that day, man, you got to pick. It's terrestrial. It's astronomical.
I think Darren has been trying to say something. Darren, are you there?
Darren, what's up?
Is your last name McCarronson?
And then I'm muting. Oh, he's
got
coming.
mic issues.
Let's restart the.
He's having some mic issues. Yeah, mic issues.
Leave, rejoin, press some buttons, turn it on and off again. I don't know.
My favorite one has been, well, I don't have a microphone. What? You don't have a microphone?
Hey, Darren, it might be your refracted mic. It might be refracting.
Bro,
it's
even Britannica says lapse rate of change in temperature observed while moving upward through the Earth's atmosphere. So his whole argument was a non sequitur.
Well, because we were talking about a straight level plane across how far we could see, right? And he's like, no, well, what up in the atmosphere? It's like way up here. It's completely it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't add to the claim. It doesn't help. I'll promise you that. It does
It gets cold when you go up the mountain.
Right.
What the fuck does that have to do with me looking at something on the beach 10 miles away? Come on, Globers. Can you do a little better? Do better, bro.
You guys got to do better, man. You really do. That's why I'm laughing about it, Larry. I'm like, we got to laugh occasionally and go, come on, you guys are striking out. And we see it, man. It's like you guys are batting like maybe like 94 out of whatever. He's batting 94.
You're batting like a blind drunk Babe Ruth.
Like horrible, right?
What if you make an observation and outside it's -10?
Well, that's an astronomical figure there, Gebby Gat.
-10 is an astronomical.
It's not Gebby Gat.
It's not Gebby. Who? Oh, dude.
Sasha.
That was Sasha. The one that sounds like it.
My bad.
It's all right.
Damn, you guys sound a lot like.
Yeah.
You guys do. I'll give you that.
No,
you guys do.
I mean, if we make observation on -10 and we make observation on +20, we will see in -10 we will see 5 miles, and on +20 we will see 30 miles.
It's a huge difference. That's your point, right? It's like a huge.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking like astronomical huge difference.
Yep. Look at like this example, Black Swan. If it was temperature, let's say, doesn't matter, 25 degrees, let's say temperature was that day,
right,
and we see 10 miles. That means if temperature change and it go up, it's 35 degrees. What that mean? That we will see more or less, or doesn't matter?
Depends what's in the atmosphere.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
In the atmosphere.
Depends on if it's raining. Yeah, it's foggy. Yeah. Depends.
Temperature. Okay, thus the temperature of the air parcel that ascends or descends 5 kilometers would fall or rise 49 degrees Celsius. Or, for the English-speaking people, just kidding, Jedi. Thus, the temperature of the air parcel ascends 3 miles would fall or rise 85 degrees Fahrenheit.
What's that got to do with light bending?
The fuck does that have to do with the price of rice in China? He just brought up some shit that he knew that I wouldn't know, so he could clip the video and get out of there with me going, I don't know what you're talking about. And now that I'm calling his ass out, he's nowheres to be found because he's an honorable man.
He gone. He gone. He gone. He gone.
Why do they got to use these tactics, Globers? Let me. I'm gonna unmute Scott. Right? Let me
just.
Let me ask this dude. Where is he at?
They've already been unmuted, apparently.
Hey, Scott. If you Globers are so correct about the Earth being a globe, why do you have to do stuff like that guy just did?
What did he do? Sorry.
Have you not been listening? You haven't been listening this whole time?
A little bit. He said
Okay,
something
well, I'm not
about
gonna explain it to
some
you.
video. Okay.
A little bit.
It's not
My
my
question
fault.
would be, why flat
What?
earthers was claiming refraction 5 years ago and Globers was against that?
Because it had to be the curvature of the Earth causing it. Couldn't be anything else. And that was their mantra, affirming the consequent until we proved them wrong. And now they're the ones that were right the whole time, and flat earthers have been denying refraction.
Scott, why flat earthers was claiming first refraction before Globers?
How much refraction were you claiming?
2016, we were claiming there is a refraction. No, boats going over the horizon was the claim.
Yeah, but the question is how much?
We were saying it is refraction there, and Globers were saying no, it's going over the geometrical horizon.
But did you explain how it could be refraction?
Yeah, we said it's causing things to disappear from the bottom up.
No, I know, but how?
Because of atmospheric conditions like lensing, atmospheric lensing. The guy who came on the Chicago news station 1 year to the day after they did the story on It's a Mirage, he was a specialist in his field and said that the atmosphere is acting like a lens. And when I quoted that to Globers such as Zanuck in like 2017, 2018 era, he was saying that that's bullshit until I showed him the video. Then he never recanted and said that I was correct and he was wrong. Of course, that would be honorable, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, it's honorable. Hell yeah.
So can you see that city every day from that position?
No.
No.
So
Can
what do you think? What do you think
Can
the
you
difference
see
is?
things that far away, 60 miles away, every day? Come on, bro. You ever heard of fog?
Question. If you see the lighthouse on 20 miles and other
No.
days, and you don't see, for 1 month, you don't see that lighthouse, but again, you see that lighthouse after 1 month, are you care about what you don't see that 1 month, or you're caring about what you see that only 1 day?
Well, because some of us like to explain everything we see, not just some of the things we see.
If you see something what is real and it's 10 miles, another day you see 5 miles, you will say that is not real because I saw other day it's 5 miles.
No, I would like to have an explanation for why I see different on different days.
Because you have because you have some atmospheric conditions what is not giving you that you see more.
An explanation
Likes
that
to explain
comforts
away.
with the globe religion. If it comforts with the globe religion, then he'll like it. If it doesn't, you can just scratch it.
Then it's refraction. It's all relative, man.
Or we can just do our best as adults to figure out why things look different on different days.
Or we can look like adults why is not dropable distance in reality.
Wow, you guys all jumped on that, huh?
Weather changes. 5th time.
Okay, what weather changes?
The weather changes. Atmospheric conditions, temperature gradients, moisture within the atmosphere, pollutants in the atmosphere. The atmosphere changes.
Rain.
And the thing that you need the light is always going to pass through the atmosphere, whether the Earth is flat or whether it's a globe. We're still looking at light past the atmosphere. In both ideas, the light is going to deviate through the atmosphere. No one's denying refraction. You just say that on certain weather conditions, we can see further because we couldn't before because that was the curvature of the Earth. But until refraction comes along, it will project everything up behind that curvature and make everything look flat. We just have atmospheric changes along a flat Earth, and depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day, you'll be able to see far or not.
In which atmospheric conditions affect being able to see far, whatever that means?
Nice clear day.
So if I go on a nice clear day, and I go down to this place where I grew up, Huntington Beach, California, and I look out and I see a beautiful clear day. I see this Catalina Islands 25 miles offshore. But I only see the top part of it. And there's a marina right there that I can never see. How do I explain that? Is that atmospheric condition?
No, that's your angle above the surface. I've demonstrated this like 50 times. Do you want me to do it again?
You have an actual graphic or something that we can talk about?
I've got an image we can talk about if you want.
Okay, show me the image.
Cool, so
let's talk about it.
31 minutes past the hour. Observation of a camera on the floor looking down a bloody corridor.
No, I'm just talking about an island. Not some camera on the floor.
Why can't I see the bottom of this doorway when the camera's on the floor?
Why are you showing me a hallway?
Why when I increase the altitude of the camera above the floor, can I see further across this flat floor?
I thought you guys didn't like models.
This is an observation.
It's a model.
Yeah, it's an observation.
It's a model.
It's an observation.
What kind of model? Is it a scientific model, a computer model, a runway model? What are you talking about? It's a model.
I'm asking why I can't see a marina, and he's showing me a hallway. Why?
I'm just giving you the demonstration because you're claiming that you can't see the bottom of something. Okay, well, when you're low to the surface, this camera can't see the light that's at the bottom of the door down this corridor. When you raise your angle above this flat surface, you can see the light at the bottom of the door along this corridor. Now, why is that? Why on a flat surface? Why on a flat surface can I not see the light at the end of the corridor until I raise my camera up? Why is that then?
What am I not supposed to be able to see?
You'd be really bad at spot the difference, wouldn't you?
Forever. That's what you're not supposed to be able to see.
You explained it yesterday, Scott, when you were in the middle of the sea in your boat going around looking at that circle. I thought you'd already explained this to us, how that was possible or not possible.
Yeah, but today he's playing that he doesn't get the point. He's just being...
No, I'm just wondering why I'm being shown a hallway when I'm asking about something 25 miles away.
Well, like showing us a circle like you did yesterday, a bit like that.
Well, how did you verify this floor was flat, for one? Maybe the maybe the curve.
You could use a level, couldn't you? You could use a level. And,
you could. Did you?
Well, it's not my floor. Same as you never sat in the middle of the ocean and saw the circle. That kind of thought experiment, you know.
Well, but I have sat in the middle of the ocean. You guys could do it too if you wanted to.
You're showing me experiment.
So you're showing me a floor that nobody's verified if it's actually flat or not, and saying it shows proof of something, right?
All I've given you is 2 images down what appears to be a very level floor. You can tell that by the way that it's reflecting the light in the image across that surface. It looks fucking level. All right?
So we're looking at the reflected light across the surface.
Well, we're looking at the whole surface.
That's how we're going to determine whether something's flat or not.
But we're looking at the whole surface. Now, we can disparage or not whether it's a curved surface. But in good faith, because it looks flat, Let's just say it is flat. Now you can reproduce this in your own time. I can give you over 20 reproductions of the same thing, but all you will say is, I don't know if the floor is flat or not. All right. The only thing is when we've raised the camera above that flat surface, we can see further across that floor. When the camera is low to the surface, we couldn't observe the light at the bottom of the door until we raised the camera angle up. You're asking me, why can't I see the bottom of this island at distance? Well, I'm showing you a possible reason why. If you're curious, maybe you'll go get a camera, go measure a fucking floor and figure it out for yourself.
So how did you manage the independent
Or if you're
variables
curious,
in
you'll
that
go
one?
to an ocean and look at yourself and see if you can figure it
I
out.
have. That's why I'm a flat earther. See, this is a good thing about living on a fucking island. You're surrounded by water. No more than 70 miles away from a body of water at any one time in the UK. Aren't we lucky?
Man, I wish that dude was back in here so I could hold his ass accountable. But he ran like a little bitch, bro.
No, you were talking to
Bro,
Darren earlier. He's here.
Yeah, don't be like that, because you didn't have any answers for him, and then he said it was a good chat and stuff, and you're like, yeah. Don't say he ran like a bitch. He didn't run away, man.
What did you
Well,
say,
I feel
Darren?
some kind of way about it because it was completely non sequitur.
Yeah, but it's like backbiting, man.
Okay, you're right. I should govern myself and I shouldn't be so emotional. I apologize sincerely.
Good man.
Did Darren get his mic sorted yet?
Did somebody mute Scott?
Hope so.
Oh, there you are, Darren. Okay.
Yeah.
Just wondered what your opinion was on all this.
Yeah, I missed a bit of the chat. But yeah, the hallway one's an interesting one. Like any experiment, you need to control your variables, as we were talking about before. So it's a bit hard to know when you're down that low whether it's just a slight deviation, half a tile or whatever in the floor. So
good thing about experiments, you can go and repeat it for yourself, can't you?
Yeah, but you still have to control them, right? We had that conversation a while ago. That you need to understand what all the variables are and make sure that there are no other variables. Yeah.
Of course. But this is the good thing about experiments is you can repeat them yourself, can't you?
Yep, that's absolutely right.
So it might be something that, if you had a curious mind, you would do. Just to make sure that the imaging that I'm giving you is, as good as can be.
Yep, and that's fair enough. Yeah, and you'd have to have some way of measuring the flatness of the floor as a starting point, I imagine, that it's...
yeah, of course.
It's long enough that you could get half an inch deviation or whatever you'd need to obscure that bottom of the door over the camera that low off the ground, but yeah. So I can't explain that image.
How does that translate for you outside of the hallway, out in reality? How would you describe that?
So I guess we can go back to our conversation about, is it the sphere or is it refraction causing loss? And same deal, we go back to the original chat around managing variables. And one of the variables is the behavior of the refraction of light. So we can sit there and we can, independently of the curve, we can understand how light is refracted through a temperature and pressure gradient, which is measured, as the other guy said, using the laps and things like that to give a model for what light is going to do. And we can then, see how much bending we're going to get from the light. Is it more? Do we see what we expect to see? If we only see what we expect to see by bending light, then there's nothing else at play. But if bending light can't explain everything, it's something else going on, right? And if you think there's curvature and you say, I've got curvature and I know what the bending light's doing, what should I be able to see? Like the shot of the mountains across the Pyrenees or wherever it was that was up a little while back. You can say, yep, we're expecting to see this because we have this much refraction and this much curvature, and this is what we'll see.
Yeah, personally, I'm not bothered about the refraction. I mean, I can go out and look at the sea most days, and today is quite clear, so I know I'll be able to see quite far. And yesterday it was a bit misty, and I couldn't see so far. And that's just light and refraction that exists and all that. It's just it was the curve bit, wondered how because with the example about the hallway was about things curving or not curving. So I wondered about how what defined that for you. Not the light and the refraction. We know all that bends, and distorts, and you can give all sorts of descriptions to that. But the curve part, because
So what?
how you thought about that?
Yeah. So for me, the thing that makes me think there's a curve. So I spend a lot of time on the coast. I'm in southern Australia, cool climate, and we stay on a property on the ocean that's owned by a friend, and we're about an elevation of 10 meters, and 20 k's or so offshore, there's an island, and the island is usually visible. Sometimes sea haze will block it out, and we can see the tops of the cliffs of the island. You go down to the beach, you can't see the island at all, typically. Some days you can. Then about another 40 kilometres out in the distance, there's a group of large islands that are quite high, or relatively high for the area, 300 metres or something like that. Most of the time we can't see those at all, but when the weather's right, we can see them right down to the beach, just about.
What do you mean by right?
So we know refraction has a... Sorry?
What do you mean by right?
Well,
when the atmospheric conditions are right.
The right to see the island.
Okay.
Under normal... Most of the time we cannot see the island, even when the weather is very clear, when the skies are crystal clear, and you go, climb right up on the hill on the back. You still can't see the island, but you can see the surface of the water a long way away, right down the coast that runs along. So imagine looking along a coastline. You look out to sea to where the islands are along the coastline. We can see a long way along the coastline, but we can't see the islands. So we know that we can see a long way. The conditions are good, but the islands are just not visible until we get these strange weather conditions where the islands literally raise up out of the sea during the day and go down at the end of the day as the weather cools off. So I know refraction plays a part in what I see, and the fact that most of the time refraction isn't present, that we get very clear views of the closer island, but we cannot see the far one, that there is something else other than refraction limiting my visibility of those far islands. Yeah, Bev, they literally do raise up out of the sea. You can sit there, you can watch the weather come in.
No island is
lift up.
raising up, bro. It's either being blocked or it's not being blocked, but it doesn't move. Like if you took,
it does. No, it moves. You sit there,
it's
you look
not
out to
moving,
sea,
dude.
and the islands appear.
So you
to
live in a
lift up
world
out of
where
the water.
islands fly up into the sky.
They appear to lift up out of the sea. Yeah. So at the beginning of the morning, you can just see the peaks on the horizon. By lunchtime, you can see the entire island.
Yeah, it's kind of like when that Sky Free takes a RC boat out into the lake, and then they drive it away, and certain parts of the day it disappears sooner than later. But if the conditions are right, you can see the RC boat where you on the other time of the day where it was blocked. It doesn't mean that the RC boat is lifting up out the sky into your view. It's just that the water and the optical, phenomenon that's happening, it is making it seem like it's going behind the water.
This is
It's not going in. It's not going behind the water. It's that it's still going straight across the water, across this lake, but it's the water being refracted to where it's now blocking that boat. Globers, your cognitus and your strong delusion will not allow you guys to grasp this concept. It's amazing.
Yeah. So why can't I see it all the time?
Because
under normal circumstances, there's no refraction, right? Light travels in a straight line.
Jedi told you for out the gate. He told you the weather conditions and the environment of what we are looking over.
Yeah, so the refraction makes things appear higher, right? It lifts things up visually in your view. So if you take the hallway picture, right, there's no refraction there, everything.
There's different types of refraction. There's over 5 categorized. Which one are you talking about?
So this is the kind of refraction we normally see in the atmosphere, right? Which is it creates mirages and it results in a downward curving of the light.
Yeah. So as soon as you bring up mirages, that's one type of refraction that causes that.
Well, that's one type of image that's created, right? There's really only refraction is a thing, right? So
there's loads of
and it can result in different consequences, right? Because if you've got particularly what you see in the atmosphere, right, is non-linear kind of changes in refraction. So if you look into the distance, sometimes things that are high up will be pushed higher than things that are lower. You know, it's not. Things get stretched and spread out, and all kinds of
different
effects.
Phenomena we can deal with. Yeah, one of them's called compression of distance. Yeah, there's a few.
Yeah, but when there's no refraction at all, right? That can happen too. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, my friend. I do apologise. If we're talking about refraction, we're just talking about the way that light passes through the atmosphere. We're not talking about Earth curvature, though, are we?
No.
So light is going to refract in both ideas, whether the Earth be flat or a ball. We're still looking at light through the atmosphere.
Yeah, absolutely. But sometimes there'll be no refraction, right?
I don't know.
Or very little. Yeah.
Very little. Yeah. But there's always going to be some deviation of the path of light, depending on the distance you're looking through the atmosphere and the atmospheric conditions you're looking through. Yeah.
Yep, that's right. And most of the time, refraction appears to make things higher in your vision than they are. Do you agree with
unless
that?
we're talking about compression, where it doesn't.
Yeah, that's right. But if you've got so compression refraction is a kind of one of those non-linear cases, right, where it distorts the image. I'm talking about situations where
closer to the horizon,
where the image is still very crisp, right? There's no distortion.
There is distortion, There is.
But there can be cases where there isn't distortion, right? Where the image at the other end still has very it retains its fidelity, you know, like you were looking at it through a telescope or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But still just talking about how light moves through the atmosphere, not Earth curvature.
No, but light alone can't explain it.
Light alone can't explain what?
What we see. The refraction alone can't explain what we see.
The curvature that we don't see.
What if we measure the refraction?
In particular, it can't explain what you can't see. That if you can't see something, it's not likely because refraction is too high.
But you're saying
it's not likely because refraction is making it harder.
Darren, you're saying that the lack of evidence is the evidence.
The lack of evidence of what? Sorry?
Of the curvature. You're saying the refraction, it's showing it to not be curving. That's how you know it's curving.
No. We know how much curving of our vision the refraction causes. The refraction can't account for all of the curving that we see most of the time.
What curving that we see?
So going back to my observations of the islands where I stay, on clear, cool days where refraction is very low, I cannot see the islands at all, even though my straight line visibility is good enough that if the islands were high enough, I could see them. So if they were 2,500 meters high, or I'm not sure what the number has to be, but if they were 2,500 meters high, I would clearly be able to see the islands on these days, but I cannot because they're just not visible above the sea. But on the days where the temperature's right and we get high refraction, I can see the islands.
When you say the temperature's right, is that hot or is it cold?
Most of the time it's been a relatively warm day, but the conditions are also tend to be a little bit unusual. So I don't know exactly what the temperature gradient looks like, but it's relatively warm. It's for where I live, 25 degrees Celsius, something like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's why I think the refraction is a bit of a waste of time, a little bit personal.
You're coming through really dodgy there, mate. Not coming through clear.
Not doing that.
No, it's not much better.
The fact that there has been video after video explaining and showing this example of items that are on the floor, they're 30 feet away or 20 feet away from the camera, which is also low to the floor. When zoomed in, you can see them. They let in a cold temperature air, changing this, the optics of the way the camera's seeing those pieces, and then they disappear. Doesn't mean it's a curved globe floor. It doesn't mean that they were raised down or raised up. They stayed in the exact same position. It's just the fact that the air,
Yeah.
because of its temperature, it optically made it disappear behind now this cold front, if you will. What are you not
Yeah.
understanding about this?
Yeah, so that makes sense, right? That if you change the atmospheric conditions, even in a building over a long distance, because the rate of curvature of light in air, even with a strong refractive gradient, is low. So the if you change the atmospheric conditions in the hall, you will get some change in refraction. But if you know exactly what those conditions were, control the variable in the experiment, you can work out how much your light will shift. And when you know how much the light is shifting, you can work out how much of the floor you'd expect not to see.
But
And
why
then you
is
go
this
out and you
going
compare that
over your
with.
head, though? You're
It's not over my head.
you're saying all these things, but you're not realizing the floor is flat, measurably flat, level
Did you
flat,
measure it?
straight across. Yes, the
Did
people
you
that
measure
did
it?
it measured it. They show you. They show you that it's just going straight across in
How
where
did
they
they
did
do
this
that?
experiment.
Okay,
Dude,
yeah. So
you're
I'm
just
not
a denier, bro.
disagreeing.
You want to deny reality. That's all you do, bro. That's all you have
So
to deny it, by the way, because this is proof that what you believe in is a falsehood. So you have to deny that reality to justify the one you believe in, and that's crazy.
no, I'm not denying it. I'm saying that taking the hallway case again. So we can do the hallway experiment. We can introduce the cold air. We can work out how much refraction we get, right? And that should agree with our understanding of refraction of light. We can say, yep, this is what's going to happen in a hallway of cold air. Is that what happened? Yes. Okay, it was refraction. We lost visibility because the light refracted up and cut off our vision of the door, which is what we'd expect to see in the real world, right? That light would refract up and things would look up higher in the sky. So we take that knowledge of refraction and the tests we've done in the hallway and understanding how refraction works and temperature gradients. We go out in the real world and there's something else. It doesn't line up.
Which
We can say
refraction
that
are you talking about? When you say refraction, what do you mean? What type of refraction is it?
it's just refraction. So refraction of it doesn't matter what type it is here. This is just refraction of the light through the air. So causing a bending of the light. Doesn't matter what kind of image it creates at the end of the day. It's just the fact that the light is not traveling in a straight line. That's all we care about. We don't care whether it makes an upside down image, stretches images out, or compresses them. The fact that it's bending the light is all we care about.
It's the refraction that causes the curving the curving ball to look not curving. That type of refraction.
Yeah, most of the time refraction makes things look higher in your vision than normal. So the refraction
Let's
that
talk
we
about
get
this one,
typically
the
in
one
the
that you're
atmosphere.
talking about, the one that causes the curve to look not curving. Which one is that one?
It's just typical refraction conditions result. So it could be compressing or it could be any of those things, but typically refraction that you see through the atmosphere is generally lifting things up and potentially compressing them and maybe inverting them. But the general trend is it lifts things higher in your vision than they really are.
My mic better?
So, yeah, it is, yeah.
Okay. But the thing is with the refraction is, you can describe that all day long, and I don't see that personally. And, you're not describing anything that's common to us all. It's just a perception. It's just what the atmosphere might be like on the island you're looking at, or the sea, or whatever I'm looking at. It's just out there in the distance. There's something happening. Somebody gave some figures to it, and it's not common. The measurement isn't solid and common to everybody at all times. So, like, say, like the horizon is horizontal. The plane of the horizon is horizontal, and you can establish other horizontals that are parallel to that, and that's common to all of us, isn't it? And then all the perpendiculars to that will be parallel
I know Bev's
too.
on the call. That will end in tears. So we can just talk about.
No, but that's common to us all. We could talk about that. That's the problem for me with refraction. We're talking about mist and possible things happening with light that are not common, that you could define and fix between you and I and anybody else in this room at all. It just can't be done. It's like talking about gravity or some other bullshit. It's nothing can be done about it. But these things that we can do in reality between you and I and measure in reality, we can all do that. And that's be a good common thing to talk about.
I want to apply to that. If I could just get in for a second, I'll be quick. Yeah, when I hear the word refraction, like what I think, like inside my head, is it sounds like an excuse to me as to why it looks flat. That's all it is. There's no way to verify it. There's no way to falsify it. It's not repeatable.
Larry, for me,
go ahead, bro.
For me, it sounds like when a parrot repeats a word but doesn't know what it's saying, it's just saying a word like refraction. It sounds like that.
It's a vague topic that that sophists can employ because it doesn't have any real clear definition that we can all agree upon. It
does.
Just vague, and people talk about light. It isn't. It isn't.
Well,
it really isn't.
Well, let's
talk
about
about
scenario where there is
back
no
to the
refraction,
horizontals that we can measure and we can define.
Would you be able to
can
agree on conditions where there was no refraction, that you would be able to identify that there was no refraction?
I can't measure it, man. I can't measure it. I was just given some figures when I came along on this journey. Somebody told me something about 7/6R, and I don't know what that means. I can't measure it. I don't have
I think that's the normal, under normal circumstances, that's the compensation for refraction that they use.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I can't measure it, and neither can you. You're just talking about concepts and light that is there. It's not there. It may bend. It's sunny. It's cloudy. It's misty. The sea, the perspective. There's so many combinations of things.
Oh yeah,
that can't be fixed. Yeah. And that's just something to run around and talk about and go, oh, well, yeah, but that's refraction, man. You can't prove it. But the horizontal, we could measure that, couldn't we? We could establish that. When we're talking about curvature or whether a straight line is straight at all or that kind of thing. Things we can establish in reality. That I like to try and keep it really basic.
It's like this. My best friend, right? He's shagging your girlfriend, and he's a pervert, and he recorded it with 2 different cameras. And I provide you 2 different videos, so you got 4 witnesses. Well, I wasn't there, but 3 witnesses. Trying to show you that hey, she's cheating on you, bro. Don't be mad at my friend. Be mad at her because she was the one that made the vow with you that you were going to get married or whatever, right? And you're like, no, man, it's not there. She's not cheating. Like, she loves me. She wouldn't do it. Why would she lie? And it's like it's right in front of you. You can see it with your own 2 eyes. Well, I'm talking about the Earth in this stance. And you're like, no, why would they lie? Yeah, you're just like, a globe cook.
You could probably extend your analogy, right? So what if I said it wasn't my girlfriend, it was yours with a mask on? It's not a good analogy, dude.
But
it doesn't really.
We got observational science, right?
I have
Lovers
another
love
version for the
observation.
end of
So we
that
have got
video.
observational science, right? We know how to observe and measure refraction and what its impact is, and we
Yes, we do.
cannot account for what we see.
What about a water level? What about a water level to
You
establish
can't
Right,
measure
I'll take
refraction.
horizontal
You
let's
assert
talk
it.
about level.
You assert
And measure
refraction. You don't measure it.
I talk about something
Oh
we
no,
can
you do.
actually
You can measure it. You can measure it. Yep. You can, from the atmospheric conditions, you can measure the impact of what the impact of refraction will be.
How do you do that?
Yeah, go ahead.
How do you do that? You measure
Yes.
the temperature and pressure gradient of the air.
Mm-hmm.
Have you done that?
No, I'm
No,
sorry.
no.
There's another
I
way.
haven't
There's
done
a
this
much
right.
easier
Yeah,
way to do this. A much easier way. I'll ask you this question: do different wavelengths of light refract differently?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, awesome. So, would it be a good idea to pass different wavelengths of light through the atmosphere to see how much they refracted or not, in comparison to each other?
That would work. That would work.
Yeah, that's why when quote unquote laser tests are done, they're not just a pretty green laser that's shot out across a distance of water. They're dual and tri-band lasers, 2 or 3 different wavelengths of light, opposite ends of the spectrum, infrared included, to see if the light deviates through the atmosphere. Newsflash, it does a little bit. Newsflash, it's not going round Earth curvature. It's just wiggling a little bit through the atmosphere.
Yeah. That's good. That's excellent evidence for Earth curvature. If the light's not refracting, then why can't we see everything? Why can't I see my islands all the time?
My friend, that's evidence that the light is refracting through the atmosphere. It's not Earth curvature.
Well, you just said that the light doesn't diverge. That those three color beams have the same level of refraction. Let me see you. Sorry.
Hey Darren, why don't you go watch that video I tagged you in? Just go watch it. It's like maybe a few minutes. Just go watch it and then come back and let's discuss what you saw with your own eyes. And the people tell you, they give you everything you need: the pressure, the temperature, the time, what day it was, whatever. Everything you're gonna need is right there in that video. Go watch it. Like hit mute, go watch it, come back. Is that fair? Then we could talk about reality, not just what you think is happening, not what you want to tell us what's going on. Just go watch that video and come back. Can you do that?
I think I've seen it before, and it was lacking in detail for me. But I'll have a look.
That cock disc, bro. Hey man, hey, just like Larry said, you're like, girlfriend, he's cheating on you, and she's like, no, he ain't. I love him. He loved me. Bro, you
But
are
you got to separate refraction and curvature as two things that can coexist, right?
I mean, talking about the horizontals, you said something about it would end in tears. What did you mean by that?
I can see Bev from on the level here. Bev and I have had some conversations about level and flat, and how. Well, okay. Can I ask you a question then about that? So we all agree that a canal is level. The ocean is more or less level, giving away lumps and tidal bulges and flows and things like that. The ocean is more or less level. How would you measure that it was or was not flat, straight line?
Well, there's tools for that, for measuring, establishing horizontals and measuring elevation changes.
No, not elevation, because elevation and level are explicitly tied together by their definition, right? Elevation is a constant elevation is a level surface. So you're not to use elevation as the tool. You need to independently measure the flatness or otherwise of the surface.
on the vertical, from the horizontal.
Yeah, no. So you're missing the point here, right? Because we know that elevation and level are linked. We need to separate them. We need to measure the shape of the surface independent of its elevation.
Yeah, you establish a horizontal.
Yep. Okay. So we get a vertical, we establish a horizontal, like using Bev's auto level. That's a good tool. And that gives us a horizontal plane, right? It's perpendicular to the vertical at the point we're standing.
And with each other, it's horizontal. all the perpendiculars are parallel along that horizontal, aren't they?
Oh yeah, all the perpendiculars to a line are parallel with each other. That's correct. But
yeah, so the horizontal
this same deal.
plane of
This is not
reference that you've
differentiating
established.
between Earth. So go and missed you there. You were quiet.
The problem there is that a lot of you guys you don't grasp what a straight horizontal line means in reality, because let's just say, like, just walk down this crazy path with me. Let's say we got a 3,000 mile long straight stick, horizontally flat stick. In your world, you're gonna say, well, you can stand at New York and I can stand on California, and our straight stick is going to go right across the curved ball Earth that you guys aren't realizing. Like, that's just retarded.
You're correct.
Like, that's no longer a horizontal straight stick. Now
You're correct.
you can do that if it was, obviously there's hills, valleys, and understand that. But if you were able to go straight across the plane of the United States, you would have a straight stick. But in your ball belief, after so many miles, that straight stick would now have to start to bend downwards to make up that, so that way you can hold it as well. Otherwise, that stick will go straight into the sky, while meanwhile you were dipping down away from the sky, from my position. But
I think you've nailed it there, right?
You guys believe that is reality, but it's far from it.
How do you know?
Let me speak on that just for a second. So, Apocryphon is totally correct. If we were to prove it, that it's flat or level, right? You're going to say, well, it's all relative to the core, the hypothetical, postulated, theoretical core of the Earth. It's all equal distance from the core. Therefore, it's level, but it's curved, right? The line is straight.
That's not what we would say.
Really? I've heard you guys say it before.
Really? No, if you
That's
pulled
the
off,
point of
if you pulled off
establishing the horizontal plane of reference to measure
if you
things
pulled off,
from, then you can from there.
if you pulled off what Apocryphon said, you could make a straight line that we can all verify a straight line, and if the Earth went along with it, along water, we would say, yeah, you're right.
No, it's no longer a straight. God damn, it's no longer a straight line that is level and horizontal. Like, for instance, if you took an 8-foot level, okay. Well, what if you took an 8,000 foot level? It's still straight across. It doesn't
I
curve.
agree.
There's no curved levels. None.
I agree.
Ever.
Yep, 100%.
If you had an 8,000 foot level and you put it up against the ocean, I think you would see some variation from the water. Yeah.
Oh my God.
All right.
There's waves and things. It's not a very good one.
And that's what I was asking
I mean,
before,
you
right?
yesterday you were.
Sorry, you go.
Yeah, sorry, no. Yesterday we saw it on the ocean yesterday for a couple of hours, on the same thing. But horizontal's horizontal. You can establish a horizontal like they did with the canals. That's how they constructed the canals by.
No, they established a level.
Measuring elevation change. The water in the canal is flat and is level in each lock.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
So
how
that's
it
good.
works.
So
up and down elevation changes from the horizontal.
Yeah. So going back to Archiphon, sorry, I'm learning everybody's names here. Talking about his infinitely long level, right?
The tears bit. That's what.
Yeah. So going back to his straight edge, right? He's got an 800 mile long straight edge with a bubble that he plonks down at the end of the canal and rocks it backwards and forwards till the bubble's in the middle, and he's got his line level. It's perpendicular to plumb, and we'd probably call that a horizontal line, right? Now, how would we can't obviously build one of those, right? How would we substitute for that line? Would looking through an auto level?
We do that all the time. We do that no, I'll tell you how we do that every time we build something. And when people come in here and say that's not how we do it, all that tells me is
you've never built anything. Or you watched a video of someone lying to you and said, this is how we do it. And we have this globe excess, from their measurements. No, that's not the way. It's called transferring the line. Have a 20-foot level, but we could transfer the line, which would represent a 20-foot level. And when you transfer that horizontal line, that keeps that level horizontal, straight across. And then you can do that mile after mile after mile. And then guess what? At the end of the day, it's horizontally straight across. No curvature at all. That's the way we do it.
So how are you transferring the line? Sorry, using other level tools or?
Correct. So you can use a theodolite, total station, whatever your heart desires, and you're going to transfer the line.
So if you transferred it over in one hop across 5 kilometers,
2.5
or you do lots
miles.
of little ones.
2.5 miles is the total the longest that I've ever built. Been a part of something being built. I didn't do it myself.
And did you also do a level between the two? Did you run a level between the two?
Oh, no, we don't build with levels. Well, of course we did, bro. Come on, what are you talking about right now? Of course it was leveled. We have to. That's the way you establish your positions on the datum points that you get from the surveyors. If he says this position right here, this bolt right here in the ground is 432 feet above sea level, and we're going to make sure that we're going to build this floor or this platform or this railway, that's what we built, we're going to make sure it is 20 feet above the ground straight across. So then guess what? We're going to take that benchmark and just keep all the way down. Transfer. And it's going to make a horizontal line. Now, newsflash to Globers, horizontal doesn't mean curved. I don't care what bullshit story you want to hear or believe, but that is a horizontal line. It's straight across. And when you transfer the line, you are literally double checking that you're keeping it straight across. Because if you were to deviate off that in elevation, whether it be up to 450 feet above sea level, below sea level, then guess what? You're no longer creating a horizontal line. That's the way it works in real life. That's reality.
In reality, in 1984, they had this thing called Newspeak, and they would change the definitions of words. And horizontal means curved somehow. Peace means war. Ignorance is strength.
Man means woman. Woman means man. It's all fucked up.
Yeah. Things are fucked up. There's no doubt about that. It
means no.
Yeah. So I don't know the process you go through, using a total station. So can I ask you a hypothetical then? So if you were to set up that tool at one end of a canal, and set it so that it was horizontal, would you expect, if you looked at the other end of the canal, say 3 miles, 4 miles down the canal, at a point at the same elevation as you, that it would be smack bang in the middle of your crosshair?
No, because that's not the way it works.
Why? Why doesn't it work like that?
Because as things somebody posted earlier in the hallway, Jedi posted it to you. You have to realize this is why he posted that. It was that's the baby steps. That's the fundamentals. Because as things go away from you, they drop from the way you're looking at it. They drop not because of curvature of the earth. And he was trying to drill that in your head, but you wouldn't accept it. But so for instance, if I set up the total station and I went 300 yards, marked it. Did another 300 yards, marked it. Did another 300 yards, marked it.
Yeah.
Now 900 yards away, if I look back to the beginning point, that beginning point will look lower. Even though I know for a fact it's straight across. Horizontally, it's straight across.
Yeah, cool.
But optically,
thanks for that.
optically, it looks lower because that's the way you going back to refraction. You guys think we deny refraction? We're invoking refraction. We're saying yes, because of refraction, we have to not measure 900 yards away because things are not in their true position. Optically, now they're there physically because we measured it, because we marked it, we built it. But we know optically, that's why when these surveyors come in here, I measured 70 miles away and the mountain was lower. Oh, well, of course, you fucking dumb shit, because it's going to drop in the distance. But so you guys run a victory lap. Yay, it's a globe. But I'm saying, no, what the fuck? Okay.
No, that's good. You've given a good description of differential levering there, and you do things like the stations are typically equal distances and stuff, right? So this goes back to our earlier conversation about how do we know how much refraction there is.
No. You, oh my gosh. Okay. Go ahead.
He's using a tool, measuring the horizontal. We can establish it in fact, in truth, in reality. Fraction, we can't measure that. We observe it. That's
Kill
why
blacks.
No, we can measure it. We can.
That's the point. And he establishes a horizontal all the way along, not just from one point and looking into the distance and trying to work out whether it's bending, it's bobby,
No one
it's
can hear you. You're
misty,
fucking
or,
lagging, bro.
you know that. Okay.
You sound like a robot.
The point is that even though you calculate a refraction, it's not representing a curved surface below of what you're measuring. It's just the
Okay, but
object
here's the
dropping
thing, bro.
in the distance. Go ahead.
Here's the thing, bro. How come if objects drop in the distance and the sun is actually really, really close and it's moving just around the Earth, okay, which is the flat Earth model. If that's the case, yeah, let me finish.
Go ahead.
If that's the case, why doesn't the sun get smaller? Why doesn't the moon get smaller as it gets further away? You fucking idiot.
You're talking about objects in the sky of which we truly don't know their positions or what they
Okay,
are
so
made
you're
of.
just claiming that we don't know the properties of anything.
We what I'm saying is that you're
So
talking
it's a
about
special
something.
object.
What I'm saying is we're talking about something that is a huge size, and it's equivalent to this. Okay, check this out. Okay, hear me out. Take 20 steps. Hear me out. Take 20 steps away from your house. Does the house look smaller?
Yes.
From 20 steps away, your house you can optically see that it looks small. Really, you got really good sensitive eyes then.
Are you kidding? Yes.
Wow. Okay. Hey.
When you're right in front of the house, it's big because it's right in front of you. It takes up your whole view.
Are you able?
As you move further away, it becomes smaller.
It's still no. It becomes smaller when you're really far away. When I'm saying smaller,
No, even
I'm
when you're
saying-
not that far away, it still looks smaller.
Oh my god, bro! If you have
You're telling me
that
from
great
100 meters away from your house, it doesn't look smaller.
I said 20 steps, bro. Is that let me do the math real quick.
20 steps. Even from 20 steps, it doesn't look as big. It's just not as noticeable.
Oh my god, dude.
But this is the most ridiculous argument I've ever heard.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You've totally been debunked, and you have no response.
Okay, right. I've been okay. You can run a victory lap all you want, bro. You can run a victory lap all you want, bro.
Well,
But
that's
it's
exactly
retarded
what I'm
though.
doing because you have been debunked.
I've been
no
debunked.
Explanation.
I just told you the explanation.
That doesn't give me the explanation of it's big. Well, the Empire State Building is big, but if you fucking go away from it, guess what? It gets smaller.
Exactly.
Just like everything gets smaller.
Exactly. Exactly.
The size of an object has nothing to do with that optical effect.
Hold on. You're talking about the Empire State Building. That is maybe at the most 200 yards of a foundation across. Now take something that is miles and miles across. You're not going to be seeing it get really small the same way you would see.
But like the Alps are miles and miles across, but when you get close to them, they look a lot bigger than when you're fucking really far away and looking at them.
True.
Have you ever
And guess
done
what?
this?
True. And guess what? Still, those mountains are a fucking ant compared to a fucking mountain. Those mountains compared to the sun.
But the point is, you haven't established
small,
this supposed theory that you're giving up where it's too big or whatever, which you just made up
you
on
don't
the
get
spot.
it. You don't get it, dude. You don't get it. No,
You just made that shit up, didn't you?
No, I didn't make it up. That is reality. The sun
I
is
bet you just made it up on the spot when I said
No,
that.
I've said it plenty of times when I try to explain to people like you that this object that we call the sun or the moon is way bigger than a mountain or a building. And the reason why you see
if it's moving,
the reason why you see a car get smaller or a mountain get smaller or even a city get smaller is not the same to why you're seeing the sun barely change in size when it's all the way at the end. Very far all the way at the end. It's still like the same size it was above you because it's fucking gigantic. It's huge.
And how far away is the sun?
It's like you walking around a mountain, circling it, and you're like, yeah, the mountain didn't really change in size because it's not, you're not far enough away because of its size. Now, if you go a great distance away from that mountain, you will see it get smaller. But we are talking about a mountain compared to something that's fucking humongous. It's just gigantic, bro.
Okay, so you're telling me, for example, let's say the Earth is pretty big, right?
I would think so.
Let's imagine. I know you guys don't believe in space because you're retarded, but like, imagine that you went into, you left the realm or whatever you want to call it, and you started to zoom out. Now the Earth's really big, right? But it's gonna nonetheless noticeably and measurably get smaller the further away you get. The fact that you can't demonstrate that there's even this, you're saying, well, there's barely. It's like, well, we're talking about hundreds of kilometers. Even a large object at hundreds of kilometers distance will optically look smaller. That's just how it works. I mean, name an object that doesn't do that.
Again, the size matters and the distance away from it does matter. If you want to deny that reality, that's on you, bro. Maybe that's why it's not clicking in your head because you are in the understanding that I should be able to see the sun get very small
I asked you a
when it
specific
travels
question. I said,
thousands of miles away from me.
I said, imagine
That's
that
the problem.
we're looking at the Earth. Okay, is it going to get smaller the further away I get from it?
Yeah.
Right. So shouldn't the same thing apply to the sun?
But we don't have cameras showing Earth getting smaller, bro. Come on,
The point,
that's all
we're
fake.
not
Bro.
talking about that. I'm saying totally hypothetically. Of course, we've never done this, and there's no such thing as space. But imagine that there was such a thing as space, and imagine that you could, in fact, leave the
Well,
realm of
imagining
Earth.
everything, it is nice imagining.
Thank you for your genius commentary. So
Yeah, my genius
imagine that.
commentary. You can imagine whatever you want. How about to use empirical things?
That's what I'm doing, fuckwit. So the thing is,
Fuckwit,
imagine that.
it's easy to swear, fuckwit. That's the
Well,
way.
just
The
let me. You're
easiest way
interrupting me,
to
and
the
you're
easiest
being
way of
obnoxious.
conversation is to swear. That's the easiest way.
You're interrupting me and then complaining about me swearing at you. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Fuckwit. I didn't. Did I tell you any bad verse to you?
Well, I mean, you're interrupting me. That's.
There we go.
Jesus Christ.
You could show them fact after fact, but they just still just that photo that Frost posted. That's a fucking slam dunk. Like if you don't get that, then you're wasting your time here. Honestly, there's no curvature in that picture horizontally. Yet you want us to believe that everything's curving away from us, 3 miles away from us, standing on the ocean. Come on, dude. Wake up and smell the fucking coffee. It's very, very easy. They could argue and wiggle and throw in all these falsehoods all they want of their heliocentric model, but it doesn't take away facts. It's not what they're saying. And I do think his photo is even better than the Black Swan because it shows a side view of the land. Those lights are completely horizontal all the way across. And he's right. You look it up on Google Earth, that's miles and miles and miles of city and houses and buildings with lights, and they're perfectly horizontally straight across. That's crazy that it goes in their eyes, their brain doesn't process it because of strong delusion, and then they just spew it back out like, nope, that's not reality. Refraction. They don't get it. I don't think they're made to get it, bro.
And in every explanation, there is no curvature. It's always flat.
I'll post it one more time for those in the back. There it is again. Look at that photo. Zoom in if you need to. Check it out. It's loading. Look at those lights all the way in the distance, straight across, horizontal. You're getting a side view of it, to where if you put yourself on like one end of that light, now looking down the lights, it's straight across. But they want to believe it's curving away. That's not curvature, bro. It's a wrap.
There is no oil rigs in your picture.
Is that contradictory with what you'd expect to see if you were sat on top of a sphere? So you imagine sitting, if you took a slice of horizon, right? If it was a sphere, say like a dinner plate, and if you looked out across a dinner plate at the edge of the dinner plate, it would look flat, right? Because the curvature is mostly away from you in that.
Are those buildings on a curved surface?
You're proving our point. Exactly, Jedi.
I don't know what the shape of the coastline is on the other side. But the curvature in that's only a few degrees of view, right? So there's not a lot of curvature drop left to right there.
I'll give you an example. Check this out.
If those lights were all on the horizon of a sphere, just assuming, right? If they're all on the horizon of a sphere, or you can do a test, right? If you stick your hand out in front of you and just cast it through an arc, right? It's drawing a straight line, even though it's carving an arc that could be on a sphere.
This is the curve you're talking about, right? I'm posting it right now. Yes. This is the curve that you're trying.
Yeah.
I'm posting it.
So these lights are just on the horizon, right?
In that photo, yeah.
Yeah. So those lights are on the horizon. So if just assuming that it was a sphere for a minute, and you were standing on top of it, the horizon is going to look quite flat left to right because you're sitting on top of a big disc. And if you look at the edge of a disc, the edge is equal distance away, and as you move around left to right along the pivoting around your vertical axis, things don't drop very much at the edge, right? And that's what we're seeing here, that we're looking at across the edge, and things are all at the same distance, all at more or less the same height relative to you.
Hey, Darren, they don't drop at all.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
so
well,
look at, I posted,
wouldn't, which means they probably all are actually on the horizon.
Yeah.
Yep. So that makes sense. If you've got your total station out there, and if you pegged a big level circle with your total station, and span it round, all those things wouldn't drop left to right. And if you did the same thing, reconstructed that on a sphere, same deal. That from the perspective of someone, so this is a horizontal plane, right? The horizontal plane slicing through the sphere below you, the edge looks flat when you're looking at it.
But you're missing the point that it's still flat. It's not curved. It's not a ball. I posted a picture of my round flat table. You see how it kind of looks like a globe, and I know McToon's shown pictures like this. Look at it. You can see the curve. Look at it. It's left to right. But he's literally just taking photos and showing exactly what you're explaining. When you look around you, that circle of water around you is going to look curved. Yes, because that's the way we see things around us. Because that's the way our eyes are. It's literally the way the physical makeup of our eyes will give you this optical phenomenon. But if you were to put blinders on, like a horse, and only see sections of that ocean, and every direction you look is going to be flat, 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 all the way around you. You won't see the edging, if you will, the way our eyes would pick it up, just like the table that I posted. This is what you guys kind of hop, skip, and jump over, and because it doesn't conform with what you believe, and you cannot accept that. Because if you did accept it, then you would say, "Oh wait, well, I'm still seeing flat though. Regardless of how I'm going to explain it, it's still flat. From me to the edge of that table, it's still a flat table. There's no curvature about it. There's no ball table out here." Now, if I was to take a picture, if I had a big ass like workout medicine ball, whatever the fuck they call them, and I took a photo the same way, then every direction would be going down.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Ah, yeah. But you just said we can't measure the down. No?
I said what?
Sorry, someone was speaking in the background. But the challenge is, how do we measure the down, right? That you've already said that when you use your total station and you look across a level run, that it is below the horizontal, and you've accounted all of that to refraction. So we need to work out what is refraction, how much refraction there is, and see if there's any discrepancy, right? Control the variable of refraction and do the experiment rather than just ruling out everything. We need to understand what are the two options. Why is the total station horizontal line above the end of the level run?
That goes back to what Jedi was telling you at the beginning. The reason why we see things like that, because that's the way. It's called convergence. He literally broke it down for you, and if you
I understand convergence. That's another thing as well, right? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Convergence to where everything goes to that vanishing point, right? All the way
in the perspective view of things. Yeah.
Correct.
So
exactly.
If something's twice as far away, it's half the height. But if you've got, say, for example, you're looking at a building, right, and you can see the bottom half and the top half from 500 meters. You go 5 kilometers away. The building's 1/10 as high as it was. The bottom is 1/10 as high, and the top's 1/10 as high because you've gone 10 times as far away. So it's linear,
because it's
right?
converging. Exactly. Yeah, because it's converging.
Yeah, it doesn't get any lower. The point where the horizon appears to be, it would still be the same. Or wherever you're looking, it all converges to the point where you're looking at.
And if you get far enough, that building will actually disappear behind the horizon. Not because it's on a curve, not because it's a curve, but because it's converged so small. Because it's converged so small that it's no longer something you can see with your own eyes. But guess what? Lo and behold, if you grab a camera and you zoom in, you could bring it back into view. But there is a maximum distance that we can see today, right now. Because guess what? 400 years ago, they didn't have a P900. They weren't able to zoom back in these objects that were way, way far. But I'm willing to bet that in 100 years from now, if this world still exists because of how fucked up it is right now, that the technology will get better and we will even be able to see farther than that. Only because technology gets better and it kind of the same way it's grown from 400 years ago. But it doesn't. At the end of the day, it doesn't mean you're looking over a curved ball. It's just you're looking through a condition of the sky. That's it. Sometimes you can see it,
but we know that,
sometimes
right? We know how far we can see in theory, right? That's one of the characteristics of the physics of light. That to be able to, let's take your building for example again. That if you want to be able to distinguish two windows next to each other, that's the resolution that you need. You need enough resolution to distinguish the space between those two windows to make them out individually. And we know the optics of that. We know what kind of lens, what kind of magnification, what its aperture needs to be, and all that kind of stuff. So we can work out how far we could see, and we know that in theory, it doesn't matter how good our optics are, there'll be a limit to how well we can see with something that's physically practical to build.
And at the end of the day, it's still not a ball. It's still just what we're saying it is. It's completely straight across, and that's all you go by. like when you're building on land, you're dealing with the topography, right? The elevation change because of the dirt, of which there's highs and lows, valleys, and mountains, and you're building into things. And you're trying to make something. When you're trying to make it go straight across, you're going to have to account for that of the topography, not because the Earth's curved. You're not building. Oh, let's make sure we add curvature because of the Earth. No, you're literally saying let's make sure that the land we're building on. So guess what? If I'm building a bridge or a railway, like for a tram that's going into a part of the city that whole city is higher in elevation than where we started, up, instead of the 20-foot columns that we're building, because the land, they might only need a 15-foot column because we're still trying to make sure that it's keeping straight and horizontal. That's the way we build things. That's reality, bro. Like, I don't know who lied to you, but you need to wake up.
Yeah. So what'd be really cool with one of your sites would be to go back every day for a year and measure the drop every day, see how it changes, and see if it's the same every day, whether it gets smaller.
Hey, listen. It can change from the morning to the afternoon. I don't have to go back for a whole year.
Like my mountains,
I could go in one day. I could go in one day and see. I could take measurement shots. I could take shots at 6 a.m, and then by afternoon I could take the same shots. I'll be off. And that's why typically when we plumb up buildings, we don't do it when it's hot, because the heat will actually cause what we're looking at to be distorted and off from the numbers. Let's say you measured, 20 feet and 5/8 in the morning. You go back there in the daytime, it might be 19 feet and 10 inches. That much of a fucking difference, because the heat is throwing it off. Again, it's not because
so that's
the curvature of the
19
Earth.
inches in how many? Sorry, so what's the difference between there? I missed the numbers in detail. Sorry, you're talking about 19 inches. Yeah, and what's the total drop?
Okay. Oh, you're not getting it. It's not about drop. It's about the way that object, that fixed object, it's not dropping. It's still there. It's optically, because of the conditions of the sky and the weather, that it will assume to be that that position moved. But it's just that it's an
the optics
optical
make
illusion.
it look lower, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So what's in that, taking that scenario? Say you got, did you say 19 inches difference across the day?
No. I said that it might be only 4 inches difference or 3 inches difference. But
across the day, and out of how many? How far is it below your horizontal roundabout?
It could be at the 250 yards away. It could be the end of the shot. But what I'm saying though is that if you took that shot in the morning, you'll get a certain. That's why they do. This is why surveyors will
because
take
refraction is very low in the morning, right?
Yes, that's why they'll take 5 or 10. Well, typically because the heat the reason why though is because the heat bends the steel and it expands it. So it'll give you a different reading just because of, like, it physically is actually a little bit bigger and it's fucking you up because that's actually not the true position. So, but what I'm trying to get to you is that the when you're doing these measurements, that's why surveyors, when they do take shots, they'll do like 5 or 10 shots and then they'll do a median. Because because then that's not even the true number either, because they're just taking a median. But that's why we have tolerances, because we know that because of the conditions, it can change here and there. So they take a median and then they say, "Oh, fuck it, it looks good for my house." That's what we say. It's a funny term, but we call it and we build it, and then not until you get to that point that you realize, "Oh shit, we're off a quarter inch." Well, it's okay. It's within the tolerance. That's the way we build, dude. All day, every day.
No, tolerance is cool. I get tolerances. Yeah. So I don't want to harp on it, but for me, it'd be really interesting to understand your plus or minus 4 inches, how far that 4 inches is below what you would expect to see if there was no refraction, right? So if it was, if looking through your crosshair, you could say, oh, that crosshair is intersecting that thing 25 inches above that point. And
all of a sudden, later on the day, later on, you're like, oh shit, you're gonna think you fucked up. And typically that actually is what happens, because when another crew comes in and sets up and does the measurements, and then you go back to the table, you're like, hey, I got this number, and they're like, okay, well, what time did you do it? Well, I did it at noon. And they'll say, oh, are you fucking retarded? You don't do it at that time because the conditions change.
Yeah. So it's going up and down 4 inches in 25 or 30 or 40 inches or whatever the nominal horizontal point
that's
would be.
arbitrary. That doesn't matter. It could be 2 inches. It could be 1 inch. It's just a fact.
Oh,
that
yeah.
it does change.
No, the up and down is arbitrary. I'm interested in how far the up and down is compared to where the crosshair horizontal crosses. So if you stuck a rod up there to you reach the crosshair, would that crosshair be because you're obviously having to measure a dip angle or whatever and do the calculation on the distance and the drop, to get that height at the other end.
Now you're getting it.
Stuck a rod up across the horizontal.
Right. Now you're getting it. That dip, if that dip that you're talking about, it doesn't mean that it's that rod is now on the other side of a ball and it's lower because it's now facing away from us because we're not parallel no more. No, that's false. That's still parallel, but because the distance that it's at, it's dropped. That's why you don't shoot farther than what you're supposed to be shooting, because we understand that if you go too far with it, that drop, it gets it gets significant over a greater distance.
But it's linear though. But it doesn't. If you look down a straight line of a crosshair, there is no drop, right? The crosshair is drawing a straight line through the sky. So any point that you might put on that crosshair. So you imagine if you had wandering along with a target and you're waving it through the air until it hits the crosshair, all those points that across the crosshair would be in a straight line, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So
they're supposed to, yeah. But the conditions can change that.
Line, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. The conditions can change that. And that's what I'm trying to get at. So we get right to the end where you're making your final measurement, you wave the crosshair around, the stick around, and that's your straight line out of your instrument. With refraction taken into account. Whatever refraction is done to that beam, it's done to your target. It's also done it to your measuring point probably as well, or similar. That's what you're hoping, right? That's why you do it in the morning, because the refraction is consistent across the whole thing. So if your target's 2 meters above your thing and your thing is varying by 4 inches around a day.
Well, respectfully, we're kind of talking about two different things right now, because when I said plumb up, we're dealing with things that are vertical. That takes it off. But it's the same principle in the distance. When things are going the distance, they drop. When the conditions change, they could even drop more optically. Doesn't mean they physically drop, just optically. When I was saying, because I'm kind of responding to Scott right now in the chat, he said I'm full of shit. Obviously, he's never built anything, but he just read a document and he fucking believed it. But what I was saying is that when you're plumbing up a building, optically, the still expands and it could throw off your measurement when you're shooting a target. That's what I was referring to, Scott. I was just correcting Scott real quick because I know he's over there.
That's cool.
He's pulling his hair out right now, probably.
Yeah. No. So going back to my perspective on the world, and someone asked why do I think it's a sphere? Because I think that we know enough about optics and convergence and perspective and the impact it has to work out how much of the drop is caused by that. And
no. See, that's what hold on. You're twisting it. You're getting confused. You're saying that you're saying that because we know it's a globe, then we know there's a certain drop that's going to happen optically.
No.
But okay,
I'm saying
maybe
because we know about refraction, we can work out how much drop would be caused by refraction.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair. That's fair.
Shit. So between the extreme refraction and ordinary refraction, the drop changes over your run. The drop changes by 4 inches.
All we're measuring, I said this earlier, is the deviation of light through the atmosphere. We're not measuring curvature here.
No, exactly. And that's what I'm trying to say. At this stage, we're not measuring the curvature. We're trying to work out how much the refraction causes that light to change during the day.
We did this earlier. We did this earlier when I spoke to you about different wavelengths of light passing through the atmosphere and having a different refractive value.
Okay,
So
yeah, cool.
when we do that, we only measure refraction. We don't measure Earth curvature.
No, exactly,
So the
right?
Earth's
So
flat.
you measure refraction, you understand how much curvature refraction causes, right?
Curvature refraction causes what?
Yeah. How much? So when your light beam is refracted, and if you look at an image that's been refracted in the atmosphere, the image appears to move, right? Like your mirages and things like that are the extreme ones. The image moves up and down, flipped over sometimes, or compressed or expanded. It works like a lens. And so you're looking through this lens of the atmosphere. In this case, the conditions are good because you're going to effort to make a measurement. It has to be good conditions, so you get a nice level run. And you say, right, well, we've done all of these measurements. We've done some short ones. We've done them under these conditions. And we've also measured the characteristics of the air. We can say that under these situations, that when it's cold and still or cool and still, we get this result, and this much curvature is what we measure. When it's hot, we get this much.
When do we, when do we measure curvature?
The curvature of the
way. My friend, I've said this like 4 times now. We're just measuring the path of light through the atmosphere, not the surface curve. So where are you getting this measure curvature from?
So there's a drop, right? So
is there?
Yes, that's what we were just talking about. That so if you do your level run,
where is this?
And you have
drop?
your level line, and you go back and you point it again. That your horizontal from your first point will show a drop, and the conversation is that drop is caused by refraction, right? Refraction. Well, you let me finish, right? So what we need to do is we need to work out what the characteristics of refraction are.
We've done that.
So we know that. Okay, so you know how much curve per mile refraction causes?
Curve per mile? No,
Yeah,
this is
how much curve per mile will be caused by refraction? How much would his sight drop?
For 6 fucking time. All we're measuring is the path of light through the atmosphere deviating from horizontal. We are not measuring the curvature of the Earth.
But a deviating path, right? If it deviates by 1 degree every 100 meters, right? That's a curve. So the light is effectively traveling through a curve because of refraction, right?
So it's
a refractive curve.
Do you know what refraction is?
Yeah. So you know lenses, right?
Awesome.
And the picture you see in high school of a lens.
Because you said curving of light. What?
Yep.
No, refraction.
Yep.
When light passes from one medium, intersects the boundary of another medium at an angle and refracts at another angle. An angle isn't a curved line.
So here's
it's
the thing.
It's a straight line that deviates.
Where's that edge in the atmosphere then? There's not an edge like that.
What I'm fucking
refraction occurs when you get a change in refractive index. So as light goes from one refractive index to another, it changes direction in proportion to the change in the index.
So not Snell's law then? Not refraction from light passing from one medium into another and the intersection as it hits
Snell's law talks about going from one refractive index to another. It can be different mediums. It can be the same medium under different conditions, right?
And we measure
going from warmer to hotter.
I'm still trying to figure out where you get to Earth curvature.
Yep. Okay, so we're not at Earth curvature yet. We're still dealing with curvature caused by refraction.
Stop saying it. If we
haven't said Earth curvature, I've been talking about curvature of the path of the light.
Yeah, so not Earth curvature then.
No, not Earth curvature. Not even talking about Earth curvature now. Right?
So
we're talking about how much.
You said we measure Earth curvature. You didn't actually mean to say that.
That's not what I'm talking about now.
At the moment,
I'm talking about curvature caused by refraction now.
Okay, then. Right? So just the light deviating its path through the atmosphere.
So now, so go back to Snell's law and the two, the edge. The picture you see in most. Sorry, mate, you faded out.
So not Earth curvature.
Not Earth curvature. We're talking about refractive changes in the path of light.
Awesome.
So if you have your look at your typical textbook picture of refraction, typical Snell's law illustration, light, block of glass coming at an angle, comes out at another angle. If you have a continuous change in refractive index, the light doesn't
Continuous
go
change?
bang, snap. Yeah.
So not all the same.
Not all the same. No.
Okay.
So you can
So
imagine like a
continuous-
stack of,
so
of really
so I'm correct.
thin bits of
Just so
glass,
I'm
all
correct.
slightly different.
Fuck me. Just so I'm correct,
Sorry,
between you, the observer, and the thing that you are observing, there must be a continuous change in the atmosphere.
Yeah, there is, and you can measure this, right? You can even do it with your phone.
Between
So there's
me
two
and an
changes.
object, my God, this is getting harder. So between me, the observer, and the object, there must be, according to you, a continuous change from, let's say, what?
No.
Density?
Mostly the change
temperature?
is in a horizontal direction. Vertical direction.
So it's so it's upwards then.
Yeah, yep. So at low, close to the
So if I'm
ground,
making an
the
observation,
run temperature
so
and run pressure.
if I'm making an observation from 6 foot above the surface of water, looking at something
Yep.
that's 6 foot above surface of water, I'm not looking through any atmospheric gradient. It's all the same because it's the same altitude according to you. So not changing.
No, it only has to be at a very slight angle to the gradient, and it will kind of. Have you ever seen a fiber optic? That's how fiber optics work. The things sort of bounce around inside the gradient,
Fiber
and the
optics
same
work
can
with
happen
the
with light. The light will
reflection
just
of light.
kind of follow the gradient of the curve along.
So it follows the
at a-
gradient of the curve of the Earth now.
No, the curve
of.
Well, that's a good point.
Mhm.
I know that if light, yeah. No, I asked someone this question a while ago. So if you have a perfectly flat optical medium that has a gradient only in the vertical direction, and you pass a light through it, in the horizontal direction, you can get curvature because the light is in kind of simultaneously in two different refractive indexes, and that does cause the light to move. It gets worse if the medium is curved, but if the medium's flat, my understanding is that you'll get curvature even if you hit it right on, but it's only a very small amount. At the minute you have any slight curvature of the light in that medium, so if that thing is not precisely at your eye height, or the light deviates anywhere along the way for any other reason, a bit of a bump in the profile, you'll get the curvature. But anyway, right, we know
Curvature of what?
Curvature of the light due to refraction. Okay.
So the light's
Right.
curving through the atmosphere then.
Yeah, caused by the temperature and pressure gradient in the atmosphere.
Okay. Now, does the atmosphere exist on both globe Earth and flat Earth conceptions?
Not going there yet. We're talking about this other thing first.
Yeah.
So,
well,
right. So, yeah, okay. So if we spend enough time shooting light through the atmosphere, measuring the temperature and the pressure and the gradients, we can effectively work out and predict how much curvature we'll get in any given temperature and pressure conditions, right?
Yeah, not a lot, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, not a lot.
No, hardly anything at all. This is why lasers are used to blow shit up now.
Okay, so if our laser, and so most of the time our refractive path is almost dead straight, right? Because there's not much refraction. So we go back to our conversation 10 minutes ago about surveying, right? In our 4-mile run, where we know level is within a few millimeters, we've got 2, 3, 4, 5 meters of drop. But our calculations show that refraction can only account. So he was talking, and this is all ballpark figures. We were talking about 4 inches variation over the day between almost no refraction and very high refraction. What happened to the other 2, 3, 4 meters? So you got 4 inches that we can account for due to refraction. 4 meters that's gone somewhere else. Where the bloody hell is that?
What theodolite? What measurement?
So he was talking about measuring the drop. So he's done a level run with his theodolite, and multiple level runs potentially. at conditions when refraction is as low as practical so that they get the most accurate possible result. And then you go back to the original station, set your level up again, point it at your final mark, which might be a few miles down the track, and you can do the end-to-end measurement of the drop. And he was saying that there is significant drop. It sounds like it's more than we can account for by refraction.
Who was saying?
Acropathon. A while back when he was talking about his work surveying rail lines. And he confirmed that when he looked through his tool, that the line of the tool shows a significant drop. He was putting it down to perspective and refraction. I'm saying that perspective is not the cause. Refraction is part of the cause. There's something else. Refraction alone cannot account for what he observes. Perspective alone cannot account for what he observes. Something else means that thing is below the line of the horizontal. Whereas if we had no refraction, if we had nothing else going on, you should be able to do a level run, go back to the beginning, point your tool at the other end, and it should be bang on, right? Give or take a bit for refraction. So 4 inches in 4 miles, right?
Yeah, same as a laser level. Yeah.
So what he's saying is that that's not what he sees on a daily basis. He sees that his level at the other end is overshooting the level at the far end by an amount far greater than the difference between the best case and worst case refraction that they get.
All right, Apocryphon, are you still there, buddy?
Sounds like he might have gone.
That's a shame.
Bev has got this as well. I think he's going to go and do his. Got a good name for it. He always comes up with these nice names, but I can't paste into the chat, so I'm too new here to paste. I must have to get some brownie points or something. But
you got to hang around.
He has. There is a shot taken through an auto. I can see. So Bev's got a GIF that he's pasted 8:30 my local time. A couple of things up in the chat there. Zooming in down a canal. There's a shot. I'm guessing it's taken from the same place, same time maybe, through an auto level. And what we see is that the shot standing wherever that auto level is set up, looking down at the other end, the horizontal line of the auto level is a good 3-4 meters above the height.
Yeah, I've just put a fresh one in there, Darren. You see that one?
Thank you, Bev.
That's got a crosshairs in it.
No. Have you got the one that I put in?
Yeah, but that's the one at the beach. You can see me there. I've got my measuring rod, so you can, you can see it in the crosshairs, can't you?
We haven't got a reliable.
So like that one, you can actually measure it, can't you? If you
we
wanted
haven't got
to.
a reliable level at the beach.
That's
Have you got
it.
the one at the beach where you've got the
Look at the crosshairs. Look at the left-hand side of that picture. Look at it. It's got crosshairs in it.
Yeah, but we have no idea about the level ground between you and them. Is it just the beach, or is it water?
That's
is
the
it
beach, yeah. The question is, where's the horizon?
Yeah,
Like
I can't
above
see
do you reckon it's above my head?
I don't know, Bev. I've got no idea where you're sitting there, what the angle of the camera is, what your elevation is.
You can see the crosshairs in the picture on the left.
Can you post the one that you took probably on the same day with the Blackpool Tower in the background? That's much clearer. It's got better picture
No,
of the crosshair.
it was a different day. This was the day we did Under the Horizon. Yeah.
So can you tell me about where the level was?
The level was on the beach, like a mile away.
Okay.
And then I walked towards the water with my measuring rod, just to show the guys like how I could. I said to him a bit ago. I bet I could get under that horizon, but I could get under it.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
was the
So
level
there I
set
am
up
with
level?
a measuring rod. So you can measure, right from that crosshair, can't you, to the horizon, and then you can measure to my feet, and you'd say that the horizon was above, wouldn't it? Be a less of a distance, so a less of a drop, right, to the
So standing in
horizon
a
than
hole
it
in the
would
ground,
be
I can see
to
that.
me. Yeah,
So
a
I can
hole
see
in the
two
ground
things.
on the beach. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So your head's probably at horizon level. The other thing, was the level set up, or did you just take the photo through it randomly?
And we did a whole video where we walked out.
Yeah. Was the level?
It was like a whole
In that
day
photo
when
on
we
the
went
left,
to the beach.
was the level properly set
We
up?
did it live.
Was the level properly set up at the time you took that photo on the left?
Just that, we do. We set the tools up correctly. Yes.
The level up, yeah.
Performed
So
a two
why is
peg
the water
test, yes.
horizon? Why is the horizon of the water below the crosshair at all?
Because the horizon doesn't rise. You think that's stupid, right? How could the water rise to the crosshairs? That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Imagine thinking that. Why would you think that?
Water is at the same level as you, right? Water's the same level as you. Yet the crosshairs are pointing up.
It's above my head there in that picture, isn't it? So is it at the same level as me?
The water. I can draw you a picture to explain that. But
is it at the same level as my head? Let's say, not my feet.
It looks like so if there's a straight line, we could draw across the image that would put your head.
You could call that the true horizon, right? Over water.
Your head.
Yeah, that horizon there.
Yeah, which is not horizontal with from.
Yeah,
you,
it's the true horizon. That's
down.
the most horizontal horizon. The true horizon over water. It's horizontal.
Anyway, can we go back to your shot on the canal? I've got to go in a few minutes anyway. I've got to pick my wife.
Isn't that a good enough representation? So where would you say the horizon is? Above my head?
If that's the sea in the background, then the horizon is there where the red line is, right?
Above my head. The A. So you go for A. In that thing.
Yeah, so I haven't.
Okay. So I did success. I did manage to get under the horizon.
Yeah, but you can. It's not impossible to do that, Bev. If you are
really
above the water level in any way at all, you imagine drawing a straight line out through the edge of the water. There's a whole bunch of stuff. The dirt at your feet is below the horizon there, right? Because you're effectively looking down to the horizon. Looking down into the distance.
But is the horizon optical or physical?
Depends what you mean. It's physically there.
If it's physical, right, then you could measure it, couldn't you? So you could measure like the distance that is above my feet within that thing, because I'm holding a measuring rod. So you could say that the horizon is what sort of height above my feet? Measured on the vertical datum, right? Literally, you could literally measure the horizon on the vertical datum. That's fantastic, isn't it? Making breakthroughs in this surveying lark here, Darren. It's a good job you come round. Helping out loads. Because that's what you're doing, isn't it? Measuring on the vertical datum. That's what you've been talking about for your...
He just said he had to go. He dipped out pretty quick, I reckon.
Oh, did he have to go?
Well, he did say he had to pick up his wife. So
yeah,
time waits for no man.
Yeah, I've got to go out as well. It's a shame that.
Got some right at the end.
Yeah, I know. Just when he involved me, I think he said it'd end badly or something earlier to somebody else. So perhaps that was it. He meant he'd have to go.
Yeah. Well, see, some people will try and say how convenient and act like he just left, but he did say he was going to go pick up his wife, and I believe that life does happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he wanted me to go over the Blackpool Tower picture as well that we've done. You know, because we've done quite a lot of this surveying sort of stuff.
And he'll be back.
Pictures on the level. That's why we called on the level, right? Because we put a camera on the level and show people just how they've been fooled by certain people.
Unlimited black swans if you just go out and look for them.
Have a look at that picture. Like, how'd you get the horizon above your head? How's that work?
Well, see, that's another thing is when they assume that the horizon is just Earth, like what's on Earth. It's not actually the limiting circle of our vision based off of the oculus of the eye and the aperture therein. It gets confusing for folks, and they start talking about how they feel.
How'd you get the horizon above your head? It's good, isn't it? I don't know if anybody else has managed to do that in the crosshairs of an auto level. For step one, why would you set up an auto level at the water at the beach? Takes some extraordinary circumstances, right, for you to be able to do this sort of stuff. Because there'd be no point measuring the horizon, because that'd be ridiculous. So
When I said that, I wasn't talking about Darren, by the way. I was just making a reference to kind of the general average person who's new to the subject. Usually they spiral. I like the way Darren was talking to you, though. He's being very mature and respectful about it.
Darren's been around for a bit. I think there's a new breed.
I enjoy that because communication should be about understanding, not about argument.
He's always after looking at my pictures, which is very telling, isn't it? Because he did say about stuff that he'd done himself earlier about islands and stuff in the distance. Literally rising. He said literally rising.
And when you get to a certain altitude, the physical, like what you would perceive to be the physical horizon anyway, does seem to lower. And then you see a layer of atmos line up with you that's level with your vision. The horizon.
I wanted to ask him.
Vision.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him whether he thought that refraction literally curves the Earth. Because he did have some sort of, there's some sort of reaction between refraction and curvature, which is in his mind somewhere. But I was wondering whether he actually thought it literally curves. Because that's what he's sort of talking about here, measuring rumpus poles in the distance. For anybody wondering, right, a rumpus pole, we made this term up because there isn't actually a term for it. These guys don't really have the rhetoric. A rumpus pole is a mind measurement, right? It's a unit, and that unit is the separation of level and horizontal in the distance to a globe minded person, a dogmatic globe believer, right?
I just love that they use the word rumpus.
Well, because that's rumpus showed it us, right? Because Wallace did the hump, right? Wallace noticed that it humped in the middle, but rumpus decided to go Billy Big Balls and use the full quadratic, right? Go full distance, which turns into a drop, right? Like a full distance drop. It shows the sort of the dichotomy that these guys are in, that either hump or drop, because the hump is a quarter, and you can go 4 times bigger if you go the full distance, which is what Rumpus did. So that rumpus pole that Rumpus is imagining in the distance, the full distance, is the separation of level and horizontal in the minds of these guys. So you can't give it a value because the rumpus pole is the visual, it's the optical thing that you're looking at, and you're imagining that is the distance of separation.
So it's an imaginary unit of measurement that people rant about perpetually until it gets really annoying and boring.
Yeah, that's why nobody knows, because nobody can actually say what's going on within this arena. It's within the minds of people. They're imagining things, but they don't know how to express it because it's an imagination. And anytime you try and express the reality of the situation, you meet these people who They're just confused.
But is it not a case that all reality is just confused and imagined?
I think reality is confusing.
No, I don't. So for example, we could both walk down a street, yeah? You could look to the left-hand side of the street, I could look to the right-hand side of the street. On the right-hand side of the street, everything looks good and fine, yeah? If you look to the left-hand side, there's people being murdered and they're living in squalor. We both walk down the street, I think it's a pleasant street, you think it's like fucking Beirut, and you're like, nah, that's godforsaken. We both walk down the street, different perceptions, you know what I'm saying? But they're both true. It all depends on the individual.
I would say the truth is somewhere in between, like human nature, right? The human nature in general is both sides of that street, and that's like the real level.
Yeah, that's diletheism. I've got to go, guys. She wants me to go shopping. See you later.
Happy wife, happy life. Have fun, man. Stay blessed.
I mean, in the sense of like they're both truths. The street isn't good and the street isn't bad. The street's just a street, but depending on how you perceive it, if that's your reality. To you, that street is godforsaken. To me, it's the best street in the world. You know what I mean?
To me, it's weird when people get hyper fixated on one or the other. Like they'll be black pilled and just fear mongering, or they'll get rose colored glasses, and surely nothing can be wrong, and that becomes disconnected from reality.
We'll see when we sit there on a daily basis, we continuously blink, yeah, but we don't register the blink. Your brain like takes the image that was there before and the image that's there after and fills in a gap of what they think you should see. Yeah. So like,
in a way, basically, all of our senses are kind of the hallucination of a chunk of jello inside of a calcium container.
Aye. Basically. So like what I'm trying to get is we could both all of us could be standing watching the same show, but everyone has a different experience because everyone's reality is different. We perceive it slightly different.
Yeah. See, I'm in agreement with that there is perspective to the your truth, my truth type thing. But then beyond that, there is an ultimate truth, like the aletheia of reality. And that's something that is what it is. Then we perceive that and we try and interpret it.
When you go to court, there's always like their side, my side, then the truth. You know what I mean? I agree with that, man. What was that measurement he's talking about?
I think that he was referring to a fictional unit of measurement. It's a joke. There's a guy named Rumpus who likes to talk over everybody, and he kind of gish gallops the crap out of every conversation, from what I gather. And so I'm assuming that that's where that name reference to is basically using an imaginary method of measurement to gish gallop a conversation and just kind of, yeah, I'm right because, and then imagine a bunch of crap. Which that's kind of a funny joke.
I don't think anyone's right, man. I think we're all just believing what we want to believe.
I'd look at the word belief by the etymological definition. Basically, whatever makes somebody happy or glad to think about or keep in their mind, which could be something good or bad. Like you could be happy to think about how to defend yourself against something horrifying. But belief is just what we like to think about. It might be true, might not. It's just stuff we like to ponder upon.
Same as religion, they're all beliefs because we can't factually prove one is correct over the other. You know what I mean?
And so much of what's considered science these days is like a series of assumptions that don't actually have evidence, just an accepted thing. And then there's a lot of stuff that does, and people won't even experiment with it. I'm like, play with physics! Like, get out there and do stuff. It's fun.
Most of science isn't even like factual, it's theories.
Yeah, and then it's like, where is the hypothesis? Where's something we can test and prove? Get out there and play around with the science. That's fun. This sounds silly, but I got my children interested in electricity by playing with potatoes, doing battery potato things, and they were fascinated by it. And then after that, one of my sons, he started playing with it because we had a whole bunch of extra ones out there in the barn. So he just starts trying to play with them using different screws. He had a piece of copper and it would work, and he got a bunch of screws. And he was doing the scientific method, testing each screw to find out which one would produce the highest voltage for him. And he was trying to figure it out.
That's what you want to be inquisitive, though.
I was proud of him for allowing his curiosity to provide scientific experimentation when he could have just been. And most kids want to sit on the damn phone or something, or on a video game and just play all day or something. But he was out there doing science. Like, heck yeah.
Good, man. I'm fucking glad that there's people out there actually want to teach their kids to think rather than to sit in front of a computer and be programmed.
Yeah, man. To me, this flat Earth conversation is more so about learning about fallacious reasoning and critical thinking than the ground itself. Like, that's just my personal opinion. And then beyond that, people can teach themselves how to think. And whether or not the state of belief somebody has for the Earth is kind of non sequitur to what I just said. And that, by the way, that was a nice burp there, dude. Great job doing that.
I was going to say pardon you to the guy, but I think he left.
Oh, he was being rude. He belched out and left. Whatever.
Since people see the society, they usually start chatting. Yeah.
It takes all kinds, I guess.
I usually come in here. I'm not a flat earther or anything like that. I just come in here for the basic, like the different perspective and conversations. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be about the flat earth. It could just be about society as a whole. But as soon as they find out that you're not a flat earther, it's like, oh shit, we're waiting for the trolling to start. I'm like, no, man, not everyone's a fucking asshole.
Well, it depends on the person. Some people are very combative and they're looking for it to have some kind of grand debate openly and publicly. Kind of like a debate bro level thing, which that's cool. People like doing that. I'm more about collecting data points and seeing where people come from. I want to understand worldviews.
Mate, I'm the same. This is why I use Discord. It's not about the whole I'm right, you're wrong, like fucking bullshit. It's more of a this is what I think, but what do you think? Because I don't know what your people think. Where are you from? What's your creed? What's your colour? What's your religion? What's your belief?
Yeah. And see, most of that stuff is usually just arbitrary anyway, like a color. Like, what the hell does that have to do with what's in your brain?
No, because you know, I think, like, fair enough, maybe not colour, right? But like culture, religion, like your geographical location, like has a large like part to play with how people's belief systems and thought processes are.
Yeah. And there is influence, like the nurture versus nature type thing. There are things that happen to people based off of where they are and how they were born.
Aye.
I think that there are a lot of things that remain the same across the board for us, though. We all need food. We all need water. We all need clothes to retain comfort and health.
Aye.
We need shelter. It's all the same.
They're basic.
I like to point out that which is the same between us rather than differences when it comes to groups of people. Because everybody likes to point out the differences so much they send themselves off to war.
Well, that's what I usually find in the religious chats, where it's like, well, your religion's wrong because of this, and my religion's right because of this. And I'm like, you do realise that your religions have more in common than differences.
Yeah.
Once you
like
start
the golden rule. The golden rule is one that crosses all of it.
It was I was talking to a Christian guy who was sitting there and he hated Muslims and shit, right? He was going off on them and stuff. And he's like, Jesus is our saviour. And I'm like, yeah, but Jesus is their Muslim saviour as well. He's like, what? He had no idea that they praised the same prophets and shit. And like, once we actually that to him.
High respect. They hold him in high regard.
Yeah, but like he didn't know that, so up to that point, like he thought like all Muslims were the enemy and shit. And then once we actually explained to him, like, yo, you do like have like from the time of fucking Adam, like including Abraham, Moses, and everything in between, all the way down to Jesus, you have the same prophets. And he's like, really? And I'm like, yeah. And then it changed the conversation completely. Less of a my religion's right, more of a wait, do you have this as well? And it was like, well, no, similar, it's slightly different in this sense and shit. And it started a better conversation.
In fact, there's a verse in there that even says that the Christians are basically like brothers to them. Like they have the same God, and have the same respect for Jesus, kind of thing. It's weird, and there are verses that say that. So that's peculiar.
Unless you read that, you don't know it. That's why there's like a big divide between them. Like, because they don't read each other's books; they just read their book, and that's it.
And I've read the Quran, I've read the Bible, and I've read the Talmud, and I've read all this Torah version that's closer to the. I've looked at all this shit. And so many people, when they do that, what you said, they will look at their book, but not somebody else's, and you're evil without ever looking at what's in there.
I'll tell you what's good though, like this type of VC, because you don't just get the ones that are all based in science. Yeah, you'll get the ones who sit there and go, well, I know science says this, but there's an alternative theory out here. What about this? You know what I mean? You get a good mixture of fucking conversation.
One thing that I find interesting is when people try and act like the Bible is anti-scientific, but in the New Testament, in the original text, not in English, like in English it says that the Word was with God and the Word was God. The Greek actually says the Logos is the Theos. The logic is the theory.
Yep. Oh, it's been misconstrued many, many times.
But they changed it. I feel like they turned it into a weird religion instead of what it actually was.
Well, think about it. See, Judaism, when it started off, it was a polyphyletic religion. And then as the book goes on, it becomes a monophyletic religion.
Well, a lot of the references are very scientific, though, like study to show yourself approved or hold fast to that which is true, to test all things. Well, that sounds like the scientific method. What did they do to this document?
Einstein invented a time machine, went back 2,000 years ago and passed on the message.
His last move, get a quantum time machine and go try and fix some things.
I'm not going to sit down and make the next Nook. What we're going to do is a time machine and teach Jesus about the scientific method. You're all right. On you go. See you later, Einstein.
Some Greeks and Romans put him up on a cross. Like, yeah, that was a witch. We'll just burn him. Nails the cross and set it on fire. Like, wait, what? They start destroying the time machine with, like, bronze hammers or some shit.
Just hitting it with rocks.
There was clockwork back at that time, though. People forget that, but the Antikythera machine was built at a certain time period, and there is time before that which people were studying gears. So there was clockwork tech way back. I can say it was, like this computer, but there was clockwork.
There's a lot of stuff that's came out from the archaeological records, right, that they stick aside because it doesn't follow the mainstream narrative. But, like, there's that much shit that doesn't follow the mainstream narrative. Is maybe the narrative wrong? You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I don't toe the party line when it comes to a mainstream narrative. Usually that's about lobbyists trying to get money from companies. Or like insurance policies and shit. It has nothing to do with facts, it's just policies being defended.
Well, it's this whole fucking we have only been about for a couple of thousand years type mentality. Civilization's only been about for 12,000 years, I think they say. But then if you look in the archaeological record, like, it's fucking way before then.
Well, I think that civilization rises and falls and we lose so much data, and they've kind of swept it under the rug.
In the biblical sense, they refer to it as a flood, you know what I mean, or a deluge. But yeah, I think we've had great civilizations before that have been wiped out by major catastrophes.
Now, this is a belief, but I believe this has happened about 5 times already, and we're on like a 6th iteration of the empire system, and we're kind of reaching the end of this era.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly, man.
Because, like, you'll see what happens with all these first world countries. Like, yep, that's what happens when empires fall. Looks just like that.
Don't forget, but like the Greek Empire before they fell, Socrates was fucking little boys, and that was acceptable. You know what I mean?
Oof.
Yeah.
Culture was weird as F.
When a civilization becomes so advanced that everything becomes acceptable, and they then go back to start like wiping out parts of their own history, that's like the start of the fucking collapse. And that's what we're doing right now, man.
It's kind of like that meme with where it's got the guy hitting the keyboard. It's like F, go back, because they're talking about right. No, go back.
Oh man, no. I think the Western world, or the first world as we know it, is fucked. And I think the first world will become something different, and what we call the third or second world will become the new first world.
I wonder if that's just how it cycles. Like the second world becomes the first as the first falls, and then a third world gains their tech up and up to become the second, which then later rises to the first as the second falls. The cycle continues going around the world.
I've noticed that there seems to be a pattern that the power keeps moving westward. Yeah. If you look at the old civilizations from, like, say, America right now is the superpower. Go back to the last superpower. It was Britain. Where's that? To the east. Right, okay. What was before then? Germany. All right, okay. We'll look at the German Empire. That's to the east. Oh, shit, what was before that? The Ottomans. And
I had not thought about that way before, and thank you for pointing that out.
It's like the power always moves west. It's weird. So I think next is going to hop from China, from America. You know
So
what I
the
mean?
power follows the sun. These sun
Exactly.
prove their power follows the sun.
Ah, that's weird. But it may
That
just
is
be a
odd, yeah.
coincidence.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be a coincidence, but that's on point for the fact that it also has correlation because of what they do. Weird.
Well, everyone keeps saying that Africa is going to be the next superpower, and I'm like, I don't think they will. I think they will become a second world rather than a third. You know what I mean? But China or something that's in the second world become the first, and the first world will collapse to something that is never seen before, like
I would
soup
say
line kitchens and shit.
on a long enough timeline after the next one falls, then Africa would become the first world country, and then it would circle around.
Let's get back to work, man. Right? Nice chat, boys. Take it easy. Peace.
Stay blessed. What's up, Sack Tapper? You tapping sacks? You can hear a little noise coming through your mic. You're good. It's no problem. I'm just joking. What we were just talking about earlier, though, is very important. The rise and fall of empires explains why so much data is either lost or logged away and stored because that's too dangerous for populations. The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yo, who's trying to play Crunker? Who's trying to play Crunker Strike?
Sorry, man. Not really. I don't really play video games anymore. I reckon I probably should to relieve some stress, but I just focus on studying and doing work. I got this project I'm working on that I'm hyper fixated on. And damn, you're right. I probably should actually play a couple video games once in a while to take my mind off of things. 'Cause shit, I've just been doing work every day.
Cool, bro. Hop on.
Why not? I'll see. What the hell?
Crunker's like fucking dude. So lit. Fucking be on team. Just assumed it. You on that Crunker?
Yeah, I'm checking it out.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. You
boy.
can't customize anything until you play a little bit, so you just get the basic stats.
Yeah, dude. This is like super pay to play, bro, but you can get good. It just takes a minute. And how do I invite you? Are you in my lobby?
Yeah, I'm hanging out here with you. It's
All right.
loading though.
Just fucking. I was gonna say just click play and it should throw you in my game. On my team.
Oh, well, now I want to sync a controller to this.
Look at this shit. Do you see me super jumping?
I'm gonna go get a controller and use Joy to Key to make this so I can control.
I fucking connected my controller and it was fucking up. Alright. There's none around the corner over yonder.
I'll play using the keyboard, old school style right now. Yeah, the enemy team is a bunch of noobs, dude. Like they're just dying. They haven't even killed me. And there's a first time for everything. Well, 3-on-1, I guess that happens. Oh, they're staying together. They're sticking together.
Oh my god. Just get tripping again? Bro, one shot if you shoot and jump in time, you stripping. See me super jump up and super. That's how it is, bro. It's fucking.
I just got to
No
upgrade
fuck
gun.
happy outside in finesse. So yeah, it's the week on. Finesse. I don't know.
Okay. Heretic just asked me to hang around too because the room goes invisible if there's no mod present. So I'll chill here with you. Let me go grab a controller though, because it'll be more fun for me. I'll be able to control better. And I think I should grab some tea if I'm going to sit here for a minute. Be right back.
Oh my god, or OP with the shotgun. They're fucking one shot. Bro, when you fucking jump super high, they fucking look up in the air and like get all confused. They're like, what? Bro, I'm fucking cracked it. Nigga. Oof. Jump head. 14 kills, 3 deaths. Boy got carried. I really want a sniper. You are. Oh shit, we're in a tournament, bruh. This shit is crazy. I gotta go try hard. Oh my god, how many kills did I just get?
Going on a kill spree.
Yeah.
This is the first Discord game that, even though it's silly and it's all blocky, like, this is the first Discord game I actually think I like. I like first-person shooters.
That's what I'm saying.
Ah, damn it.
Bro, once you get you can walk up people and you can super just my god, bro. Fucking bro. If you see the feet, like, go again. My gosh.
Dang, I had one HP.
I just got like 4 kills. Oh my god. I just got a triple kill.
And I just
Shock.
realized you can zoom in with the right mouse click. Wow, that guy shot me through the wall. I was killed by somebody who I couldn't even see. Weird.
We're sending by a little bit. There you go. Damn, I don't know what the fuck's going on. It says we're in like tournament mode. Bruh, I had 17 kills and 3 deaths. I'm literally carrying the team, bro, every time. 17 kills, next person had 1 kill. Yeah, dude, you gotta honestly have better guns to like shit on people. I'm fucking going crazy with this shotgun. Triple kill. Triple kill. My god. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi. Hi.
Hello. You keep running up to this fucking door. Hop
I have a question.
question.
Go for it.
The floor is yours.
I've always tried to learn more about why people believe in flat Earth. I want to be more diverse in how I perceive the world, as well as be more open-minded to abstract concepts. But every single time I talk to flat earthers, they either yell at me, tell me that I should already know this, or they will just be like, I'm not going to take the time to explain it to you. Which is fine, respectable. I should just do my own research on it. But it is interesting though, because it's like, I do have one question for you, and I definitely want to be respectful towards your beliefs or perspectives. People get me really mad at me when I say beliefs. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying that it's like, that's your truth, and I want to be open-minded to your truth. And, but it's like, I will always ask people, it's like, well, what about reptilians? And then the first thing that they do is, well, how can reptilians exist if that's from space and space doesn't exist? And I'm like, okay, that's a valid point, but it's like, couldn't reptilians be interdimensional travelers that are interacting with this plane of existence?
That's kind of non sequitur to the ground, but we can talk about that if you want to.
Do you not believe in reptilians?
You could say I'm a non-believer in a lot of things.
What about flat Earth?
Flat's not a shape, and Earth is Earth-shaped. Belief has nothing to do with the floor.
Well, yeah, you're right. It's like the shape of the Earth will never change, no matter how much we argue about it. So it's like it doesn't matter if it's round, it doesn't matter if it's flat or shaped like a dinosaur. Doesn't really matter.
No, I think it matters because this isn't a shape conversation. That's where it gets weird. Is people think that it's round versus flat.
Oh.
Well, yeah, flat isn't a shape, but I'm just saying that it's like, you know what I meant though. It's like another form besides round that is like the majority deemed normality, like what NASA claims. Even though Nazi was like, NASA, oh my gosh, I was trying to say Nazi and
get
NASA
on
at the same time. Even though NASA like recruited all of those Nazis during the Cold War and stuff like that, so that's crazy. Anyways,
Yeah, paperclip. They did indeed bring a bunch of Nazis over.
have you seen like that cryptic video of Neil Armstrong?
There's a lot of peculiar stuff there.
They're spawning on me, bro. What the fuck?
This map is OP. I'm killing people from way across the map.
Oh my god. I'm still using the shotgun. I'm just fucking jumping on niggas. One-shotting. Dude, Crunker?
Moving around, as you saw, this was one of my tasks fairly early in the EVA. I found that a standard loping technique of 1 foot in front of the other worked out quite well, as we would have expected. One could also jump in more of a kangaroo fashion, 2 feet at a time. This seemed to work. Too many interesting things to do.
Damn. Boy, 7 kills. You carried
As we said,
that time.
was fine grained with lots of rocks in it. It took footprints
Boy,
very well, and the footprints
7.
stayed in place. The limb was in good shape, and
Dude, I want a sniper so bad. The sniper fucking
Step
one
into
shot.
Wix Studio, where creative freedom meets absolute efficiency.
One of the few men to have walked on the moon is Buzz Aldrin.
The shit was you?
I think they're going to win this round. They're getting better.
I'm gonna say these are trash. What?
Yeah, I
What?
figured.
I'm using them a lot. I think we're in fucking. It says we're in like tournament mode or some shit. Little town. Oh shit, Nuketown, nigga. You see that?
Yeah, man.
Niggas are getting back kilos. I fucking won like. Oh, and now these niggas are like corner jumping. Oof. Probably that nigga. Uh, oh no. I think the shotgun's fucking doing it on this guns.
This dude really just assassinated me. He came up behind with the knife. That's an overpowered thing. It reminds me of Call of Duty.
Yeah, the knife.
Yeah, dude, he crept up on me like an assassin.
Oh shit, I just jumped on top of this bus, nigga.
Bruh.
Yeah, you can, bro. Bro, they're camping like on top of each other. We need to fucking squad up.
Nice.
Did not do good that game. Oh shit! I gotta switch teams, bro. We're on opposite teams.
I reckon I'll put this on voice activity. It'll make it easier. I want to stop and hit the button to talk to you. I keep on having to stop, and I keep getting killed because I stopped to hold down the button, push to talk, and then I'll get killed. And I'm like, well, if I just put it on voice activity, hands free. Hey,
I switched teams. I'm on your team now.
Look how low ranking I am. 97, and these other people have like 27,000.
It says we're in a fucking. It says in the corner we're in a tournament. Did it say that shit for you or no?
No. I mean, I see the frames per second. I don't have everything enabled either. Santa Claus got me.
You kill them, they should have like a thing that you can pick up, like it's like a fucking token or some shit. Damn, you can straight hard as fuck in this game.
Here, now I can actually jump. I had to set the key for it.
Yo, you see that super jump shit I'm doing? Damn, nigga.
Dang.
I don't know how these games are done. This game's mad laggy sometimes, low-key.
Dude had the high ground, was covering his buddy.
I'm about to
Gotta
change
get him out of there.
this shotgun is not working out.
There we go.
Oh, this is the map and fucking go out of the map on glue. I'm not good for this. I'm trying to start this.
I'm just gonna camp here for a minute because I can see my teammates' health tags, and if their health is going down, that means somebody's near them attacking them, and then I'll take them out. They kept coming through this area, like, coming away.
Oh, you're on the other team.
Am I? Nah. When I joined in, it said you and I were on the same team. When I clicked join,
Yeah, that's weird. Probably
Oh, that was weird. He got behind me when I was in spawn. Get him. Oh, we got 1 second left.
Away. I was reloading my shot. Easy dubs. 6-4. You went 3 leader. 8-2.
Oh, cool. I got a new face.
I was team with. Yeah, I bet it should have custom it. Oh shit, this map is fucking OP. It's just a shipment map.
I was in a little spree for a second there. I spawned right next to the dude. Wow. I haven't played games in a while, man. This is actually kind of fun. Phil guy's good. His reflexes are quick.
Bro, you can talk and you can jump on top of these crates, bro. Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I had to change the keys because I wasn't able to jump earlier. I'm actually impressed when they do like a cool maneuver and jump past me and kill me. I'm like, that was actually pretty good. Well played.
On me fucking order. Their spawn. Oh, are you on the other team?
I reckon. I don't see your name tag. Oh no, you're on my team. And it's we gotta get some kills. We're about to lose.
Yeah, I'm in.
41 seconds. Crap.
Snap.
Ah, dang it.
What? Oh, they got.
It's all right though. We were close. I figure I'll chill here and play this view like it's downtime until somebody wants to come in and chat, and then we can talk about whatever. Just kind of chill here.
For real, bro, this game is lit.
I know the graphics would be a turnoff for a lot of people because it's kind of like Roblox or Minecraft-y, but the low poly allows it to be played fast.
Yeah, for real. You can flick shot, straight jump, bro. Call of Duty maps, like, who cares? Sheesh.
I can get over the sub as long as the general shapes function for a first-person shooter.
Yeah. This map, honestly. I just jumped on top of that.
It's got my Discord account bridged in. Or my Steam. No, that's never mind. It is 6 o'clock in the morning, and I haven't had much sleep. And I just had a brain fart for a second.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You not saying, damn, that nigga just turned on me.
I'm glad friendly fire is disabled at least. That makes it easier.
What? How am I headshotting this guy with the shotgun?
Sorry, guys.
Over the
There we go. Now I'm not coughing in everybody's ears.
bro, people are just freezing in this game so much.
Yeah. They probably just have really low grade connections or computers. Can you play these games on the phone? Like, I'm wondering if they're mobile playing
Yeah,
it.
you can.
That might be why. That might be why they're lagging. It might be kids on mobile. Oh, bro, if we're using controllers and mice, we have such an advantage over people using their thumbs. It's almost not even fair.
Oof. I just came in the
I dual weld
behind
this
dude.
You're cracking up. I don't know if it's on you or me. Breaking up a little. But when it comes to gaming, I dual weld. I'll have like the controller in one hand, so the joystick so I can move, and then I use the mouse for aiming. Makes it real smooth. I'm just real out of practice though, so I'll probably die a lot. That lag does affect our kills though. There's a couple times where I know that I was facing it directly at it and pulling the trigger, and then they glitch to the left or the right. Yeah, and then I would die.
That game was close.
I'll probably play this more. I'm gonna send you a friend request. I'm gonna chill and play this.
Chill as hell. You can do tournaments and they pay. Dude, I fucking get bread from playing this shit.
Bro, I added you and it says that we have no servers in common. I'm like, how are we on this server then? Like, what?
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. My shit's weird sometimes. It always says I'm not in this server, but I'm in this server.
Yeah, it says we have no servers in common, but it should at least have the politics server on there that we have in common. But apparently we're playing this game and we're not on the same server at all for some reason, according to Discord. In a voice chat, but not on the same server. Get off my tail. Dude came running up behind me. I'm gonna stick together with this guy. And we both died. I tried to stick with the dude that got a double headshot.
Yeah, that was the shotgun. I ran up on you.
That was awesome. That was a double headshot. Like, I was thinking I'm gonna be safe and number. Nope. Hell no.
Dude, I told you I fucking cracked. I mean, that's not OP. You just run up.
I like that guy's screen name, Excessive Bass.
Yeah.
Smart ass.
Obviously, the super jump.
Right now, I'm so far away, I'm just kind of doing a spray and pray type thing. Shooting bullets in the general direction of red line health bars. Holy crap, I'm lagging. Nobody's moving.
You're gonna.
Nobody's. I went into like Matrix mode. Nobody's moving. I'm dead. I'm probably already dead. Yeah, I'm dead already. I'm lagging. The clock stopped. What the hell?
God, shoot up. Wait. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna switch team. I don't know what no some teams. Yeah, it keeps saying we're in fucking like tournament mode though, so I think we're versing tryhard.
Now it froze up completely, and I can't even get out of it. What the hell? Leave the activity and join back in.
Saying, you
I think I accidentally server mute. Wait, what? How did I do that? Is there a... There must be a hotkey to server mute people. Now I'm wondering how I did that. Okay, now I have a question. Hold on, I gotta find out what the hotkey to server mute people is. I didn't even know that existed.
The dude have the fucking egg?
Hold on. Control, Shift. No, that's me.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now I'm certain there's a hotkey for it. I mean, the only other thing would be if somebody else muted you, but I don't see any other mods in here in any caliber. So I'm like, how could anybody else mute you then? So it must have been me clicking a hotkey. But then there's no hotkey to server mute, apparently. Huh. Oh, dude. I collected a whole bunch of seasonal tokens from that thing.
How many tokens did you get?
I have 44 of them.
I don't even know what the fuck to do with the tokens. I have a
It's
bunch of...
a winter event. It's like the shop that you click the winter event, and it'll let you do other things. Like there's a gifted blade for 125 that's a legendary melee item. And this Ho-Ho assault rifle for 100 has plus 15 attack. So that's a powerful weapon. And then there'll be new deals in an hour. I could probably get the $100 one right here if I kept playing for...
I have 100.
Yep. Upgrade, bro. Now I kind of want to start a like small group server just for this game, and then invite people to play it, and then we can all be on the same team, because I think that would be funny. Or like a group chat or something. Find other people will play it. Bundles. Oh, they're trying to sell stuff on that one. But what are these K points? What the hell is that?
Should I get... Should I... I'm gonna get... Or should I get... That right. That. It's already a shotgun. Let's first boost. buy ticket for every like
Oh,
country. Shit.
I
This
see.
map's OP.
The KR points are for customization, character customization. And you can buy spin tickets for them. The setup for this isn't bad for a pay-to-play or pay-to-win type game, but I mean, $100 for 50,000 KR, that's kind of retarded. Why would anybody?
Yeah.
Yes, let me give $100 to
You
an
have
app
Spurs or
that
OP
has.
Shotgun?
Then again, I'm just thinking poor. Some people have money like that. $100 is like $1 to them. Now I want to just make an app and see if kids will send me money so that they can have weird digital things that don't actually exist in the real world. Oh, what the hell?
Bro, we got. My God.
No,
Did I just get a triple fucking headshot?
It glitched me into a spectator mode, and I couldn't move, and the axis was inverted for my point of view for the mouse. And I'm just sitting there floating above the map, like, what the hell? Oh, there's only 1 minute left in this match. Enemy team's gonna win. What a jump! That was excellent. He did pretty damn good with that bunny. He hopped on a crate and did a double jump off the ground crate, and then hopped up and then shot both of us in the head. So that was kind of cool.
It was me. Shock, super jump.
Yeah. There's the timing, though. You get that timing right. Oh, he just.
Oh my God, that just did 3 kills.
Well played, man. Well played. I knew that was
Did
you.
you see
Like,
that?
this gotta be him. Yeah, I saw that. You freaking jumped over my head.
I have 12 kills
I
and
had to
0
turn
deaths,
around.
bro. What the fuck? My team only got
Awesome.
1 death. 12-0, 9-0, 2. What the fuck? Alright, I gotta
Well
switch
played.
team. That's OP. I need to be on the other team.
We keep playing, though. It'll get to a point where you and I have to fight each other because it just won't be fair.
Yeah, no, for real. But yeah, that match would have been better if I was on the other team. Our whole team had like 1 death. I had like 12 kills and 0 deaths and carried. Are you on the other team? Let me switch. Yeah, I'm switching. Fuck that. I'm gonna decimate my own team now.
I think the next thing I'm gonna do is try and get that shotgun.
How to fucking, I'll teach you how to shotgun, bro. You round, I use super, and then if you jump over their head, bro, they fucking look up and look like I don't even know what to do.
I've changed up my tactic. Now I'm playing it like Left 4 Dead and hiding around corners and move to the next corner.
Yeah, you gotta like peep corners and Shame's mad laggy and glitchy. I'd be like strafe jumping around corners on top of niggas.
Yeah, that side step is important. Most people don't know how to strafe. I'm very out of practice, though. I need to play more. This makes me want to play Left 4 Dead, though.
Oh shit, I just found it.
Okay, I'm disappointed. I shot this fire tank thing and it should explode. I'm just disappointed that it didn't blow up.
One shot in this.
Oh, that's on my team. must be on the way other side of the map, and everybody else must be fighting way up here area. Oh, cool. I'm gonna walk backwards and see if anybody's following us while following you guys.
Over here. Got people
I got
by
you.
me. I don't know if you could see where I'm at.
I'm following you. I'm behind you.
He's running in front of me. So
I'm gonna cut. Oh, damn it! Get in. You went that way. I'm gonna go right.
Oh shit!
They took out one of the other teammates.
Say, how do they win? It shows them with 0 kills.
That must be a glitch in the thing.
There's somebody fucking left. I don't know.
Maybe. Oh,
I'm
this
level
map.
27. What the fuck? Yeah, we're in modes somehow.
Well, at least I got an assist from the grave. Revenge.
Doing crazy jump shots, bro. Jump shot, headshot.
Local reptiles just killed me. So that's what I'm going after.
Oh my god. How many kills do I have? I'm trapping these niggas with the shotgun.
Get out of here. Check to see if anybody's behind me. Oh, now you want to get revenge. Local reptile's coming after me again. Eat big, man. Oh, you're mad now. I just got... Come back. I like that everybody's doing the bunny hop thing now. Like, come rolling across the damn map.
Not shit.
Yeah. It reminds me of Halo.
In the tech.
It reminds me of back in the day playing Halo with the pros.
The shot not that good here, but I was making it low key work.
Oh, I'll claim that and use it. Give me that spin.
Yo, you got COD. You got Call of Duty Mobile.
Nah, I could. I just don't really. I don't play video games much anymore, man.
I was gonna say that shit's pretty lit if you want to. You want a quick scope. Bro, I want to fuck sniper so bad in this game. Still don't have this shit for a minute. Like fuck.
Nope.
What a sons.
I got the cyberpunk thing, but it makes my hair pink, and the sleeves pink. I'm like, weird. What is that? What does that do? Yeah. Old shift.
But if it says like plus certain percentage, then it gives you like.
Oh, I'm up to 50. I just have to keep playing so I can get that going.
On with the shotgun on this. Spraying
Take
so
that.
far.
Oh, damn. Headshot. Dude got me right when I spawned. Spawn campers. I'm spawn camping, noobs. This dude in his shopping cart.
I was gonna say, you want to fucking hop on COD Mobile for a little bit?
I don't even think I have my phone near me. I left it in the house.
Damn, boy, COD Mobile's lit.
Welcome back, Systems. Oh, he just toughened up. How's it going, Linatoma? They just joined in.
Shit.
Since nobody's chatting, we're kind of just wasting time, or not really, passing time, playing this game. But I'm willing to chat if anybody starts talking. I'm just kind of got nothing better to do right now. Close call. Tried to get the safety. Got killed. Oh, lag. Really just going after these tokens.
I feel you on that.
And he's gone. Nice. Blue Sharks got me from across that, but he got a great headshot from where he was. He had the high ground. But I got him back. I can respect when the enemy gets a good hit on me. Like, he did a great job. We both just hit each other at this quick cut. Yeah. We both did headshots. He just got me first. Oh, man. That Lost Shark guy is actually pretty good. Good enough. I got 6 tokens.
Boy said 6 tokens.
Yeah, it ain't much, but it adds up. Meta person talking about it. This shit's a globe deal, man. Has nothing to do with the flat Earth. Well, that was a close call for that guy. Oh. Well, this is a cool place to camp. How are you? What? Oh, there you are. How are you down here?
Oh, dude, I know some spots on this map, bro. I wish you could do the jump.
What's up, eggshells are flat? We're just kind of chilling, waiting for a conversation to happen. Whew. 42. I think I'm gonna go get some coffee in a minute.
Couldn't run COD Mobile, but I'll hop back on. I'm just playing a game on this shit.
Nice headshot. Well played. Close. I'm at 71. To level 50. Got a sniper.
Yeah, those snipers are
Overpowered. Game sniper.
Damn, I got like 5 fucking dude. COD Mobile's crazy. I just got like 10 fucking quick scopes in a row. I wish fucking sniper in this game. It'd be so much more fun to quick scope.
Yeah.
You can get them, they just take forever. I've been playing forever unless you fucking pay to play.
So close.
Might get a knife out. I'm gonna try to knife somebody.
Great battle to that Rosira person. Excellent. I died, but they did a great job. I almost got him. Great score.
Sheesh.
No, I like it when people put up a fight and make me actually have to work for it.
No,
If I lose, I
for
respect that.
respectable, not neglectable.
Well, nobody wants to walk through a game and just kind of get easy headshots all the time. That's kind of lame.
I feel.
Oh, this is 3 versus 2. Oh, now it's 3 versus 3. Cool. Too close. Almost got away. My hand's falling asleep. Somewhere there. Oop. And your buddies got me. How did I not get a single hit? And they're about to win. Yeah, that makes sense. Up to 80. Get 20 more of those stupid snowflake tokens and I can get a better gun. Sheesh. Well, I can see somebody's health going down, so there's an enemy over there. Oh, he's like fast.
August?
What's up?
Yeah, yeah, are you here?
Who are you looking for?
Yeah, are you gay?
Kind of non sequitur to the floor, but whatever. The etymological meaning of gay is happy. Are you happy?
No, I'm not gay, but I'm trying to be gay, because I feel like when men speak, I'm more interested than actually when I'm talking to a woman, you know what I'm saying?
Nigga, shut your bitch ass up, puss ass nigga.
Oh, damn, bro. I like your voice, man.
Very cute troll. Very cute troll. I'm gonna go ahead and mute you and go back to playing. That was fun. Barely dignify such things with a response. Oh, I see an enemy. Local reptile's pretty good.
Oh, you still on Crunker?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm getting back on. Homie went from fucking saying he was occupied, now he's on the Crunker wave. Oh, fuck. You see where I'm at? Oh, I was at the top of the map somehow. I just spawned up there.
I thought about it, and since we have unlimited ammo, there's no reason, and friendly fire is disabled, there's kind of no reason to not just shoot ammo across the map.
Oh, for real.
If you have unlimited ammo, why not? I get random assists.
You know this can fuck.
What's that? Well, my thought is it gives my location off and distracts them too. People will shoot me. They'll aim at me while my teammates can kill the people aiming at me. I just run out like a maniac and shoot in every direction while I distract everybody. Everybody else can shoot people shooting at me. It's got a Slayer belt, which is a rare item for the waist, and it gives 2.5 extra health, or plus 2.
Yeah, boy. Got the OP fucking shotgun.
I'm up to 87 of those weird snowflake coins. I guess I gotta kill more. Gotta take out more of these snowflakes on this snow map. Oh shit, where did y'all come from? Holy crap. Turn a corner and there's just all of them.
Oh, look, I'm in a fucking spot. On this ledge. They're squatting up.
Yeah, and they're camping near our spawns. The spawn camping near where people spawn. I'm using everybody's health bar as kind of radar.
One shot.
So close. That one dude got like a sled or something equipped. They move fast.
No way. Is that guy got the fucking... Huh?
They're staying partied up.
Bro, some of these fuckers have OP guns.
What's funny is to end up on the strong players that were my enemy now on my team now. Funny when that happened. Dang, they killed all of us at once. We all spawned at the same time. They must have killed all of us at once. I don't even get mad. I'm impressed by good play because I'm so out of play that when I see other players playing really well, like, good on you. You got that hand-eye coordination down pat.
Dude's such a good sport, bro. I fucking rage quit on niggas.
I'm more like critiquing the design of the game itself and looking at how it was made.
Like
I'm kind of casually killing people while observing the game. Yeah, because I'm looking at it from a developer standpoint. Like, okay, how did they make this game and put it on Discord? What's up, Tapper? Are you snoring? No, like you might have fallen asleep up in here. Nope. How did that even?
behind a Kmart.
What's up? Yeah, that's these low level trolling things. It's so childish, boring. Back in my day, when people trolled, they'd take it to the next level, and it was actually hilarious. But now it's just like, oh yeah, you're blah blah blah, use an ad hom and then disappear, run away before a reaction even happens. Come on, step up your game. At least make it funny.
Fucking weeaboo, jigaboo, niggaboos.
Well, on a long enough timeline, the troll becomes the anti-troll. They become intelligent enough to become the anti-troll. And if that never happens, then basically somebody's just a goon that never leveled up. They're pretty much a minion. They're like on level 1 forever.
Minute one. Nigga 1 HP killing niggas.
Two on one. I got myself cornered in a room.
Bro, we fucking switched their spawn. Fuck.
I'm gonna get an assist for that one.
Yeah, headshot, nigga.
This dude's camping up in the top. This major mink taking him out. I know where he is. Not enough time. Oh well.
Damn,
Could
nigga,
actually be fun to get a bunch of people. Get a bunch of people on the same team. And join and like basically be tactical about it. Memorize the maps.
You got squad up.
Store. I'm up to 91. Okay, I just need more of those stupid things. I actually like the fact that you can level up in this game, so you can technically become more powerful if you just play long enough. Where is it? There they are.
You honestly just gotta get a stop. No, I know a fucking crazy spot you can get in this map.
It's so close.
Look at this
Not you,
shit.
the other. I wanted to run around and get that thing. Yeah, you took me out. I wanted to go get that damn thing. Tokens.
Jump on this crate right here, and then you fucking jump over here. Hold up. I have a shotgun though to fucking super jump, and then you can get. Oh, there's nigga. He's in the spot. No. No spot. Fuck. And you can fucking get up here. Oh shit, I did it for a try. Look. At the top of the map. Oh.
to like a glitch area where you can get into?
Yeah. Gotta be able to super jump though. And straight up this shit, bro.
Yeah. In a minute, I'm gonna step inside and go get some coffee. Got that time.
Nah, I feel you.
Though I've been working on cutting back. That stuff's not so good for you. But I figure once in a while it'll be alright.
Barely drink coffee. I've been fucking partaking in cups here and there.
Where do I see myself in 30 years? Yeah, fucking your mom.
Wow. Well, I went to mute that guy, server mute him, but it glitched and wouldn't click. Alright. You know, when people do that, though, it actually makes me feel like they're very bored with their lives, don't know how anything works, and have that kind of, it's like a little brother syndrome, or, you know, a big abusive brother. Must push button. Gotta push a button, get a reaction, because life boring. He'd probably have more fun if he just joined in and played this with us.
For real, you gotta get on the front.
Just saying. Like, the arguing or trying to push buttons is kind of a waste of time anyway.
Dude, no one even knows about
Doesn't
Crunker
accomplish
yet.
anything. Well, more people will. I'm going to introduce this to some of my friends and try and get some people on this because it actually is kind of fun. For a Discord game, it's good.
So, I used to like the like Minecraft-y sort of games, but the Call of Duty shit is like it's just it's lit.
I want to make a Minecraft mod, like a server that's a Minecraft mod where it adds guns in it, and it's nothing like the original Minecraft.
Yo, I can pretty good, nigga.
Holy crap, I'm surrounded. I walked around a corner and there were 3 of them. I used to play on different Minecraft servers back in the day. There was this Raidlands type
Code like
server where it
custom
was
shit in the game, bro.
itself. Oh, dude, yeah. Or like glitching the game in a way where you can get certain items you normally couldn't get. That junk's awesome. But I like mod stuff. You can put guns in them and other things and make it basically Fallout.
Definitely.
Yeah.
No, like order that you can do that you can make bread off. Crunker could be great. Try on this shit. Look at my homie, bro. He fucking knows this game, bro. I think he's like fucking like 4th in the world or some shit at Crunker. Nigga gets paid like $3K a month for playing Crunker and shit.
One of the things that I'm thinking about is I've taken an interest in programs like Unity 3D. So making a game like this actually wouldn't be that difficult. Now I just have to kind of look at how do you get it put onto Discord's store. I wouldn't do all the pay to win type bullcrap though. I think that's not fair. think that me and that guy both simultaneously shot each other. Like, we both died at the same time. Touche. I reckon they upgrade their maps or something depending on the season. This is probably their Christmas thing. How did I get a headshot from across the map? That was pure luck. No skill. It was like a spray and pray, and I got a headshot. What? This game's close.
That nigga tweaking.
Did Santa Claus just help me defeat a guy on a sled? Right. That was kind of funny. This one dude's running next to me and he helps me take out this other guy, and then he turns around and it's Santa. Like, what the heck? Just so happens Santa helped me defeat a guy on a sled. Let's see. Store. Oh, I got it. So, rifle. Equip that. Plus 15. Here we go. And I'm back in. Oh, I better hide and heal for a second. I got the assault rifle, it's just not putting the texture on it. Weird. Damn. See that guy. Look at you guys. So close. Dang. This dude really has toilet paper hovering around him. Oh, I reckon I'll tap out of this game. I'm about done with this. Well,
Hello.
Yo. No.
Mm.